Gentle whispers in the past. I'll be I'll be
Hello. Good afternoon. Happy May 22nd. And welcome to the second biannual Gamers for Grocery event, where we're raising money for the Edmonton or Canadian food banks. We are so happy for you to be here with us. We're so happy to be sponsored by the ESIO. Um, it's been a very complex, difficult year for a lot of people, and the Edmonton or the Canadian Food Banks is one of the reasons we're raising money for it to help support those who are in need and been impacted a lot by COVID and numerous other impact factors. Um, we have a wonderful show put together here today. We've got developers from all over the industry. We've got artists, writers, technical people, programmers is what they call them in some places. We've got people who are going to bring great insights and knowledge to help you understand a little bit more that goes into the craft of what makes games. Uh, we want to let you know up front that it is not required to donate to participate. You just being here is great support for this and raising awareness and making sure that you're part of it. If you do donate, we got some amazing, amazing art pieces that you can get commissioned. We'll check in on those in a little bit so you can get more information about that. But we have trivia with prizes. And guess what? You don't have to donate to win prizes. It's open and fun. You know, it's a tough time for all of us. We just appreciate you being here. Before I pass over to Madison for the ESIO to give us a brief introduction to their organization, I'd like to have myself from the past read a brief land acknowledgement, which is a very important process for us where we highlight the history of the land on which we work and live. Hello. Thank you for joining us this afternoon for Gamers for Groceries. Before we start, I'd like to make some acknowledgements. As an immigrant to Canada, I'd just like to state how important it is to me that this country has been welcoming to myself to both work and now raise a family. We also wish to acknowledge that the land on which we gather here today is Treaty 6 territory and a traditional meeting ground and home for many Indigenous people, including the Cree, Saulteaux, Niitsitapi, Métis, and Nakota Sioux. It is important that we acknowledge and recognize that past so that we can work together to build a better future. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. So I'm Madison from the ESIO, and I really want to thank John for kicking it off with such a beautiful land acknowledgement. We are so lucky at the Edmonton Screen Industries office here in Edmonton to actually work on Treaty 6 territory as well as support those folks who are looking to work in this area. So at the Edmonton Screen Industries office, people kind of wonder what that is. So we handle the film and television side as well as the amazing video game talent here in the city, making sure that our developers are supported, as well as a lot of our indies had a bit of a rough time this past year. So we provide grant funding as well as professional development workshops. We're super, super excited that this event is coming back. We got to participate in the one in October, and it was such a thrill to see game developers come together to support not only our local community, but all of Canada. It was really, really touching, and we're very, very excited to be part of the event again. We have a really unique ecosystem here in Edmonton that we have an abundance of amazing AAA talent, and you're going to talk to so many amazing people today, and they're going to put on quite an amazing show. If it's anything like last time, like this chat got crazy. So we are super excited to be able to see something like that again. All of these folks are so talented and they've been working so hard to put out all of these games that we're playing. I know the team behind Mass Effect Legendary is probably a little sleepy, but pretty excited that everybody's actually had a chance to play it now, and it's so fun to see the reactions. So I really want everybody to show how much they love these developers, as well as make sure to check out direct.edmontonscreen.com. Last week, actually, we showed off a bunch of these amazing folks, as well as we created this really awesome video that actually shows you developer work from the U of A level all the way up to BioWare. So we're really, really thankful to have our friends at BioWare, Improbable, Beamdog, Serious Labs, all of these folks, especially our friends at Epic, who don't like to come out to play as much, but do exist. But we are so excited to be here, and I can't wait for you all to have an amazing day. Have a fantastic time and get some amazing art. And next up, there's an absolutely amazing video from the Canadian Food Banks. So make sure that you stay tuned to that and enjoy the rest of the day.
It's generally described that the first modern food bank in Canada is the Edmonton Food Bank. Again, not that Edmonton is the first place that would feed those who are hungry in the inner city, but to use a food bank model that comes out of the States.
We could use this wasted food to help these people who needed the food.
And so that's how it got started, and then the formalization of a food bank got started in 1981.
Certainly we've been very fortunate and worked very hard to build relationships with over 250 agencies, churches, schools, and food depots. And it's those partnerships that enables the food that comes into the food bank warehouse to go out to the broader community. We know that there's still lots of work to be done.
We still need the food bank to do what it's always done, but if we really want to transform people's lives, we need to go beyond food.
We had an individual come in, and in the Hamperline program, you'll sometimes have special requests. And in this one, it was the special request was birthday cake, and we were able to meet that request. So I remember giving the hamper to the family, and I always get emotional. The little fella sees it and says, "This is the best day ever." And here I am, a guy giving out donated food, and this is this kid's best day. So it leaves a mark for me. I'm a sympathetic old guy, and it's a story that I just can't get out of my head, that my donated food is this kid's best day.
We struggled greatly until somebody let us know that the food bank exists and that there's such a service that we could reach out to.
When they started helping us out and I had lunches and I had snacks, that was the last thing I had to worry about. Then I was more worried about, okay, how can I fit in with a group? And
so what's a good day when we would receive food from the food bank? And that day was always a day when there was a Skippy's peanut butter that was in the bottom of the bag. And when I saw it, it just kind of lit up. It just made my day.
What we do, working side by side with the Edmonton food banks who do so much for this city. It's truly an honor to get to work with them, and that's Canada and that's Edmontonians in general, as people looking out for each other.
Giving is something that we need to put more emphasis on if we're going to continue having the kind of society that we're all proud to live in. And as part of that, giving is central to the theory of give and ye shall receive.
Giving.
Community.
Sharing.
Taking care.
Compassion.
Equity.
Non-judgmental.
Compassion.
Survival.
Security.
Friendship.
Community.
Life.
Essential.
Meaningful contribution.
Togetherness.
hope.
Together.
Hello everyone, my name is Andrew. I'm a cinematic systems designer at BioWare, and thank you for joining us for another Gamers for Groceries. As tradition demands, we have gathered another group of artists, some new, some returning, to join the fray, to bring your D&D characters to life! Whether they be highborn or humble adventurer, human, elf, genasi, or loxodon, we welcome all characters. For a $20 donation to Food Banks Canada, you can have your very own sketch of your Dungeons & Dragons character. On screen, you can see some of the sketch requests that we've had from our previous charity stream. Joining me this year are fellow artists Chelsea Wong, Jen Forth, Rudy Patterson, Serena Tang, and Sylvia Moon. Please do check them out on Twitter and give them a follow if you like what you see. We're currently looking at 30 slots for character requests this year, so make sure you get a spot before they all get filled up. Hello, John. How's it going?
I first off had to wipe away some tears from that video. The Food Banks Canada sent that over, and we've
That
seen
was
it a
really
bunch of
well done.
times. It's really well produced. What else is really well done? Segue is this art here. I remember we talked just 6 months ago, and I was blown away because this is gosh darn magic to see the people here. I saw the full shot you did with all the characters. I'm not. I don't know you. I know you can't play favorites, but my favorite on your list here is 27 because when you say D&D characters, and it's coming up, I was not expecting number 27 at the bottom there. Oh, this one. Because like I don't know a lot of shotguns in my D&D character games, but you know what? I'm here for it. Shotgun Pete is a winner in my book because it's just there's an entire adventure and story and narrative in just that one. It is really truly what they say, 1,000 words going on in that picture. Do you remember who drew that one?
Great.
I can't read this. I don't know the signature.
That was drawn by Vasca, who could not join us this year.
Oh, okay. Well, Vasca, you did great last year. Maybe next time, if there's a next time, hopefully there's a next time, we can have you back. I think this is worth clarifying that D&D character tends to have, but we can maybe stretch the bounds a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, you could probably squeak by in like general fantasy character, I suppose.
That is, oh, you can keep the slideshow going. I'm sorry, I made you pause and threw you off there.
I just want to bask in the glory that is Shotgun Pete.
Yeah. So $20 Canadian even. So if you're in the States, that's like $6.50. That's like a large mocha.
2 pennies, really.
2 pennies. Do we even have pennies in the States anymore? They do. They do have pennies in the States still. I was not expecting that. So let's talk a little bit about the process here. How, you've been doing an amazing job, and I want to give a big credit to you also for wrangling all these people. How did you find such amazing artists to come on board? Like, what is the path to finding these people? Is it just keep your eyes open on Twitter, or is there more to it?
So the majority of thanks goes out to Serena for that one because she is very much involved in the local art community here in Edmonton. So she is more or less our recruitment officer for this screen.
Oh, such an amazing job. So I know we asked some of these questions last time, but I'm going to come back around to it. I am seeing a lot of variety of characters from last time. My question to you is, what is your go-to? If you could draw any of you listed a big list of different types and races and species and stuff like that from Dungeons and Dragons, and I didn't recognize all of them, so I'm out of the game for a while. Do you have a favorite that you like to draw?
Or do I have a favorite?
Yeah,
personally, I really like elves. Just
okay.
It's just human with pointy ears. It's
wow, shots fired against elves. I think mine's the Dragonborn. I think there's a lot. Dragonborn is, to me, there's so many body types for it. You have ones that are very fierce, ones that are much more smooth and streamlined. It's a whole range of it's the entire lizardkin family for those there. Do people in Canadian dollar is going up? Thank you in chat. Do people out in chat have any favorite types of D&D classes or races or configurations? I'm not too classist, if you will. Like I'm happy playing anything and seeing anything, but from an accessory standpoint, I like a good hat. Do you have a good accessory, Andrew?
Cloaks.
Cloaks.
Yeah, I love cloaks. I was walking down the street the other day in downtown, and someone was wearing a full cloak, and I was like, "You're living the life, man! Like, living the dream."
I have a cloak that's a full cloak that's in my closet. I will not. Okay, if we reach, we'll make it a stretch goal. I'll wear the cloak, but it's so warm. It's way too warm to wear a cloak. It's our 2 weeks Edmonton, spring and summer, so I won't wear the cloak unless there's a lot of money raised. Do you play a lot of D&D?
Oh, not as much as I would like, but I do try to play at least once a week.
Gotcha. What kind of flex is that? I don't play a lot, just only once a week. Like there's, wow, only once a week. Wow. Are cloaks an adventuring risk? I remember a classic movie that I won't name by brand that said that cloaks/capes were a risk. Do you feel that cloaks are safe to use in a dungeon of traps?
I feel like whether the players have a cloak on their person or not, there's always going to be the one person who will just get the party into the worst kinds of scenarios and situations.
So it's not the cloak, it's the person.
Yes.
Okay, so it's definitely not clothing makes the character here. It's the character makes the clothing.
They are definitely a cloak personified at that point.
Okay. From a pose standpoint, what kind of pose do you like to sketch? Is it like a special action pose, or like a motion or a verb you like to visualize?
I guess it really depends on the character's personality. So one of the questions we have in there in the request form is like, what is your character's personality like? Like how they interact with the party, with other people, what do they wear out on a night in the town, what they wear out to battle. And I think like you can kind of get like a sense of the character from that and how they would portray themselves, whether they're like high energy, whether they're more broody. And I think it just comes organically from there.
Okay. Speaking of that form, do you have an option to like maybe read off some of the questions what people are asking? Because it's a pretty straightforward form, but there might be some confusion around there.
Yeah. So there's simple things like what's your character's name, what race are they, what class, how do they appear physically? Are they tall? Are they slim? Are they portly? Are they just a skeleton with a hat? Yeah, they're pretty straightforward questions, I feel.
Skeleton with a hat. That sounds like it should be its own class in D&D from now on. We should get to 6th edition and just make skeleton with a hat as the entire.
I'd be really interested if we get a loxodon, which I mentioned earlier, which is basically like a big elephant humanoid. Yeah. So imagine like
Babar? Like the Babar book? Am I saying that right?
Yeah, like if Babar was a paladin in the Forgotten Realms. They would probably be a loxodon.
My brain is kind of like broken. Babar the Paladin. All right, I'd read that book. So when you say when you take like the description feels a little small. So like they say brooding as like a description. What does that, is that just in the face? Is that also like how do you take a single adjective and turn it into a whole character, or maybe a few adjectives? Let's just go with one like that.
Well, to me, it's like a full body performance. So brooding would be like kind of like hunched over, and they got the scowly expression, like don't talk to me. I don't want to be associated with you. And it's just this full body acting. I feel.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. When you get those kind of things, you mix it up there. Does brooding look different for an elf than it does for a dragonborn, or are they all kind of the same general? Do elves, when they're brooding, their ears get really different, or is it just?
That's a very good question. Like I could see you could get like different acting beats from like elf ears, or if it's a dragonborn, maybe you can do something like with their tails or like
smoke or
like smoke coming out their nostrils because they
Yeah.
breathe fire. There's a lot of things, and I guess having the questions be so open and maybe the answers being so vague or general, it gives a lot of room for creativity for our artists to like really dive in and find the essence of that character.
What I find fascinating about this whole process is that form is just a few very quick questions that you can fill out in just a minute after you donate. Everybody from last year came back thrilled. They were all overjoyed. And I'm like, you took a vague couple of adjectives, maybe a few proper nouns, and you nailed it. Your team of artists nailed it every single time. Why are you so awesome?
I can't take credit for that. All of the credit goes to our awesome team of artists and all the hard work that they're gonna put in today for the character requests. And we've got a great panel this year. I'm excited to see what they managed to accomplish.
Oh yeah, I mean, I love checking into it. Do you have one you've started? Yeah. Do you have a?
I have a general shape of something,
Ooh,
but
I love shapes. They're some of my favorite forms of matter.
It's not set up to share right now, so maybe
Okay,
we'll
that's
have
fine.
to
I don't want to
show
rush you.
off at the next check-in.
No problem. No problem. We have a bunch of panels coming up. We'll be coming back here now. The art check-in is not on the schedule for everybody, so we'll be coming back. But we just didn't put it on there because there's a lot of chunks. We wanted to keep it clean. Um, on the rest of the schedule, I know you'll be arting and you'll have us on in the background. Is there a segment coming up that you're excited for?
Ooh, a segment that I'm excited for. Let's hear.
We've got all about animation, which don't get me wrong here. Animation is just art really fast, right?
It's like multiple art just firing at your brain, like
Yeah, it's just a
30
lot of
times a
arts.
second.
Yeah, or 24.9, depending on how you're viewing it.
Okay.
We've got Resume Mayhem, which is a placeholder name I said 2 months ago and it stuck. So I'm really happy that we couldn't think of anything better.
Really
where we're
catchy.
going to go over and talk about, one of the most common questions we get is, how do I get a job in the game industry? And, that's a very simple question. What we're going to do is break it down step by step. And I've got a great person, Dan John Cox from Blizzard. We've got Nathan from We Make Game. Oh, no, did I forget the exact title? And I'm going to feel bad because I'm stumbling now. We have Nathan from Work with Indies. Yes, sorry. We have Katie Bieber from Bioware, the senior recruiter, which does not mean she recruits seniors. It means she is a senior professional. A lot of people confuse that one. We also have coming up on the schedule, which I just minimized, so now I have to pull it up again. We also have video game trivia. I was told that my trivia is too mean and too hard. So we extended the timers from 10 seconds to 20 seconds to give people enough time to Bing, AltaVista, or ask Jeeves for help on them, because I was told my trivia was too hard. But I'll give a spoiler to everybody out there, because we have lots of prizes for trivia, including some copies of a recent game that involves space and is actually a trilogy. Lyco Search is a good choice there, 2-player Pawn Zero. Dogs. The first set of trivia involves a lot of good doggos. So if you want to get ahead, think dogs. Right. And then
John, that trivia, all of our viewers can just participate along right in
it's
Twitch.
It's gonna be right in Twitch. So there are two things you need to do, and we'll talk about when you start the trivia. There's two things you need to do to be able to play and win at trivia. One, you need to be watching the stream. That one's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, if you can win without watching the stream, I'll be super impressed. But I would recommend watching. Secondly, there'll be a little app in the corner that you click on that you need to say, and it's probably right there right now. It's called Quiz Kit. So if you don't know where it is, look around on your screen. There'll be a little thing that calls Quiz Kit. Quiz Kit. You'll want to highlight that and give it permission to just show. That's the only thing it asks for, is to show your Twitch name. If we do not see your Twitch name, we can't give you a prize. So the only way to win is to show up on the stream and to have your Twitch name showing. So keep an eye out for it. One thing I will mention before I continue on the schedule here is that it is technically possible to give us bits and to subscribe to this channel. If that's the only way you can donate and you feel really compelled to donate, we will make it work. But it is incredibly more easy for us if you just go to our Tiltify link at tiltify.com/@gamersforgroceries/gamersgroceries2. That is much easier for us, and you'll get a tax receipt probably and all that. So it's the best way. But if that's the way you have to do it, that you want to cheer or something, we'll make it work. But we really want you going that way. After video game trivia, there's 2 rounds. There's easy and medium. The hard round for trivia comes at the end, and we have to reach our goal of 3,500. The hard round, I was told, is pure evil. They're all Googleable if you know the exact keywords, but they're all evil. So, but I will say they're all games that I personally have played. So that's not a flex. That's just saying that they do exist. This is possible. After that, we have the writer's block. This is featuring Mary Kirby, Karen Weeks, Cheryl Chi, and Patrick Weeks. These are some of my most favorite people in the world. I'll probably say that for every panel, but seriously, I always struggle with this panel because they make me laugh too much, and it's really hard to host while they're making you laugh a lot. So if you want to hear some writers just talk about Writers Town or wherever writers go, I don't know, maybe Writers Village. This is a great panel for you, and they're some of the best people. It's super fun. Following that, we have another placeholder name that made it through the entire process, which is called Mass Affection. We have some amazing Bioware devs who are going to be talking about Mass Effect, and it's going to be mainly focused on like the process and the craft. So it's a little different than some of the general stuff you've seen from the promotions for Mass Effect Legendary Edition available in stores now. So you're getting some different answers and different insights because we're focusing on the craft here. One update to that, Crystal McCord was not able to attend today, taking care of something else. So just a minor changeover. It'll still be an amazing panel. As much as I love working with Crystal, it's unfortunate that sometimes it doesn't work out. Finally, the panel, not finally, but next is the panel that I'm most bittersweet about. It's the programming variables. I'm no longer a programmer. I am now a technical director, so I don't get to write code anymore. They took that away from me. They ripped it out of my heart. Programming variables is going to feature Katrina Barkwell, George Coomber, Alex Thompson, and Jeff Ryan. What they're going to do is they're going to talk about programming. And they're not going to sit down and just like write some C++ code, which would be interesting to me. But what they're going to do is they're going to talk about the different disciplines and the subcategories, I guess subclasses if we're talking about character classes here for D&D, and they're going to show the different ways that these different disciplines actually work together, because there's a physics programmer, a pipeline programmer, RPG systems, a gameplay programmer. They're all different programming roles. But from the outside, not seeing the craft, people tend to go, oh, programming is programming. It's like, not at all, my friends. Programming is a wide discipline, and everybody has their specialties. And then the last panel before the bonus trivia is called the Dev Goggles. We have a special guest, Nagai Kroll from Hit Detection. We have Megan Sumner from Improbable, and myself. And we're going to talk about how developers see games. Now, this one's also an interesting panel because once you see how, the sausage is made, you look at games kind of differently. You know the process, you know what goes into it. And we're going to talk a little bit about how making games affects how you see games, and in some sense, how it affects how you play games. So we're going to have a really nice panel to wrap it up there. And then, as I said, finally, the last panel is going to be our bonus trivia, which is $3,500. Last year, we raised over $5,000. So again, I'm not trying to put that bar too high up there, but an extra round of trivia means an extra round of prizes. So don't want to miss out on that. And yeah, so I just spoke for 5 minutes straight. And I didn't give you a chance to talk, Andrew. How about yourself?
I'm looking forward to the trivia myself, I think.
Oh.
I think that's going to be a fun round.
Oh, here's the stakes. All right, we got a minute here. Here's the stakes. Everybody out there in viewership land, right there. For every question that is the majority get right, for easy and medium trivia, I will donate $5. So if you want to hive mind and make me pay some money, work together and answer those questions correctly, and I'll donate $5. There's 10 questions per set. So that's $100 in the first 2 rounds, easy and medium, if you all work together and get the majority right. Now, of course, the prisoner dilemma is if you wait to do together as a community, you may not be the first place person to win a prize. Interesting. Secondly, if you really want to make me pay some money, hard trivia. For every question the community gets right together, I will pay $10 for the majority right. If the majority of people get the answer right, I'll pay $10 per question. That's an extra $100. So if you wanna make me sweat it, maybe work as a community. And if we break the target for that trivia before Dev Goggles, I will try to force Mr. Baldwin to raise the timer on hard trivia to 30 seconds, because right now it's 20. So I might be even more generous if we can get that goal early on. With that said, I believe it's time for us to move into all about animation, which is going to be a lot of fun. So until next time, all the
We'll
best
check in
out
with
there.
you all later.
Yeah.
Blank words there. Blank stare.
I feel like now is a good time to be telling jokes before. I don't know. Are we on?
What did the? I don't know.
All right, I will assume we're on. Hi, my name is Baldwin Lee. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm here to introduce these amazing animators. And I just realized I'm sorry for the alliteration, but if we could start with Chelsea, if you could do your intro.
Hi, I'm Chelsea, gameplay animator. That's it.
I'm Esther. I'm Esther Coe. I go by she, her pronouns, and I'm a lead creature animator at Bauer.
Hi, I'm Jill, she, her pronouns, and I'm a senior technical animator at BioWare.
Yeah, everyone.
So, what does animator mean? Chelsea, if you want to start off, like what's your day-to-day like? What's your What's your sprint work like?
So I'm on the creature team. So right now we're just working on different creatures. So I have tasks and just go through those, get bugs too, but mostly just standing up the animations for each creature that I own. So it's a lot of going through mocap data.
Yeah, thanks.
How about you, Esther?
Well, how about me? I because of my leadership role on this project, I have a wide spread of responsibilities, and a lot of overlap with what Chelsea does, but just not as well because Chelsea's just better. And then I also do, because of the lead things, I collaborate across disciplines at more of a high level to um, for us to like figure out together how to bring creatures to life the best way for everyone. And then I work within our gameplay team as a lead, driving more of those decisions on how to make those individual enemies sparkle. And then, so day to day, that includes stuff like fixing a specific animation because it looks like my worst dev nightmare, or giving feedback on a work in progress rig with one of our awesome tech animation partners, or reviewing in progress concepts or models with our amazing artist partners, or looking at like our overall creature lineup with the lead creature gameplay designer, my new best friend on this project. So there's just a lot of like different levels of things that I get to work on.
Awesome. And Jill, I've heard you tell lots of people that you're not actually an animator. So
Technically, I'm not an animator. I'm a tech animator. Haha. Technical animator. It's a little bit difficult to describe the job sometimes because it'll vary from place to place. At BioWare, we're lucky enough to have a pretty big tech anim team to support our animators. So each tech animator has sort of a different specialty. In general, the kinds of things we do is, I mean, it's animation support and character art support. So one of the primary things a tech animator does is rig the characters, which is like if you get a character from an artist, it's basically a little statue, and the tech animator builds kind of a puppet rig inside so that the animators can pose it. My area of specialty at the moment is more specifically faces and hair. So I'm building the control structure for face animation. So that's pretty cool.
It's very
you
cool.
you kind of have to do all that stuff. You kind of have to do all that stuff before animators can get in there and do their animations as well.
Exactly. Yeah. I guess without us, there is no animation. But if
Without
we
Chelsea.
do our job well, you can't sort of tell that we're there anyway.
Fair enough. Chelsea, what can you tell me? What kind of decisions you do make from on a daily basis?
So on the creature team, we each have creatures that we own individually. So I head up conversations with the ones that I do own with the different departments, like when they're making the proxy models. I'll talk to the artists about the model they're making, making sure that it's going to work with what our animation vision is for the creature, and if it's using a same rig as another creature, just make sure that the that it works. It'll come through. Another thing was audio recently I was working with. So we kind of work with all the different departments just to spearhead any issues early on to make sure that it's all going to work before we get like the model back and the model doesn't work, or what audio is doing isn't what we were envisioning, or just, yeah.
And that's kind of happening throughout.
Yeah, that happens throughout the whole time. There's a lot of bugging tech anim, just a lot of back and forth with tech anim, just making sure everything's working, and game design, our design team. Um, yeah.
That was good. Esther, do you have anything to add? I guess there's a bit more of that kind of decision making, and in terms of like what kind of direction to take things. Can you speak a bit to that as well?
Yeah, I guess like the everything I'm calling shots on are kind of related to four things, like what enemies we're gonna make, how we're gonna make them, what order we're gonna make them in. Oh, it's five actually, because how much time we spend on them and then when they're done. And it's uh, kind of in tandem with our design partners and then all of our disciplines that we work alongside. And then my focus is just like, what is the animation proponent of all those items?
How about you, Jill? What kind of decision making are you doing there?
For tech animation, it's usually working with animation to make sure that they can achieve, the movements they want with their characters. For me specifically, since I'm working on faces, um, first we had to sort of decide how the face rig was going to work, like how the control structure would be. So we do a lot of performance capture of live actors for things like cinematics and also gameplay animation, but mostly cinematics. So the rig for body and face has to be able to accurately capture the full range of expressions and emotions that the actor is portraying. So, but it also needs to be able to be hand adjusted by animation afterwards. So first we sort of decided how the rig was going to be built. Then we need to build different characters' faces. So right now, the sort of stage I'm working on most is uh, setting up actual heads that we're getting from character art and getting them through the pipeline. And then we, get feedback from cinematics. Maybe they say, oh, when this character's smiling, the cheek looks a little crooked. So we, go in and adjust that however it needs to be done. That's so a lot of polish, just trying to get realism.
And kind of like Kelsey was saying before, sometimes they throw things back, like this isn't moving quite as I was hoping it would. How
Yeah.
about the hair? Because I know hair tech's come quite a long ways in the last few years. Like, can you describe some of the complexities of that?
Hair is very complex to get right.
Weird.
In the in the past, most games have used card-based hair, which is basically like sheets of a polygon sheet with a texture on it that looks like hair and sort of layers of transparency. But real hair is sort of is strand-based, individual strands. So we're starting to look into that kind of tech to try to get more realistic, more beautiful hair. But there's always a performance cost to hair. Um, Layers of transparent things are always an expense, so you need to balance like it looks good, it moves well, but it doesn't make your computer chug or your console chug. So we're kind of in the past the prototype. Well, I guess we're in the prototype stage, but we almost have a set pipeline. But it's always fun to experiment, especially when things go wrong. People's
I think
hairs.
your mic's a little bumped out, by the way. Yeah.
Sorry, I guess my cat made a
A little bit, yeah. But yeah, that reminds, like, I remember working on, I think it was Mass 2 or something, and they did Miranda's hair like perfectly, kind of thing, and it was as expensive as a full character. So I don't know how you make the decision on how to bind that, to
Well,
bound that.
depends on the character importance and how many are on screen at the time. Like when you're in gameplay and you're fighting, a bunch of monsters or whatnot, you're not going to give full beautiful hair to all the monsters and all the characters because it'll cost too much. So if you have a helmet on, that's a convenient way to get rid of that hair. Um, but if it's a cinematic scene, dramatic with like two characters talking, those two characters, there's
Then you
fewer
bring
things
out
on
the real
screen.
hair.
Yeah, they have
You
a
bring out the
better
fancy stuff.
budget for nicer hair. Some of the hair on Anthem was actually quite expensive in cinematics, but we kept having getting bugs back from QA saying like this character's hair is tripling the performance cost of the scene. So then it would sort of go back to character art, take away some of the cards, put it back in. It's a tough balance. Quality versus cost.
I wish all the characters could have beautiful strand hair.
Oh, yes, luscious locks everywhere.
We're gonna do
It's
our
the kind of
best.
thing that I'm sure the animators really notice, and I just can't, I just don't. My
Spend like
untrained
an
eye.
hour in character creation in
Oh yeah.
games.
Well,
Game
before you're
hair.
talking about like performance capture, like what does that look like for animators? Chelsea, if you want to start that out.
Yeah, so it's a little bit different now with the pandemic. We can't actually go all to the capture lab in Vancouver, but we all get in a giant Zoom call and they have a bunch of different camera angles of the actor or actors, and then whoever's directing the shots will be like on a big screen in the capture lab so the actors can see us, and we'll just kind of communicate with them what we're looking for each shot. And a lot of the times you I don't you don't want to be like too prescriptive with what they're doing because we hired them, they're actors, they know what they're doing, they have a lot of experience, so we give them like vague instructions and then throw like, what if you're getting attacked by bees? And then they'll just like riff off that and
What if?
yeah, and give you some really good captures. We work with a lot of talented actors, so it's a lot of fun. We actually just recently did a shot or a mocap shoot, so that was pretty cool. Um, but yeah, they have all the little markers on their suits. A lot of cool weapon props.
Was it easier to do when you were able to go to the site, or just kind of different?
So I never actually I was able to physically go to a mocap shoot before pandemic, so this is kind of all I've known. Which I find it actually a really I feel like there's more productivity that happens now that we're all not going there, because if it's not my turn to direct in a shot, I can be working on something else on my computer or for work.
Yeah, fair enough.
Um, so we're not all just in Vancouver,
Yeah,
but
sitting around the
yeah,
studio waiting for your turn, sort of thing.
yeah. I do think it's probably a pretty cool experience to be there at the shoot. Um, I did get to. We had these XNs mocap
What does that mean?
suits. So we I can't remember. I think Xsense is the name of the company, but they have these motion capture suits that they sent us that we can use a laptop and
Oh,
the
okay.
suit and just go anywhere and shoot motion capture, which is really cool. It's not as high fidelity as what we get in the capture lab, but it's really good for like prototyping stuff. So we were able to do some of that before the pandemic. We went to like a park and just shot some like running around in the hills and stuff. Just
Nice.
cool.
As you do, just run in
Yeah,
the
just
hills.
frolicking in the hills.
Can you speak a bit more to that, Esther? Like I think you've done some mocap shoots before the pandemic, yeah?
Yeah, I was lucky enough to go on a couple. I agree with the productivity thing because I love being able to like multitask and pop around. I think the one thing that's missing is just like the people aspect of it, which if you hate people, then like you're good. But like part of the joy of being on the mocap shoot for me was actually getting to like be physically on site and like when we have our lunch breaks we get to talk with the capture team and like the actors that are they're always like awesome people too, whereas when you're on a mocap shoot in a call it's so like tech dependent and very specific, and you have to be like very careful with every single thing that you're doing, so you don't get as much interfacing time outside of the shoot to kind of warm up and like become more comfortable with each other. So that's like the one thing I feel like is missing, but it doesn't impact like necessarily the quality of the work that we get to do. It's just the people thing.
I feel like part of that more productivity thing is you're not going out for like drinks and stuff afterwards. So
Yeah, you just
Yeah.
go, you just click off call and then switch back to your normal things.
I did find it was a little bit challenging in one of the shoots that we did. We had some actors who were very well trained in dancing, but then we were trying to get them to do some combat stuff, and they weren't really trained for that. And I can't really like. There's only so much I can portray through my
sure.
camera of like describing an ability.
Are you saying you're really
It's
good at
like
dance
double.
fighting?
No, I'm not.
If you were there, you could show them what to do,
But I
right?
could like, I don't know, visualize it better if I was there. It was very hard to like describe what like a dodge to attack is through the camera to somebody who has like no idea what combat or playing
Mm,
video game is.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah. Well, I feel like even
challenge.
like we were like acting things out, but you're just in this tiny
Yeah, I'm
little
just like in a box.
frame, so you're like, okay, you can't see my feet, but I'm like stepping this way and
Yeah.
that, and you're like holding a broom, because that's the closest thing nearby, and you're like, pretend this is a blah blah blah. It's not a broom, so it's just fun chaos. A
Yes.
little bit less controlled environment.
And you still use, like, Jill, you still have performance capture for your faces you were talking about too, right?
The pandemic has really affected that badly because in order to record performance capture, the actor gets usually dots painted on their face by a makeup artist in specific locations, and
Is it
we
just a special kind of paint?
no, it's like I'm not sure what it is. It's just a makeup that doesn't melt too quickly. I mean, if I was doing it at home, I would use a waterproof eyeliner, but I'm sure it's
Sure.
not that. But either way, we cannot do that. Like you can't have someone up in someone else's face. So we haven't been recording faces at the moment. For the cinematic team was usually the ones who would be supervising that kind of things. I could not speak to how they are handling it, but as far as I know, you still can't have someone up in someone's face. I guess
Fair enough.
it's risky.
One of the questions from the stream was, Jill, do you also animate the faces of creatures or just humanoids?
We don't have any creatures. Well, yeah, creatures have, they might open their jaws, or depending on, how big and how detailed the creature's face is, they might have like angry eyebrows. I don't work on the creatures myself. Another one of our tech animators specializes in rigging those, but yeah, they could certainly make some expressions. It's not quite as much as a humanoid though.
Awesome.
I feel like it's depending, like not all creatures are the same in a game, right? So there's like different contexts, whereas like a boss, and like it also appears in cinematics where like, Joe's like expert finesse, and then something that's like just some grunty thing that you don't really see, and you just unfortunately murder it really easily. That one, then we're like we try to invest our time effectively.
Mm.
So it's hard to say a blanket statement, but it just like kind of depends on its place in the game as well.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
also a cost to full face. Like the more detailed the face, the more joints it has, which the more cost you have performance. So you probably wouldn't want to fill your screen with a whole bunch of extremely detailed face having people with flowing locks of hair.
Well, BioWare has a lot of cinematics, so.
Yeah, in a cinematic, sure.
Yeah, for some reason, all the characters are just like flipping their hair
Oh
left, right,
yeah,
and
They
center.
all have
Just...
Fabio hair.
Fabio. Yeah. Wind machine turns on as soon as the cinematic starts.
So yeah, Chelsea, like if you could all kind of describe how you got into your role and if someone was interested in that field, what would they do to kind of pursue that?
Do you want me to start with like
Please, yeah.
school or
Sure.
okay.
Or how you got into it at all? Like, were you interested always, or did you just kind of land into it?
Yeah, so I was always I played a lot of video games growing up and watched a lot of animated films, so I knew I wanted to do something kind of in that realm. And I went to the University of Central Florida, and they have a program that kind of dabbles in everything. So it was a nice program to figure out what exactly I wanted to do, and then figured out I really like animating. So then after that, I took some courses at Animation Mentor and I Animate, and those really taught me a lot. And I worked at indie studio in Florida, and then got a job at Tiburon in working on the Madden team, and then that kind of segued into, well, BioWare's owned by EA, and what if we applied for jobs at BioWare? And then so we moved up here to Edmonton and get to work on some really cool games that I've spent so many hours in college playing BioWare games. It's kind of crazy to me that I work here.
Awesome. If someone were to kind of also follow in your footsteps, they wanted to be an animator, anything you would suggest specifically? Did any of those programs, were
Yeah,
they better
I
than
think
others that you might suggest, or?
yeah, I think if you know what specialty you want to do, like you want to do animation, I would just go to Animation Mentor or I Animate. I like the um the game track in I Animate. I thought was really good. But they're both really good. And then maybe there's some like Unreal tutorial classes. Doing stuff like that always helps too to have some game dev experience.
Sounds good. How about you, Esther? What kind of path did you take?
I love these segues.
what,
Like, how
what,
are you?
why are you
I
already cracking up?
uh, I I didn't know that this was a legitimate job, so I like switched my major 1,000 times in undergrad, and then I knew I wanted to do something creative. So then I was freelance graphic designing in New York City and lost and running around. And my karaoke league teammate, I was in a karaoke league team, and then my teammate, she knew I was lost, and her mother actually worked in the industry at the time. So she was like, "Oh, why don't you talk to my mom? Maybe that's a viable thing." So that set a whole thing in action. I did actually go to a graduate program that's their focus was game development, and they had like the artist track and like production or like the tech track. So I did go to school specifically for it. However, I would say like everyone I know in games, they got into it in a different way. So there's very clearly not a like you need to have known this and you have to go to these schools and these are the steps you have to do this order in order to be successful. Every single one of my friends, they like did it this way, did it this way. They did this kind of school. They did this other kind of like self education. And some of them started right after school. Some of them got in like their 30s and 40s. So there's like, I would say to anyone that you don't have to feel when you hear these stories from different developers that like, oh, I missed my chance because I didn't do this already, or I need to do it this way. But in terms of like options, there's a lot of options available. Like Chelsea said, there's a lot of online schools you can take, and they don't necessarily need to be a program too. You can take like one-off classes. There's a lot of like YouTube tutorials, like different animators that have built their own like online courses that you can buy and just kind of like or not buy, just watch for free. There's online conferences. There's stuff that you don't necessarily need to pay a massive price tag for. Then you can kind of DIY your education as well, depending on your needs and your finances. And then along with that, there's a lot of like online communities. Like I know a lot of the game developers I met were actually just through being on Twitter. So that having like building your peers to be able to like grow together, that's been essential for me. And I know that like with animation, especially, it helps to have other people to bounce ideas off of, to get feedback off of, to lift each other up. And then in the game developer part of it, especially as a gameplay animator, because that's the only context I really know, is it's always good to be able to speak to like working in part of a pipeline. So like on your own, there's lots of open tutorials for like building an Unreal or Unity, like making a character run in a sandbox level. So those kind of things could be an additional skill set to learn if you really want to have more exposure and experience to like starting out in that kind of space as well. Uh, yeah, I kind of branched off to a different topic, but
A little bit. It's
hopefully that
okay.
was semi
All
good
good stuff,
answer.
yeah.
Coherent. And I imagine, well, Jill, I'm really curious here. It's a little bit less obvious, probably, that tech animation would be, a job path that you could go down. Speak to that.
Yeah, similar to Esther, I had no idea about this job existing. Like I'm a very old woman, and when I was a child, video games were in 2D and had 1 to 4 colors. But I've been playing video games since I was 6. So my mom brought home her first like Apple II clone computer,
Nice.
and she was teaching herself to program in BASIC. So I started doing a bit of that. So I was always really curious about games and how they're made, and I always liked art too. And I went to fine arts in college. Somehow never realized, even though games finally got 3D characters, that like games have art in them. But after the sort of being an independent artist thing wasn't proving to be my cup of tea, I realized, oh, games have art. I'm gonna figure out how to do that. And ended up going to Seneca College in Toronto and they had a general digital animation course there. I think they now have a full game animation program, but at the time it was meant to be more focused on film. But when we got to the point where we're rigging the characters and doing the tech stuff, the teacher specifically said, "Oh, this is the part nobody likes. It's terrible. It's called technical art, and we're just going to get through it as fast as possible. But I need to teach you this stuff." But then I liked it, and I worked as a TA at the school afterwards. And as a TA, you're just doing a lot of problem solving. People come and they're always having problems with the rig or something technical, and every new problem was a challenge to figure out how to solve it, which I enjoyed a lot. And I thought, well, everyone hates it. I don't hate it. That means there must be jobs.
That's
And
smart.
somehow that worked out.
That's true.
At this point, I know there are schools you can go to and specifically study, tech art, tech anim. I know some people who've been to Dawson College in Montreal for that program. But like Esther was saying, it doesn't really matter where you go. The important thing for any art or animation job is prove that you can do the work, have a good portfolio. So whatever you do to have a portfolio and show that you can animate or rig things well is what will work for you. But yeah, my career path, my first job was in 2003 at Turbine Games in Boston. And then I went to Blizzard. I worked there on Diablo 3 for almost 9 years. But while I was at Blizzard, Mass Effect and Dragon Age Origins came out. And I was like, that's in Canada. I'm from Canada. Someday, go back home and I'm going to work at BioWare. Came true. Here I am.
That's awesome.
You're
here.
Well, we have a couple minutes left, and there was a good question from the chat. If you could mocap any animal, what would it be?
Chelsea, like put mocap suit on
I
an animal.
yeah. Let's assume that you didn't have to trap it or anything. You just
Yeah.
would
Humanely
cooperate.
mocap.
Yes.
I would do octopus.
Maybe you could
That would be a
paint.
good one.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Maybe you could paint your little dots on like a kitty cat's nose or something like that. or-
Octopus already has like dots,
That's
suckers.
true. That's a good call.
That's just efficient. Yeah. I mean, what would you not want to mocap? There's
I know.
animals
I
are
just like
awesome.
everything. Have a backlog of all the animals.
You could make a unicorn, right? You could just
Well,
put a
glue.
styrofoam thing on it. And then put a
Yeah,
dot on
there's
there.
porn animates, so
Yeah.
All right,
If I could
awesome.
capture a wild unicorn, then we'll mocap that.
of course, that's step one, obviously.
Step one, find unicorn.
Well,
Oh,
it
yeah,
was
that's a good one. I
awesome.
see in the chat. Otters. Otters. That'd be a good one.
Yeah.
It was awesome talking to you all. I had a lot of fun. This is awesome.
Yay! Oh,
Thank you
crap.
so much.
Yay. Thank you.
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
I have the disc.
We're all just stone faced waiting for the camera to pop up.
I don't even-
Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you all for joining us today for Gamers for Groceries 2 Electronic Boogaloo. This panel is Resumehem, which I still don't know if I like the name or not. I am joined by some wonderful people here today. I am joined by Dan John Cox. Could you please introduce yourself, sir?
Hi, I'm Dan John Cox. I'm a senior 3D artist at Blizzard Entertainment. I've been in the industry for more than a decade, working on lots of different games from big to small, big studios, small studios, and also taught a lot of students for about 8 years in game development. There's my Coles notes.
That is great. It's always good to have goals in your career. And I'm also joined by my current colleague, Katie Bieber. Hello, Katie.
Hello. Yeah, so thanks so much for the introduction, John. So I'm Katie Bieber, senior recruiter for BioWare currently. Unfortunately, not decades in the industry, but love working for BioWare. I'm actually from Edmonton as well. So born and raised Edmontonian, and yeah, just senior recruiter here.
Great. Thank you for joining me today. It's a Saturday in Canada. It's a long weekend. There's actually some sun here in Edmonton. I know you're taking a lot of time out of your schedule to help out and raise some money for charity and also to promote game dev in general. The purpose of this segment is to talk a little bit about the process of getting jobs in games. So like one of the most common questions we get is like, how do I get a job in the game industry? And to get to that, I want to first create the universe. So I want to go back one step. And the first thing I want to talk about is, how do people know game dev is right for them? Like, what are those processes? So I'll start with you, Dan. How can someone practice or get a taste or get a feel for game dev before they commit years and years of their lives to game dev?
Well, I mean, you could. There's so many tools that exist now. The way that I kind of got my start in like getting my feet wet with it was for me Duke Nukem 3D. Um, yeah, it came with a level editor. I also used RPG Maker. There's just about a tool for just about every type of game that you would want to do. Um, the ones that I would recommend for people starting out with are the ones that start you off with some sort of game in the first place, something that you'd like to work on. Um, so, like for example, if you like RPGs, RPG Maker is one of the easiest spots to start with because it gives you the opportunity to go, well, here's some characters. I can start feeding some dialogue together and having some gameplay already integrated for me. Start to do that and start to explore it. My friend and I, spent a weekend doing that at one point, and we had a blast making the game. We also were absolutely horrified by the game that we made and stopped it as soon as we hit a really goofy, dumb part of the game where we realized our narrative was stupid. But that was our choice. That was we really enjoyed the process of it. Went, oh, this is actually a terrible idea what we're making. So, but it gets your feet wet. It gets you excited. It tells you what you like about it and what you don't like pretty quickly. And then you can figure out if you want to go to school for it or other types of options.
Gotcha. Follow-up question. Where can I download that game?
You can't. Well, it was on our
Oh.
PlayStation 1. It was on our PlayStation 1 at the time. Yeah.
Remaster.
Remaster it. Same kind of question to you, Katie. One thing people think about game dev is there's only three flavors. There's programmer, artist, and designer. But that's not true. There's so many different roles, and like your skills are probably more infinitely transferable than mine are when it comes to being a senior recruiter, because every business, every job needs a recruiter. What made game dev something you would choose? Because you could be anywhere basically and be doing the high quality work that you do.
Hey, great question. So I went to school to be an English major. And truthfully, I literally had no idea what I wanted to do. I've always been into video games. I have an older brother. My cat's name is Master Chief. Like I'm very into games, and I've followed Bioware for years and years and years. So I got into recruitment kind of by accident and stuff. So kind of went along that way. And prior to being with Bioware, I was in the financial industry, and I mean, tighten button up suits and stuff are, all well and good. But when I had the chance to join Bioware, it was really, really good. So, what I have to say to a lot of people, especially when you're looking at your career, it's, you may not get your dream job out the gate, but keep trying for certain things, make connections, do those sort of things along the way, and it certainly will, really help you get to kind of that end goal. But I mean, like, everybody needs someone that's able to kind of talk to other people and make those connections and whatnot. So yeah, I guess that's like a little bit of my journey to get here.
I'll add to this. I'll answer my own question, which is cheating because I get to prepare more. One of the things that I highly recommend is that even if you're going indie, unless you're in the very, very, very small segment of indie with like small team size, work with other people. Whether it's university classes, whether it's Dan with his friend in high school. I had friends that did stuff in university that is on the internet, and no, I will not tell you how to find it, which are some really devastatingly weird projects. But it got a chance to work on different stuff, and what's really nice about that is that it allows you to divide the tasks up and say, I tried this. When I was at university course, I tried AI programming. Like, no, this isn't for me. I like gameplay more, or other areas like that. Game jams are amazing. I highly recommend, just even if you don't feel comfortable making something, you can just go and observe most game jams and have people like explain. You can ask questions, and even asking questions is technically a really important job for game development, because like they want that feedback, they want player insight, and seeing it and expressing it there. So one thing I want to ask about the application process is, where do you find jobs? Like, that may be a weird question, but because the spectrum is very big on where you can find a job. Like, let's start with you, Katie. If someone wants to apply to a AAA studio or company, what's the best way they get started on that?
Yeah, so truthfully, like probably the best areas to go are LinkedIn, Indeed, kind of those big sort of areas. We'll be posting everywhere there. Bioware.com/careers, plug, hey, we're hiring. So I mean, those are some really good places to start. Especially with like ArtStation, we take a look there, especially for artists. There's a lot of different places that you really can start looking for it. LinkedIn is great, especially if you do start growing out your network and everything like that, because you can actually, directly message people. I mean, obviously, don't spam them. Nobody appreciates that. But you can always reach out, ask for advice and stuff from people. I'm happy to do so if I have the time to give a little bit of advice to people. But other than that, it's just kind of keep your ear to the ground, make those connections, network, and always just kind of keep in touch with people, right?
Mhm. And Dan, you mentioned you worked at different size studios. How does this process vary depending on the size of the studio? Do they all have these big giant recruitment sites and stuff?
It is it's both different and the same. Um, what Katie's talking about exactly with networking is so ugh, it's so invaluable. Um, when there's a lot of hiring going on, a lot of times you're just looking at portfolios, and sometimes people's portfolios aren't always exactly what that person's skill set purely is. Mine, for example, like some of the most relevant work that I had for getting my current job was actually in work that I'm not supposed to show. Um, and the
Yeah.
fact of the matter is, sometimes, yeah, sometimes you've got to show stuff that you can't show or that you have to hide. This is a thing that we like to not talk about and pretend that it isn't the case, but a lot of people need to be able to see stuff that is harder to show. Now, soft skills, for example, are harder to show as well, but not contractually obligated not to show. Um, and so actually talking to people, networking with people is really invaluable. One thing I always recommended to my students was to actually get in touch with people that they admire in the industry, to make a small list, like 10 people that they actually really admire in the industry, even if it's like Shigeru Miyamoto, and actually try to find their email and send a respectful email that says, hey, here's what your work means to me. Here's why I appreciate what you do. And then ask a trivially simple question. Something that they can answer very, very easily, but are not obligated to answer. Questions that are great are like, um, not like what got you into games. That's a story. Something like, for artists, for environment artists, for example, hey, do you still use trim sheets in your workflow? Like, the simpler the question, where a person could almost answer yes, is better. It just means that a person could get your email, see it, and go, "Wow, it's neat to see that somebody really likes my work." And their question is pretty simple. I could say, "Hey, thanks for your kind words. Um, yes," and that can at least get some sort of relationship going, some sort of conversation going, or at the very least, you've told them something nice. Um,
Mhm.
I recommend that as a way of networking, because it's not about networking for the sake of a job. It's about networking to make a relationship, um, to form a bond with somebody of some sort. That's how you should network in this industry. That is the easiest way to find jobs. It's the most long-winded and complicated version of it, but it's the best way to do it long term, and that works for big studios, small studios, whatever.
Gotcha, gotcha. Um, when it comes, you mentioned portfolios, Dan, there, and when you are building portfolio, what, as an artist at least, what do you typically put in there? Like, how do you tailor it per company, or is it just a general portfolio?
That is where you get into the big studio versus small studio stuff. Some big studios, they get such a huge abundance of applicants sometimes. And I'm sure Katie's been dealing with this a lot in recruiting. Is sometimes you just get tons of applicants, especially when you're trying to break into the industry. Associate and junior level positions just get. I'm sure Katie, you could confirm this for me. A lot of
And
applicants.
confirm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, and what that means is you want to make sure that you're showing something. So for a big studio, you want to make sure that you're showing something that is exactly what they're doing. It makes a recruiter's job easier, because then they can know, well, the team has asked for me to hire people that have this kind of work. And it makes it easier for that immediate connection of, we do this kind of work. this is the work that I want to see. We had an applicant at one point for one of our positions who was totally right for us potentially, but our job posting was for an environment artist. This person was a texture artist, and what ended up happening was their application got rejected, even though we could totally have hired this person. And in fact, we have since hired this person for this role. Those things get confused. So, as much as possible with your portfolio for a big studio, try to tailor it to what that studio is doing, especially
Yep.
for entry level. The more tailored to it, the better, because it's easier to get noticed. It's boring and it's not the fun answer, but uh, some people, for example, ArtStation does this well, where you can have actually unique pages specifically with organized and tailored work for just the type of stuff that you want. So you can say, this is my like AAA portfolio. You put it to a specific URL. Those URLs can be pretty cheap, or you can do free versions of connecting that stuff around. Here's my like tailored AAA portfolio. You could even say AAA on the top of it, and have that only go to certain websites where it's the same work you have in your ArtStation, but only a certain subset of those pieces are shown. Only showing your best work, especially to AAA, is like it is invaluable.
Gotcha. The one thing I want to touch on and toss to you, Katie, is the research about that. When you see portfolios coming in and even just resumes, is it easy to tell if someone did or did not do their research when they're applying with that?
Yes, it definitely is. So, for example, on one position, I can easily, like, we'll go with art, for example. So, I can easily go through well over 200 portfolios for just one position.
Wow.
And so, if you don't even include a portfolio, first of all, like, you're not doing yourself a service. And to like speak to Dan's point, like, you tailor your resume for every single position, or you should be. Tailor your resume for every single position that you're applying for. You should do the same thing for your portfolio. So, when I go through, I can kind of tell immediately, hey, you only have like 3 or 4 things on here. It's really not relevant to the style of what we're looking for. Really stylized or really realistic. And really calling stuff out as to what it was that you were specifically responsible for. Like you have that entire area within ArtStation to give the description, give that description, give multiple screenshots, do your little demo reel, do, as much service for yourself as you can. It is certainly work, but once you put in the work, you'll see the benefits that pay off for that. So, when I do go through all those portfolios, I do my best, even if people don't necessarily upload their resume or,
Mhm.
upload certain things, their ArtStation links and stuff. I'll still search up your name and look you up and stuff. So, I do want to give everybody a fair shot that way. But, do link it, do the requirements of these things. And we'll probably talk about this a little bit later. It's kind of the same thing as like, do you include a cover letter for every single position that you apply for? Right?
A
So
lot of work,
it's
yeah.
it is. It's a lot of work that goes into it, but it's just hitting the minimum requirements should always be what's at the forefront of what you're looking for, and then go above and beyond from there, right? So there's lots of things that you can do, but just always make sure that you're doing those minimum requirements for it.
Mhm.
I think
One question.
if
Oh, go ahead.
one thing that's really, really important to understand, just to what Katie's dealing with, is 200 applicants. That's sometimes on the low end. Um,
Mhm.
that can easily happen. And what you want to do is be as respectful as you can when you're applying to the person that's going to be looking at that stuff. But recruiters got to go through all those things. Having some of that stuff missing, um, it just shows that like you're potentially putting in less time than the recruiter is going to be spending looking at it, and you really don't want to give off that impression, and you want to make sure that you're respecting that person's time too,
Mhm.
when you put in those applicants. Even if you're putting in like 50 applications to a lot of different studios, like the more that you can show that you are respecting their time, the more that they're going to respect yours.
Yeah,
I
I'll
mean,
add one
looking
thing.
for a job is sorry, looking for a job is literally like a full-time job, like straight up. So,
It's nuts.
and one thing I'm just gonna add to like the requirements of like uploading your resume, please don't upload it as an image. Like I have to like please don't. It like half the time it doesn't work in our systems and stuff. And I love when it's clickable and it's easy. So, just the littlest things can make a difference, so I don't have to type out your email into my email. So when I'm trying to reach you, just make everything seamless and easy for everybody because, we're all going a mile a minute, these
Mhm.
days and it's always so helpful.
What's a good
Yeah.
format for that instead?
Pardon me?
What's a good format for that instead? Is that PDF
Just
or?
Word or PDF, please.
Yeah.
Pretty please. No images, please.
um, one question coming from the chat from I believe it's Sumi Lee's, and I'll rephrase it a little bit because we talked about art portfolios. Um, when I was applying as a programmer, it's much harder to present code samples to a lot of stuff. So, what is the expectation for a portfolio when it comes to a coding position? And I'll let you go first, Katie, before I add my 20-year-old history.
Yeah. So great question. Generally, what we look for, because yeah, you can't submit your code as a portfolio, same thing as artists do, is really within your job descriptions underneath your resume, give a clear indicator of what you've worked on. And then you can even put like your tools and technology right underneath your position. So I've seen this done multiple ways. I mean, again, I'm gonna like plug my English major thing. I love to read stuff, so I'm like, you know what, put the details in there, be detailed, not like a, nth degree sort of thing, but, put the details in there, say what you've done and clearly what you've kind of worked on within that project and whatnot. And then you can keep going through those things. You don't have to keep to the one-page resume. I don't know why this got out there and, why it's so popular, but put in the details, make sure that you're doing yourself a service. If someone has been in the industry for 20 years, see a one-page resume, like I have some alarm bells going off. Like, why is that the case? So, I would love to plug that and say, like, let's move away from it. So just, try to explain as much as you can without getting too wordy.
Yeah. When it comes to programming, I've gotten jobs, I've changed jobs a few times, and I've done a few resumes for it. The biggest call to action, of course, if you have something published, whether it's private or professional, if you worked with a team, say, I did this, in this game, I handled the weapons, so the reloading and the switching and the fire mechanics, something I did, and just tell them, here's a demo. Here's a link to a video. Here's of it being working. Here's a link to the demo if you want to download it. Like those are very discreet things to say. And like most people who get past the initial screen, someone can watch a video for it and go like, okay, I see the mechanics here. Like we're really, come see Dev Goggles at 6 p.m. We're really good at seeing the gears behind something mechanical. Just like with rigging or something, you can look at an image and go like, okay, I think I know how this works, and we're pretty accurate on it. So you won't probably be able to send code, and I'm not gonna recompile your code for you, but I could easily look at a segment and go, tell me what you did. And if you have space for it, depending on your priority, say, especially for entry level, tell me what you learned. Like if you have the space, say, I did this weapon system and I learned something from it, or some, like some action of it. Maybe not in your resume, maybe with the demo, but like try to express the process, because one of the things, and we'll get into this just a minute, is that the expectations of an entry level developer is for you to make mistakes. So like if you show the learning, if you show the process, that is very valuable. And that's one of the questions I almost ask every single time I do an interview, is when did you mess up and how did you recover? Because I still mess up daily. I messed up at the start of this video, this stream. So like whatever, it happens all the time. Um, so let me move into that for the expectations before you even send a resume in. People are often very intimidated by requirements on a website, or you need 17 shipped games and 30 years of experience to become an associate artist or something like that. Dan, for a student, what would you tell them is the expectations of an entry level person doing art?
It's all over the map.
Just pick a dart.
Yeah, yeah, it's all over the map. The fact of the matter is when we're looking for entry level in pretty much any capacity, the understanding of entry level is that they're going to need some training.
Mhm.
That's also going to differ from studio to studio. But the basic assumption should be that you don't know a lot of things, and even I've had enough students and even felt like students know more than they do. But there's loads of times you'll go into a game and you'll start trying to work on it, and you'll be junior, and you'll be presented with a weird problem and actually not know how to solve it, even though you have the technical skill set. Like you can model the things, you can build them out, but then you have to hit a certain level of scale for things, like polygon count across an entire level and what's needed for optimization. Weird stuff that you can't actually be prepared for in school. reasonably. The understanding is that you come in and we're gonna have to train you, and we're gonna have to like support you and help you learn. That's a thing that is important to understand coming in. And the and I'm losing track of the question now because I rambled off to the side. When you are applying, your skill set and your understanding is all based on your portfolio. Really, if you've got a strong portfolio and you're showing the skill set that is expected of the people that we need to hire when it comes to entry level, that's usually like for modeling in 3D, good textures, good models, good sense of scale and proportion. Ideally, looks like our game. Um, that tells us you've got the skill set. When it comes to like this experience stuff that's pointed out in the experience section, like in my experience, that's what we would like. But if your portfolio is good, that gets you across that hump really quickly and allows us to say, well, we know we have to train somebody anyways. How much training we want to do can depend on experience, but not always. So it's loose. My suggestion is, and has always been, apply anyways. Most places are looking for talented people, and even though you might not hit those markers of like certain requirements, especially when it comes to experience, a lot of times we can look past that pretty quickly when it comes to the solid work and people who want to work where we are for the reasons that we want, such as you love our games, you want to work with us, and you, as a person, have the same values that we have. So for us, for example, at Blizzard, like gameplay first, you really want to work with people, you want to be collaborative, you want to be productive and proactive and positive. Like those things are important to us. If you come to us with those things with a good portfolio, then we're pumped.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's great advice. And one of the things that I would add to it, and I don't know if this applies to art, is that for entry level, we do like to see creativity. We also like to see like it's in like an animation of like Disney or something. It would be like the in-between artists. Like a lot of times where it's like you are not going to join a project as an associate programmer and be told, all right, do all of vehicle mechanics. Like that's not what you're being. You're gonna be like, fix one wheel, and once you fix one wheel, you can do the suspension, and that's how we're going to start you off because we expect you to do small tasks and clean up. And so we have a very clear level of distribution as a senior level person. You will be writing a massive doc, and you may not even write any code. A senior programmer may not write code; they may just write a structure that the next tier down will then do the coding for, and the next tier down. So like in art, maybe there's something similar to that, but like your seniority does not directly apply to how much of the raw task work you do. It may be more organizational stuff. So a junior person coming in for programming would be like, here is the stub of a file with 30 functions in there. Fill that out for me. And it makes you feel like a short order cook right off the top, but it's really what we're looking for from an entry person is someone who can come in, punch the clock, do the work, get the stuff done, and then we can move you up to the next level up, which is like, okay, you're the, I guess, sous chef version of coding. I'm using a bad analogy here, but like those are the kind of stuff there. Katie, would you mind talking a little bit about what we expect? I mean, Dan brought this up earlier, but when we say soft skills and collaboration, what would be like an entry level expectation of those skills?
Sure. So I'm actually going to like go back a little bit to answer a little bit of what you asked down as well. So one of the figures that I do tend to tell a lot of hiring managers and hiring teams and stuff, the difference between female applicants versus male applicants and the amount of requirements that we have on every single job description. We have those there, I mean, to give people a good idea of, why we're hiring, what we're hiring for, responsibilities and whatnot. But there's a figure out there, and apologies if I get this a little wrong, I'm going off my memory here, but if women don't meet about 80% of the requirements on a job description, they won't apply. Men, on the other hand, sorry to put like the broad stroke on this, but they'll apply if they meet about 50% of the requirements. So with recruitment and specifically for EA, we do actually have an internal tool that we're utilizing along with lots of other things to look at our job descriptions and make sure that we have inclusive language, to make sure that we are tailoring these job descriptions to make it things like, we're not looking for rock stars, we're not looking for ninjas. No, we are looking for literal people that we want to add to our team. Looking for some ninja to like come over my shoulder and like, start writing code. So, I think that that's part of it too, is like recognizing some of the shortcomings that we have when we write these job descriptions as well. So, apply to these positions. The worst case scenario that happens if you apply to it, we say no, but keep applying, keep doing those things. When it comes to entry level things, I think the number one advice that I give to a lot of people is be hungry, ask questions, show that you're passionate about what industry you're getting into and what you've done in the past. Just because your experience is from university or from volunteer work doesn't make it any less valuable than professional experience, right? So I 100% recommend to people volunteer work, work with your friend, work on those indie games that you want to do those things. Because it really teaches you a lot about the process and how many things go into the full like game development life cycle and whatnot. So just doing those things, and always be hungry for knowledge and ask questions, ask things of your mentor, or even just like of your colleagues as well. You can always learn from each other, right? So, I think that those things are really, really important. And don't be too down on yourself. Just because you don't get in with, BioWare, for example, doesn't mean that Blizzard wouldn't be an amazing fit for you, right? So just keep doing those things. And you know what? As it happens, I'm dealing with a lot of like Canadian recruitment and whatnot. You might end up at Motive, you might end up at BioWare, you might end up, here and there and that sort of stuff. And it's just, keep working. And again, I'm going to bring up the networking thing, just keep networking and, things will work out pretty good.
Can I push on that just a little bit too? When you say like if you don't end up at Bioware, you might end up at Blizzard. You know what? You might end up at like a really tiny little indie space too, or a place just making mobile games, or a place that's just making social games. Um, I saw a lot of applicants recently from people wanting to get into the industry and they really want to start off at Blizzard, or they really want to start off at Bioware. Like those are big places with tons of applicants. There are so many other studios that need talented people that can get you your start in games. I've started at so many smaller studios, so many places in between, and there's great people at those studios, and there's great experience at those places. Um, Trying to start at something like I got straight rejected from my first application at Blizzard like 3 years prior to my application, and then I went to Blizzard as a senior too. Like it is tricky to get into some of these big studios. It doesn't need to be the first place that you start. Start at lots of different places. There's a billion different studios to start at that are all valid and totally worth going to.
100%,
Yeah,
100%.
that's a really good call.
The one thing I'll add to that, Dan, because we're just riffing now, and that's great, is what do not come to a job with the expectation that it's a stepping stone. And I'll drill in on one here is that people were like, I'll get a job as quality assurance or quality verification, and then I'll turn that into this. Like, quality verification is one of the most challenging jobs in the industry, a studio. And if you see that as a stepping stone, you will do a poor job, and you'll probably be like not getting good performance reports, and no one's going to trust you. It's like, well, if you're using this job as a stepping stone, why wouldn't you use this next one? So, it's a really tough balance to like, apply at smaller studios. Like if your brass ring is, Blizzard or BioWare or somewhere like that, that is a journey. Like I started on a small studio, and I worked to another small studio, and then opportunities changed as I went through. But I had to make sure, like, I'm not going to apply to a studio that wouldn't be happy there, because ideally I could stay there for 10 years, like, or 20 years. Like if you're only going to a job to just use as a separate, people can sniff that out. Like that is very obvious to us. So, be aware of that. And then before I pass again, because I'm really selfish, on the term of passion, one of the things that I do ask people a lot is to balance that, because what I don't like to see, and this is a little farther ahead, is like after you get the job, but I want people to work a solid week, a solid 40 hours a week. If passion means that you're going to work 60 hours and not tell me, and usually we can figure it out, but like if you're overworking yourself, you're going to burn out and not have healthy habits. And that will also hinder your ability to advance, because it's like, well, you're only getting this stuff done because you're crunching all the time. We're not asking you to. So what we tell people is like, you're coming as entry level. We expect this level of quality, this level of stuff. Do not rush. Tell us when you need help. Tell us when you need training, but do not hurt yourself to try to get ahead, because that is unsustainable. And I've seen a lot of people come in and go, all right, I'm going to be here lights on, lights off. And it's like, no, go home, have a family, watch a movie, read a book, expand your mind. You don't have to just consume games. You don't have to just be at the office. You got to refresh. So,
Please.
there's a
Yeah,
lot of,
and
yeah.
It's really hard to find senior people for that
Mhm.
reason, because all that passion got
Yeah.
lost after your first few years, and now it's hard to find seniors.
I have a sad joke
Yep.
where it's basically the senior people are the same 30 people just cycling around the industry, because that's just the average game industry is like what, 8 years in the industry, and then people burn out and go. So like it's really tough. So like I want people who are passionate about the product and passionate about the stuff, but like also who know how to switch off. Um, if it's okay, I'd like to jump into at least the resume stuff a little bit, or move on to the next topic. Sure. So when you're applying a job, it is so hard. Like, you're writing a character sheet for your life. It's your mini autobiography on this resume, on this paper here. And not all of us are lucky enough to be English majors and have experience doing the writing and stuff like that. I struggle a lot with this. And my first piece of advice is bug your friends, bug your family, and say, if you read this, do you fall asleep? Because I have had really bad resumes in the past. So, Katie, is there any general entry level stuff, or just in general level resume things, like what makes a resume good or pop? Let's say pop.
Yeah, so I mean, I think number one is obviously clarity. Make sure that it's clear as to what you're doing. I mean, for most of my job descriptions that I put under my resume or my LinkedIn, I've literally pulled off of my job responsibilities, and then I tweak it to, my personal responsibilities and certain things that I'm, doing at the job and stuff. Um, and again, like, don't feel too hindered by that one page thing, two-page thing. Make it clear, get all those sort of things out there and whatnot. And then other than that, I'm trying to think what else I can tell people just in terms of resumes. I mean, update your LinkedIn. That's probably number one that I have to tell people that, getting in the industry. That's where I'm finding most of my people when I am sourcing for most roles is on LinkedIn. Get it clear, get a really professional, just like a nice headshot sort of thing on your LinkedIn as well, just to show, taking this sort of stuff seriously, not just like a selfie, and get that sort of stuff up there. Bug people as well for recommendations on LinkedIn. I love reading people's recommendations because it clearly shows, like, here's someone that you worked with, here's what they have to say about you. And like it goes to show that, like, as you move throughout the industry, um, you've made these connections, you've done these things, and they're willing to go to bat for you, sort of thing. So those are really, really helpful. You can tag yourself on certain things for that. But more specifically for, I guess, the resume. You know what? Let me think a little bit on this as well. I think I've kind of given like a broad stroke to it, but maybe I'll pass it over to you guys as well, and I'll think a little bit more on other things to add as well.
Dan, would you like to hit this one a little bit?
Can you please repeat the question, because I was trying to fix my microphone and turn up my audio briefly.
Okay. Oh, so we were very loud for a little second. Hey, Dan. The question I have for you is that when people are building a resume, like, because portfolio is one aspect, there's still got to be that resume on the page that goes out there. What do you like to see? What do you recommend students do? What do you recommend is, like, maybe it's not 1 page, 2 page, 5 page, but like that first block or that first stuff. What really makes a resume pop and show that they're a good candidate to keep reading?
When it comes to my end of things, because this is different for what a recruiter is going to need versus what I'm going to need, I'm looking at the portfolio. At the end of the day, like, for the most part, I'm looking at portfolio. It's kind of why I lean on that. When it comes to a resume, I just want to make sure that that you're talking about some decently relevant stuff. But a lot of times when you're saying when you're sending a resume, especially this is going to be more true for smaller studios that don't have like formal recruiters. Um, the resume is less important than the work that you're showing, and finding a way to show that work is always going to be the most valuable part for artists. For designers, you have nothing to show other than like constructing that resume. So I can only speak for art. I don't look at resumes all that much, other than to confirm what I'm already interested in. Um, so for me, it's about just mainly tell me, like, what is your experience, what is your relevant experience, and that may be, hey, I worked on a school project where we worked as a team and we did these kinds of game related things. For me, it's about keeping it simple. I really like hearing Katie's comment on avoiding the 1 page thing, because I always told people to do that, so I'm the bad person here.
Same, I do too. So we're both wrong.
But for me, like, when it comes to keeping it one page, it's more about like I don't need to know about your past work experience where you worked at a McDonald's. I worked at a McDonald's. Like that stuff I don't necessarily need to know, and including it is padding out a resume in a way that you don't necessarily need to. But to Katie's point, like talking about your volunteer experience, talking about all the stuff that you've done that's either extracurricular or things that excite you, that's super invaluable because it tells me about who you are. Sometimes we just got to work a job to work a job. That doesn't necessarily need to be in the resume unless it's relevant.
Mhm.
But again, this is me talking kind of like out my
Yeah.
butt because I don't look at resumes a lot. I'm an art guy.
No, that's
Well,
fine.
and
That's fine.
honestly, like relevance is number one, I think, when it comes to a resume. So yeah, if you want to keep it to the one pager because that's how you feel comfortable, that's okay. Relevance, clarity should always be number one. When I look at your resume, if I see, especially for programmers or kind of anybody specifically within kind of like the software development field, something that I would highly warn away from is listing every single technology out there in the hopes that like keyword searches will hit your
Right.
profile. If I ask you to explain your experience with C sharp and you just kind of give me like a BS sort of answer, even I'm going to be able to call that out as a non-technical person. So keep it relevant. You can keep it succinct, just keep it to those like really brief descriptions that are worthwhile. Like every word on your resume should be worthwhile. So if I'm going through and I read your resume and I see that like qualification section and it says, I'm a good communicator. I know how to use all of the Microsoft Word suite or, the Word suite and whatnot. That's really superfluous. Like you don't need those things on your resume. I would hope because you have professional experience or you've gone to university or college or any sort of other programs that you're capable of doing those things. So that goes without saying. So take that much needed area on your resume and put something there that really means something. And I don't mean like a bar graph where you say like because it also, there's no actual numbers to it, but I mean, I'm not going to go off on that. But it's, make sure that it's relevant. You have very like clear, specific things about it, and you can back up that experience with like an explanation as
Mhm.
well. So to me, it's like, yeah, I'm going to go through your resume, and if I see this and it matches the job, that's awesome. But then you also have to be able to talk to me, pretty well about that experience too.
Yeah, when tend to see the list of things at the top, I feel that's a shotgun. If someone says
Yeah.
C sharp experience and then just doesn't say it, like no, where was that job from? It's like if you say I worked at X and I developed the tools in C sharp to do Y, I'm like, oh, now I know I have that context. If you just splatter those up there, that's LinkedIn. You can get all those endorsements and splatter them there. That's the perfect place for it. But on the resume, again, relevancy will tie into. We did have one question from chat here from, excuse me if I say it wrong, Kala Elizabeth Art. I don't know if Art's your last name or is what your profession is. And they're asking if you don't have a lot of resident experience and you rely mostly on your portfolio, how do you? I'll paraphrase a little bit. Like, how do you balance? How do you decide if your stuff is relevant? Like for me, again, depending on the role and stuff, like if you feel it's relevant to yourself and it's like I did this thing, that is relevant. So if you're looking at a company that makes a racing game and you've modeled cars, go, I modeled this Ford F-150 to be perfect. And I assume as an initial person, I'm just going to make stock cars. Like that's a good way of doing it. But if you show them 72 different variations of, Dragonborn that Andrew's team is drawing right now, they're like, those are really cool dragons, but we make cars here. So like the relevance is much more to their general products than it is to whether I hope you feel all your work is relevant. All the sweet people out there who are doing work, it's all relevant. So it really is the job that makes it relevant. Does that make sense? Am I
Yeah, no, that makes
yeah,
sense. I gotcha. I
I gotcha.
understand.
I want to move. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, also, you're bound to be wrong when you think that it's relevant.
Mhm.
Acknowledge that up front, like with yourself. If you think it's relevant, it might be, and it might not be.
Yeah.
You'll never hit the correct mark where you're always going to be relevant and you're always going to send in a portfolio that everyone's going to think is relevant. You're going to post something and you're going to think, this is relevant. So I had loads of students that thought that their past, again, to point at McDonald's, again, I worked there. They'll think that it's relevant and that it's worthwhile to put into their resume. And in my opinion, it wasn't. But for some other people, it's going to be.
Mhm.
If you think it's relevant and you can speak, especially if you can speak to at all, like why it's relevant, put it in. Like just go through the thought process, try to speak to what that is, and that'll help a bunch. And you'll be wrong, and it's fine. You're
Yeah,
not going to be
I
lambasted for it.
I'm gonna
yeah,
put a little plug for a little hack as well. This is just like a super quick thing. So for example, our ATS, or applicant tracking system that we use where everybody applies to it, it asks you to list out your experience after you've uploaded your resume. Apologies, I know that that's annoying. But one of the things that I do highly, highly recommend that you put in there, because we, like, when we go through and we screen, we look for relevancy, like I've mentioned. So make sure that for your most recent position, you put in character artist, you put in environment artist, and that'll bring you to the top of things.
Mhm.
That's just like a super duper quick plug. It's easy. Just put it in there.
That's a super handy one. I really rejected trying to call myself an environment artist for a really long time, and on my last set of applications going to Blizzard, I had learned that I should actually call myself a like senior environment artist, and that was really helpful for a lot of people looking at that stuff. And even if you feel like you haven't picked a thing, especially like the term generalist, like to be dodgy around that one. If you can name yourself more specifically, it helps everybody know how to try to categorize you. You might still be a generalist when you get the job, but it's just easier when people are trying to categorize you into what kind of role they need.
One thing that I will add before I move on, because I feel, I hope we're not rushing too much. So if people in chat think I'm going too fast, I apologize, but I do want to touch on a few more things. But to wrap up this little bit here is, relevancy is also not always yours to define. We get a lot of resumes and go, we didn't need that skill, but now that this person mentions it, we could use a person who draws 72 different Dragonborns, because maybe we need that. So the we tend to get a lot of candidates that go, they apply for this. And it's like, well, let's say they're not a senior person of this, but they would be a great entry level of that or mid tier of that. And we shift them around and go, I know you asked this, but we're going to go into this other area, stuff like that. So like, there's a lot of different back and forth on that. And people ask about cover letters. I'm gonna just bear with it. If they ask for a cover letter, do a cover letter. The biggest advice I would do on that is, your cover letter is not your resume. They're two separate documents. Do not take your resume and then write it out in a bunch of I statements as a list. Your cover letter is a little more personal. But I want to get to live interviews quickly. We're a little tight on time. One thing I'll say about live interviews is that once you get to, I guess live is weird because we're doing it remotely. This is where the money really starts to come in, and that means our cost. Because once we pass the resume, once we did the portfolio check, if we're bringing someone on site and we're getting 10 people of that discipline to interview, we're talking tens of thousands of dollars that we're spending on a candidate at this level. So one of the reasons we tend to be picky and we tend to go through all the resumes is because there actually is a very large cost to stopping production from 10 people for a full day to do this, and then do the reviews, and then do the summary meeting. So like, interview process is exhausting for the applicant, that's the word, and it also is exhausting for the reviewers. So Katie, you are amazing at training us at doing live interviews. If you were to train an applicant, what advice would you give them?
Oh goodness, please come prepared. I mean, at the very bare minimum, pick up the game or watch like a YouTube video on it. Like, if you're a character artist, take a look at some character art books. Like, there is a ton, like, there's endless resources that you can take a look at to better inform what you're talking about. So come prepared, look at the website, come with questions, and not just questions of, what do people always like to ask? Things like, oh, just tell me about the day to day of the job. Like, that's always good, well and good. I mean, it's kind of on the job description, but it's to inform you as well, to make sure that this is a job that's right for you. I understand, especially with people just trying to get into the industry or kind of get their first job. It's like, oh no, like I just want to make sure that I'm getting any sort of job in it. You should still ask a lot of questions of the interviewers to make sure that it's in alignment with what you want and what you're looking for. And you'll kind of learn that skill as you go along and become more and more senior and whatnot, to make sure that, hey, like, this aligns with my values and all those sort of things. And then, other than that, and especially with, I'll touch on art first, then we can go to programming after that. But with art, I absolutely love when people present the work that they've done. So we'll hop on a Zoom, they'll present it to me, and they'll go through and say, here's what I did for this, specifically talk about it, and then go through and like show their character, show their environment, do those sort of things. It's just really, really handy. One of my most favorite people that I've hired over the recent little bit here, she was able to show like a full presentation deck, UI UX stuff, and it was super cool. And I learned a lot from it. And she was able to better inform me as like a non-technical person, to the point that I was like, this is very clear that like she knows what she's talking about and doing those sort of things. So definitely like prep and practice on those sort of things. From the programming side, it's, make sure that you brush up on your code, brush up on any sort of things that you have worked on. We do ask for, code tests to be done. They are quite general. It's not going to inform like every single part of the job that we have, but do come in with something called the STAR method. And I send this to a lot of my applicants and other people that, I kind of talk to as well. So it's called situation, task, accomplishment, and result. Feel free to Google it and whatnot, but it's literally just how you frame what you're talking about so that you can actually give a full picture to the interviewer to show, hey, here's what I worked on, here's what I was able to do, here's kind of like a challenge that I ran into, and then here's the result of it. So we can kind of, get the full big picture of it. But again, yeah, with programming, at the end of the day, just come well prepared. When I do interviews, I'm like a super visual person, so I have to write everything out. I have to get my thoughts on paper. Otherwise, I'm very, very jumbled and like quite ranty if I do those sort of things. So I come prepared with certain questions. I ask as I go along, and then I kind of like wrap up and make sure that I'm understanding what people are talking about as well. And if you do feel like you haven't answered someone's question, or you're really, really nervous and you just can't get your thoughts together, ask the interviewer, did that answer your question?
Mhm.
Did I cover your question? I love when people ask those questions, because I'll be like, you know what, you got to like a certain part of it, but let's dig in into these other areas as well. And then, we can kind of keep it open. What I love about, kind of the Bioware method of interviewing is everybody is very friendly. So it's a conversation. It's not, I'm here to trick you. I'm going
Yeah.
to figure out that you don't know what you're doing. No, we want to have a conversation. At the end of the day, we're spending 40 plus hours with people that we're working with. So we do want to like them and, make sure that, hey, at the end of the day, yes, you know how to do your job. We trust you to do your job, but we also want to make sure that, it's a fun atmosphere and everything like that too. So it really is a conversation, which takes a lot of like the pressure off as well, right?
Yeah. I'd like to touch on programming tests a little bit. They're not ideal. Just the no test is. Not everybody's a good test taker. Not everybody works in an environment for it. Going back to the expectations of a developer, whether they're entry level or senior level, it's the process. We still use Bing or Google or whatever your favorite search engine is to solve problems. We still go to Stack Exchange. I'm sure people look up YouTube videos to like learn how to do something in a tool. Like that is natural. So when you're taking a programmer test or maybe a different discipline, show your work. I've taken the test of math. It's like I'm going to go through every question and just write a one sentence down that says this is how I would solve this problem, and just go through it. And if I come back around, I'm like that would take me half an hour to Google it, but at least I know it's like, hey, this is not an area I'm especially in. I would start by going here and doing this, and I think it might be that, and that could be a fine answer, especially if you're going entry, because we don't have 9 programming tests for a junior rank and then mid tier and then senior and then super senior, or so like we have a general programming test. So if you don't know something, just like in the interview live, just say, I don't know it, but this is where I would start. And the same thing with one of our interviewing tech, and this is not a big secret, lots of people do it, is that we will ask cascading questions. So we're like, here is the problem. And you'll answer. They go, okay, based on your answer, this is now a new hurdle. How would you go over that hurdle? And like, okay, and this could be for art or programming. It's like, okay, the poly count's actually half that. What would you do? Or, we're doing this. Oh, that's a great answer, but we're using a cell shader look. What would you do? And like, those are the things where it's like, how do we cascade the problems down? And that lets us better drill in where you're at. And we ask the same questions to every person. We start with the very high level, and then we work our way down to try to dial in at where your skill level lies. So it is a process there. We are running close on time, so I want to get to the last topic, and I apologize, but I'll start with you, Dan. Not this has ever happened to you. Interview follow-up. How do you handle silence / how do you handle rejection?
When when the company follows up with you and says nothing or has rejected you.
Yeah, if you've been in that situation, what advice would you give someone who's like, they put their heart and soul into a cover letter, and then they put their life on the line, life on the page for a resume, and then they get nothing back, or they get like, cool story, bro, and then that's it. Like, what advice do you give someone in that situation?
Move on. The main thing is when you're hearing silence, 2 weeks. 2 weeks is
Mhm.
the stock standard. You wait 2 weeks when you've done an application, and if there is a page you can follow up with, follow up.
Mhm.
There's a lot of people don't follow up with stuff, and sometimes resumes and portfolios and all that stuff get lost. Follow up. 2 weeks. It's a totally reasonable thing to say. Hey, I sent this in. You guys have anything with this? Is there any update on this? It's real simple. Um, and then if you hear nothing again, technically you can follow up in 2 weeks. Don't follow up more than that. Don't call them. In my opinion, don't badger them. 2 weeks is a reasonable amount of time for somebody to potentially respond to you. If they haven't responded to you, they're not doing anything wrong. Sometimes they're just really, really busy. If you have gotten a rejection, say thank you for your time. Ask if there is any feedback that they can give you on anything that you can work on, but be respectful to it. Sometimes they just won't tell you why,
Mhm.
and it sucks. Sometimes you'll do a full
Yeah.
test and they will not tell you why the test failed. They'll just tell you that you failed. Your best thing to do at that point is to um, unfortunately suck it up, ask for feedback. If they don't give it, you just got to move on. Apply again later.
Mhm.
Apply again with new stuff. Like I said, a few years after I applied at Blizzard, I got a full job.
Mhm.
So it just
Yeah, it's super hard. You know, there's so much effort goes into it. Katie, what is your experience telling or not telling? I guess people no.
So what Dan said is spot on. And I love the like redemption story too, where it's like, well, I came back and like they gave me more money than I wanted to begin with. Like I love that. So I 100% like I'm a bleeding heart for every single like
Oh.
applicant that I work with. And so it kills me to have to like reject people for sure. Or to disposition. I also don't like the word reject either. Because there will be opportunities where,
Mhm.
you know what, someone that I've spoken with a year or more ago, that I'm able to talk to again. So I always leave the door open, as long as like the interview process went well and nothing too crazy went down. But with follow-up, the 2 week is wonderful. If I just talked to you yesterday and you follow up with me, I'm going to be honest, that does leave a really bad taste in my mouth because, again, I have a million things on the go. Please be respectful of my time, the hiring manager's time, everything like that. So I think 2 weeks is really, really good. What I've been doing lately, because it's helpful for myself and just kind of my sanity and whatnot, is I actually end the call that I have during interviews and say, follow up with me by this date if you don't hear from me because we are incredibly busy. We're looking to hire. It's not because I don't want to follow up with you. It's because we have a bit of a backlog going on because we are
Mhm.
hiring so much. So that's part of, my sort of thing. When I can give feedback from the hiring manager, I do try to. Um, we don't want to put too much in writing for specific reasons to do with like legality as well. Like we do have certain things that and protocols that we do have to follow that way as well. But at the end of the day, leading with graciousness and saying, you know what, I really appreciated it. Thank you for your time will always sit really, really well with me and with the hiring team. Um, I love follow up emails too after interviews. I think a lot of the hiring teams appreciate it as well. It's a really nice thing. It's just a nice gesture. I mean, I miss the days when you got like a handwritten note. So like if you want to go and write me a note, I would love it. I mean, a lot of work, but those sort of things, it just kind of sets you a little bit apart as well. But, at the end of the day, unfortunately, I can't follow up with every single person.
Right.
If I'm hiring for 40 positions, I have 10 plus people per. That's just the people that I'm talking to, right? So it's just a matter of time. And I wish that I did have time for every single person.
I wish I had more time to talk about this topic because we had a lot more to cover and we were just having so much fun. At least I was. I hope you were too. Dan, you're awesome.
thank
Yeah. I do miss working with you.
same buddy.
How would people find you? Not like in person, but like in a safe way on the internet or reach out to you. Like you have videos on, you have tutorials online. You have a lot of great stuff. How can people help you without even you knowing it? Or how can you help people without even you knowing it?
How can people help me? Well, here's my bank account. Uh, so I'm on Twitter. I'm at Dan John Cox. I'm not on there as much anymore because it's potentially it's both a very nice and very toxic place.
Yes.
Um, but that's probably the easiest way to get in touch with me. Once you go there, like I think my portfolio should still be on danjohncox.com. You can get in touch with me there. My email addresses are all through those spots. If you get in touch with me on any of those spots, we can chat more. Um, yeah.
Katie, you're wonderful also. I still am glad to be working with you. If people wanted to see some examples, see some support, or reach out to you, how would they do that?
So LinkedIn is generally the best place to reach me. I'm not going to respond to every single message that goes on there, unfortunately, but you can find me easily. Bieber is generally a pretty easy Canadian name to remember. So search me, Katie Bieber. I'm there. I'll add you. I don't filter too many people out. So yeah, come find me on LinkedIn.
I didn't even
Great.
make that connection. I can't believe it.
Wow. Thank you so much for coming. Maybe we can do this again in the future, and we'll do the topic of how to get out of the game industry because I still don't know how to do that part of it. We're going to go to an art check in there. Thank you for the art team for giving us a few minutes. We're probably going to be catching up during the trivia block. So, Dan, Katie, great to have you on today. We passed $121,250. We're doing great. I owe it all to you both, and have a great rest of the weekend.
Awesome. Thanks, John.
Thanks,
Cheers.
John.
Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the art side of things. Exciting news. We just passed over $1,200 of total donations. So thank you all to all of our wondrous donors. It's very much appreciated. It's for a great cause. And let's keep going. Let's hit that goal. Our first character that we have up here is a request done by our artist, Jenforth. Jen, would
Hello.
you like to introduce yourself? Tell us
Hi,
a
yeah.
bit about yourself, what you do.
So yeah, I'm Jen Forth. I am currently a freelance illustrator. I, like drawing D&D characters, a lot of characters. I do currently have my commissions open, so if you guys want to know what my Twitter is, always let me know. That's really much not a lot to say about me.
Awesome stuff. And this character is, let's see here. Let me pull up the info.
It's a
Ophelia?
Ophelia. Yeah.
An Eladrin elf necromancer. Very nice.
Yeah, they're a
Um,
draw.
sorry, what was that?
They are a lot of fun to draw.
All right. Let's see what else we got cooking up in the works here. We have Bart, who is a Dragonborn fighter. This one was done by Sylvia Moon. You can check her stuff out on Twitter as well. Just let everyone bask in it for a moment.
I like the colors and Dragonborn. Dragonborn is so
Mhm.
hard to draw, I find.
I know, like, Dragonborns for me would just be very difficult to draw. It's just very different from what I would normally draw.
Exactly.
Let's see here. What's next on the list? We have Ren with the frizzy hair. They are a changeling wild magic sorcerer. This one is done by Chelsea Wong at Twitter at Sharks and Donuts. I really like the colors in this one. This one
Yeah.
just pops out at you. Great.
Right, exactly. Nice, almost kind of graphic looking style. Lineless and stuff like that. Really nice.
Up next, we have Sakari, a Tabaxi rogue bard. This one is a work in progress by Rudy Patterson. You can check them out at Robot Sweater at Twitter.
They got a great line art style. I love that cat face. I love how it's turned
Yeah,
out so
just
far.
let me zoom in here so you guys can just
Yeah.
really appreciate the line art here.
Get a closer look at that cat face.
Very nice work.
Yes.
I'm excited to see the finished product. Next up here, I'll just bump it over to Zareth, a Goliath Paladin of Vengeance. This is done by another returning artist, Serena Tang. A very tough-looking fellow. I would not want to meet him in a dark alley at night.
Same.
And lastly, but not least, we have Elkfane, a Drow Mage. This one is done by yours truly. Currently a work in progress. I'll be adding some shading and grays into it. But yeah, that's all of our work in progress. Thank you all for our wonderful art donors. We'll
Yes,
be
thank
keeping
you.
busy and working on the rest of them. But I'm excited to see all of the finished pieces at the end of today. I think it's going to be a very, very nice spread.
Exactly. We're very excited to draw your guys' characters. Very much so.
I don't have much more to say, and I think we're at time. So
Yeah.
up next, we have video game trivia with John and Baldwin. Don't forget to donate $20 to get a D&D character request commission. Info is in the chat. Thank you all. We'll check in
Thank
again
you.
later.
Kit.
Hello. Good afternoon. I am still John, and I'm joined by, hey, Bolden, how's it going?
Not too bad. How about you?
I am excited for some trivia here. There is an app right there, Gamers for Groceries, easy trivia mode. For those who want to play and want to try to win prizes, look at your screen. There should be a little pop-out that says Quiz Kit. You want to make sure you tell it that it's okay to share your Twitch name. Otherwise, you will show up as anonymous on leaderboard, and we cannot award a prize to anonymous. Speaking of prizes, hey, Baldwin, we've got a bunch of game keys. Are there any interesting games in our game key giveaway list for the trivia winners?
Oh, John, how'd you ask that in such an
Oh.
artificial way? We have a bunch of keys like for FIFA 21, Madden 21, NHL 21. We have a few Star Wars Squadrons keys, some Mass Effect keys, Children of Morta, and XCOM Chimera Squad. And so
When
Go
you say
ahead.
Mass Effect, which Mass Effect specifically are you talking about?
It just happens to be the Mass Effect Legendary Edition that just
The
came out last
Legendary
week.
Edition?
Just
That's
came
less
out
than a
last
week
week.
old. That retails for some money that I don't remember because Canadian prices are weird, but that's a good deal.
That
That's
is
a
a
really
good
good deal. That is like 500 hours of gameplay, especially if you play through both male and female Shepherd. Very organic. Keep it flowing. Thank you so much, Ariela. I'm sorry if I say your names wrong. So we have a trivia app here. We have tested this sort of. I don't know if it works on phones. We're gonna make it best. Here are the rules. If the majority of people get the answer right for easy or medium, which are the two sections we're doing now, I will donate $5. If we meet the $3,500 mark, which we're about halfway, a little under halfway there, I will donate $10 and we'll do a bonus trivia round for hard questions, which I was told are cruel and not fair. But I trust you all. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to do the easy. We're going to talk a little bit, then we'll do the medium because we got to fill until 3:30. Mr. Baldwin, sir, we have video game trivia for Gamers for Grocery May 22nd. Trivia set 1, easy. Hit it. First question. It'll pop up on the screen.
Go.
Which of these Sonic characters wears blue? Knuckles, Tails, Sonic, or Maria? 20 seconds. Which Sonic character wears blue? right on your screen, you just click right on the screen. I'm not playing because I know the answers. I'm looking to the left because that's where that is. I should try to look at center, but it's not on there. The answer is Maria. All the other characters are naked. Sonic is blue, but he does not wear blue. Maria Robotnik, the daughter of Dr. Robotnik. Can you show the leaderboards, Mr. Baldwin, sir? Ooh, most people thought that Sonic wore blue. He is blue. He is blue. Slightly
Obviously,
different
John.
there. Obviously,
Show
John.
scores.
I
All
didn't
right.
know Robotnik had a daughter until there. Show scores. Our top leader is contestant 57. You are still anonymous, but Glass Eye Tiger is not anonymous, so they can win a prize. And our third place is Rice Rocketeer, who could win with negative points. You don't need to have positive score to win. All right, question 2, good sir. There's a bit of a stream delay. It's fine. Question 2. Who's a good dog? Cis und Pipe, Rapide, Basiria, or Vesperia? Who's a good dog? As I told you earlier today, when we started the stream, this is going to have a very dog-focused set of trivia questions. There are multiple dog questions, so you need to tell me who is a good dog. Now, I will clarify. Rapide could be like a wizard turned into a dog. I just said the answer, but that's fine. The time ran up. Rapide could be a wizard turned into a dog. I don't know for sure, but I'm trusting the visual of dogness. All right, show the leaderboards. I got to stop saying the answer.
Oh, smooth, John.
Smooth. I recovered.
I gotta go through like each step. So.
Oh, so Basiria is the game. No, Basiria is not even the game that it came from. It's Vesperia. So 2 people got it right. Look how cute this little doggo is. This little cute doggo.
Oh, Madison.
Glass Eye Tiger's pulling up, contestant 20, and then you need to put your name in if you want to win. Oh, total score. Sorry. Glass Eye Tiger, Rice Rocketeer, and contestant 57.
This is the question score. Here's the total scores.
Total
Okay,
score.
it's showing there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Tales
All
of Syria, yes. All right,
Going
next
to the
question,
next one.
sir. Which of these games does not allow you to play as a bird? Tony Hawk Pro Skater, Skatebird, Stellaris, or Avia Attorney? Which of these games does not allow you to play as a bird?
Hoping Aviary Attorney lets you play as a bird.
I'll give that one away at this. Yes, you do play as birds in Avia Attorney. All right, and what is the correct answer?
Waiting for the plugin.
Waiting for the plugin. I'll roll the next slide when it comes up. It turns out that Tony Hawk is a human. All right, we got one. All right, yes. Stellaris, you are allowed to play as avian races in that game, so you can play as a bird. Tony Hawk is human. If you did not know that, please tweet at Tony Hawk and let him know. Please don't tweet at Tony Hawk. Can we show the scores, please? All right, we got some. Oh wow, contestant number 60. You should probably share your name because you're up there high. We've got Glass Eye Tiger, Rice Rocketeer, and That J Justice in the top 3 of names we can give prizes to.
Is that Tony Hawk? Is that part of their official branding for it?
That's his name. I mean, this sign here, I have no. I just googled.
Yeah,
I just
that's
googled Tony Hawk. Yeah. All right. Next question. Spoiler: it's gonna be another dog. And here we go. Who's a good boy? Or sorry, who's a good dog? Growlithe, Flareon, Yamper, or Atmatsuma? Now, these answers are all randomized, so the order I read them is just what I see on my screen. But the answers are randomized for everybody. If you want to add your name to the list, there's a little pop-out. So it might be on the top of your screen corner, but you want to find a little pop-up on the window. So if you're in full screen, you may need to reduce it, but you want to pop over there and you can add it there. So who's a good dog? Please show the answer. I'm going to say this wrong. I apologize, but Adamasura, again, I'm saying it wrong. I'm sorry, is a good dog. This is 2 correct answers. I now owe $10. We're picking up speed here. Let's see the scores there, Baldwin.
Amaterasu?
Amaterasu, perfect. I'm trying. I really am. Ooh, this is still anyone's game. Like each of these questions were 20,000 points. But Mighty Pony Girl pulls up to 5th place with 18,000. And then we have some Somnol 333, That J Justice, the Glass Eye Tiger, and Rice Rocketeer. Good job, everybody. Next question, sir. Which of these is not a weapon in Hades? Varath, Zagreus, Stygius, or Exagriff? I'm going to say these names wrong. Which of these is not a weapon in Hades? I should specify the game Hades. I don't know if you're talking about anything else Hades. These are mainly game focused. All right. Who got that right? Zagreus is the protagonist of the game. All the weapons have names, but Zagreus is actually the protagonist, who I believe is quite hot. And there's $15 I gotta chip in after this trivia. Well done, everybody. Let's see that scoreboard. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
All right.
We're doing our best, folks. Thank you for being generous with our skill here. All right. Ooh, Mighty Pony Bird jumped up to third place. We've got That J Justice at 5, Paper Boa at 4, Mighty Pony Gun at 3, Glass Eyed Tiger at 2, and Rice Rocketeer at 1. Remember, each question is worth 20,000 points. You do not need a lot to get ahead. Next question, sir. Another dog. Spoilers.
How many dogs?
So many dogs. Who's a good dog? Is this Lucky? Is this Bill Gray? Is this Boney? Or is this dog meat? Who's a good dog?
I don't know if you picked the best picture for that, but that's just my opinion.
I Googled, and this is what came up first. So the people, don't forget, 20 seconds is a lot of time to Google some of these names. I'm well aware that you can Google to make me pay money. I ain't got a problem with that. All right, let's see that answer. Quiet, Google. I wasn't talking to you.
Still waiting.
I did actually say the word Google, and then my thing came up.
Google. Oh yeah. Lots of people got this one.
Oh, dog meat. A classic carryover from the very first Fallout game. Love this pupper. You can put. They're called doggles, by the way. They're called doggles.
I'm less excited about them then.
$20. I'm up to 2-0. $20 I got to donate. And we've got Rice Rocketeer at first, Glass Eye Tiger at 2, Mighty Pony Girl at 3, Paper Boa at 4, and that J Justice at 40. All right, we're rolling here. We're rolling. Next question. How many spells can a Final Fantasy I Black Wizard learn? 32 spells, 24 spells, 22 spells, or 25 spells? How many spells can a Final Fantasy Black Wizard learn? Final Fantasy I. I'll specify for the Nintendo Entertainment System, or NES. Famicom, if you're from Japan.
Did you know this when you played the game?
I did, because it's simple math. All right, let's see the answer.
Oh, this one got a few people.
A couple people. So there are a total of 32 spells available, but a single Black Wizard can only learn 3 spells per slot. So they only learn 24 spells out of the possible 32. A little tricky there. You can't trust me is what I'm going to tell you here. But you can trust me that the next question will be about a dog. But the high scores we've seen a bit of change here. Rice Rocketeer is at 1, Mighty Pony Girl at 2, Glass Eye Tiger, Paper Boa, and That J Justice. All right. Let's hit it for question dog.
What's with all the dogs?
I like dogs. Who's a good dog?
Whoa.
Is this Undo Dog? Is this Isabel? Is this Pa Rappa? Or is this D-Dog? Who's a good dog? I like all these dogs. These are all, I
don't recognize a couple of them.
I
Mostly
questions.
Undo Dog.
I have questions that I'll mention in 1 second. Pa Rappa and Isabella are not dogs. They are dog-like. I don't know if I'm being rude.
Animals?
I don't know if I'm being rude. I checked the Wikipedia and it said Isabella is a dog, and it said Pa Rappa is a dog, but they are dogs. All right, and the answer is D-Dog. Oh my goodness. Those first 2 questions got people, but I'm already up to, what's this, $25, $20, $30? Let's say $30. So I'm up to $30. Next question, sir.
Oh, we haven't done our score update.
Oh, sorry. I'm just going too fast.
Gotta slow it down, John.
Rice Rocketeer, Glass Eye Tiger, Paper Boa, Nika New Art. That's a new name on the list. Congrats. And Mighty Pony Girl dropped to 5. All right. Got knocked out. Yeah, Pa Rappa the Rappa. I didn't go the full name. All right, next question. D-Dog. D-Dog is good dog. When was the first Metal Gear game released? Was it released in 2004? Was it released in 1998? Was it released in 1990? Or was it released in 1987?
And when I was playing games as a kid, I was definitely paying attention to what year they were released.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think anybody could possibly Google this in 20 seconds. All right, let's see the answer here. The delay is a little bit longer than I liked, but we're doing great. It didn't completely crash and burn. Oh, look at that. Look at that. We got some really good answers here. 1987 for the MSX2, a console I never had. I think you can play these now. You were
What?
not born. Thank you. You can play them on like emulation and stuff. Metal Gear
MSX.
Solid. Yeah, MSX. So I believe we're on our last question for the first set, which is another dog question. You ready for it? Scoreboard first, of course. Rice Rocketeer, Glass Eye Tiger, Paper Boa, Nikaru Art. This is a very small window I'm reading from. And Smash Badger. Not Smash Badger. I think it's Smash Badger. All right. People are climbing up the positives. All right. Next question. I think it's our last one. 10th question, which is another dog. Who's a good dog? Is this the duck hunt dog? Is this duck? Is this laughing dog? Or is this dog? Who's a
Felt
good
like
dog?
a bit of a freebie there, John.
What? You think this is a freebie?
I thought so.
You thought so. We'll see. I mean, we'll see what the crowd says. All right. The answer is
Mabari. I don't know if it's Mabari.
That's not a Mabari. That wasn't even on the list. If you can click Mabari in these, if you see a fifth option for Mabari, please check your app. I think you're getting hacked.
Oh, and it wasn't.
Oh my goodness. This is dog. According to official Nintendo, this is dog. Not a trick question, sort of.
Is
Look,
dog
it was
a good?
It was dog. Dog is a good dog. All dogs are good
Seems like
dogs.
a bit of a jerk.
All
right
dogs are good dogs. All right. Final scores. Can you write these down or screen cap these, please? We have Rice Rocketeer, Glass Eye Tiger, Paper Boa, Nikura Art, and Smash Badger. We will contact you shortly, I hope, to get you to ask for what key you want. First come, first serve, unfortunately. And we're going to roll on to our second round of trivia. Trivia set 2. Yes?
I just want to make sure I have all of that, just in
Yes.
case someone else isn't watching. All right.
Turning in my gamer card. Look, these are now medium difficulty. Don't feel bad. I'm a jerk. So it's really my cat is caught in my room. Start the questions.
Here we go. The instruction image, I think we've done that. Setting rules.
All right, instructions, and as soon as I see
same rules as before.
Yeah. Which of these animals was not considered to be Sonic? Armadillo, hedgehog, rabbit, or pangolin?
Are all of these covered in the game, John? Oh, that picture is haunting.
3 of these creatures were considered to be Sonic during development. Which of them was not?
On the development.
Sorry, if I left that off, I apologize. These were considered to be Sonic. And the answer is
ooh, this splits the crowd.
Oh, Ty, I'll give it to him. It was the pangolin. There was a time when he was considered to be a rabbit originally, and then they considered hedgehog and armadillo.
I don't know what
the
a
answer
pangolin is.
Finally, it's one of those things. Next question. Or sorry, scoreboard. We're racing through time here. Mighty Pony Girl up first. Rice Rocketeer, Morgan Hand, contestant number 21, and Paper Boa. Next question. Boom, hit it.
Ryan, wait, nothing. All right. Oh, that's a pangolin.
What is the last name of Mario's namesake? What is the last name of Mario's namesake? Is it Albano, Mario, Martinet, or Seagal?
Mario?
Mario? All right, I see the timer has run out. The correct answer is Seagal. Mario Seagal was the landlord for the Nintendo offices in New York, and they named Mario after Mario Seagal. Mario is the movie name they gave him. I don't know if that's officially true, but I know that this is
A lot of people thought it was Mario.
Yeah, it's the namesake. See, these are medium questions. I'm not a nice person. Baldwin can contest. 3 people got that right. All right. So
I'm
people
gonna jump
thought,
to the next question so we can
yeah,
go a bit
just
faster.
keep rolling. We gotta get through these. We'll get an update later. What type of dragon cannot be found in the Empress de Lion? Is it the Highland Ranger? Is it the Greater Mistral? Is it the Hibernal? Or is it the Catenza? Caltenza? What type of dragon cannot be found in the Empress de Lion?
Hey, John, what is the Emprise du Lion?
The land of the lion? I don't know. I can't speak language.
Was it-
All right. I see the timer's ticked over. It is the Greater Mistral. That is in a different area of the world. You cannot find them in the Empress de Lion. All right.
Ooh, one person who got it.
Woo! Woo! My tutorial got it. All right. Boom. I was going to throw when we do number 5, let's do another scoreboard check-in. All right. Next question. What game manual is this image from? Is this from Castlevania? Is this from Bonk's Adventure? Is this from Donkey Kong Jr.? Or is this from The Legend of Zelda?
What is a game manual, John?
What is a game manual is my other question coming up next. This image, this is question 4. We'll do scores after 5. This image is from The Legend of Zelda. It is the enemy bait, also referred to as food. The food, that was the food to give the guy. 4 people got it right. That's technically correct.
Food to give the
The
guy.
food
Okay.
to give the guy. All right.
Sorry, I'm slightly behind here.
Negative scores can win. We wanted to make it only positive. Next question. Which of these is the first 32-bit Nintendo platform? Is it the Game Boy Advance? Is it the FM Towns Marty? Is it the Virtual Boy? Or is it the Nintendo 64? That's right, Baldwin. Do you think the Nintendo 64 is the first 32-bit Nintendo console?
What was the Super NES? Was that 16?
That was
It was
16.
yeah, right.
Yeah. All right. Answer is, and we'll show scores after this one. I'm waiting for the stream to catch up. This is a little, there we go. The virtual, ooh, tied. So I'm up to $50. I'm up to $50, I think.
I thought you were up to $800.
What? No. That is the Virtual Boy. I have mine in my basement. It was not fun to play. It was really tough as a
This
child.
was the one that was like super red, right?
Oh, it was all red. It was all red. So what is our score at this point? This has been tough. Okay, our top scores include negative scores. Negative scores can win. Mighty Pony Girl at a solid 8, just under 9K. Zero Boo at just a little lower than that. Then contestant number 4, you can win contestant number 4 with a negative score if you put your name in. Then we have Ramithas and then Summy Elise. Don't feel bad. These are medium difficulty. If you're enjoying this, or if you're not enjoying this, difficulty hard is even more difficult. All right. In Mass Effect Andromeda, which character shares the voice actor of their own child? Is it Foster Addison? Is it Kahlo Jath? Is it Castius Valkyrian? Or is it Gil Brody? Which character shares the same voice of their own child? All right, Bolden. Do you know this answer?
I have no idea.
They asked this to us like 6 months ago, so like it was in our internal trivia.
Sure, okay. I went in and I memorized all of that stuff.
Yes, this is Castius Valkyrian, voiced by Brandon James Keener.
Of course, it was Brandon Keener.
Yeah, if you like Garrus, you may love Castius. All right, next question. Oh, but most people got that one right. I'm up to, let's say, $65. My math is really good here. What type of creature cannot be recruited in Suikoden 3? Is it moose, dog, android, or duck? What character can you not recruit as a playable character? What type of character? What type of creature? Let me read that properly. What type of creature cannot be recruited in Suikoden 3? Moose, dog, duck, or android? And the answer is
Suikoden 3 for PlayStation 2. Geez.
for PlayStation 2. Yeah, I have that right here.
Whoa.
There is a character. Wow. There was a character named Moose but not
I
a
see.
moose. It's a character named Moose, but that didn't. No one almost. I mean, no apologies to Duck, Android, totally valid. Moose got a lot. People got that right.
I didn't
Next
understand
question.
your slide at all. Moose is
Final Fantasy's first fishing minigame was in which game? Final Fantasy IV, Final Fantasy XIV, Final Fantasy XI, or Final Fantasy VI? Final Fantasy Spirits Within is not on the list. They did not have a fishing minigame in Final Fantasy Spirits Within. What game had the first fishing minigame in it? First fishing minigame. All right, let's roll into the answer.
Yes, let's.
Waiting to see it. Wow, Final Fantasy VI. Yes, when you're on the Lost Isle, or what, I forget what this is called, you need to grab fish to feed Sid so he doesn't die. You have 120 seconds, and every fish can restore between -32 and +32 seconds of health. Next question. Where can't you fight in Street Fighter 2? China, Australia, India, or Brazil? Where can't you fight?
I feel like this
China,
one's a freebie because it was such a big game,
Australia?
but maybe not.
Bolden, this game came out 30 some years ago.
Oh, don't say that.
We're on Street Fighter 5 now? Right?
Yeah, it's only 5. Yeah, it's only 5.
It's only 5.
Don't count all the championship hyper super mega death editions.
Yeah, Turbo Stream. All right.
And I guess a lot of our
Australia,
players.
I'm up to, let's say 70. We'll say 70 here.
Street
Australia was not added until Street Fighter Alpha 2. Alpha. Which is weird. They released an alpha. Normally we don't release games in alpha. All right. Next question. No dogs in this set, by the way. What won't the spell ZZ Go do? What won't the spell ZZ Go do?
Zed Go.
ZZ Go, sorry. Increase AC by 20. Fully heal. Add 8 extra attacks. Or teleport the party. What won't the spell ZZ Go do? And I did put a hint on the screen here because this one I was told was incredibly difficult for the last question. But I thought this is fair because this is the last question in the medium set. All right. All right.
Ooh, split across the board.
Oh, yes. The answer is decrease armor class by 20 because that's a game where your AC goes down to get better. When you're playing the game with descending AC, and I got to compute that, Thaco.
Use that. That's amazing.
What's AC? Oof. Can you show the final scores? Our final scores, all positive. Well done. We've got Player Pawn 0, Cal Denam, Charm City Jess, Gooba Gaba Megas.
Gooba Megazord X.
I did my best. And then Car the Cookie Elf. Car the Cookie Elf. Amazing. All right, I'm going to stop the share because I don't want to give away the answers for the next one. Because we have more trivia if you unlock it. And where are we going? We are right on time to roll into the writer's block chapter. Thank you so much for playing. We're going to get some people contacting you for prizes. If you want more trivia, that blue bar has to go from the left side. How was the streaming go? Great. It's from the left side to the right side. So if you want more trivia, more prizes, and to see me be a bigger jerk, move that blue bar from the left to the right. All right. I'm going to join the Writer Blocks channel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, sir, how you holding up?
I'm doing great. My kid's crying though. He wants his daddy. It's so sad.
Oh no, I'm sorry. That's hard.
It is. I have
I-
so yeah. Well, hello. Gosh golly. Oh my goodness. I am joined by some of my most favorite people here. We have with us today, we have Karen Weeks.
Hello.
Hello. We have Patrick Weeks.
Hello, happy to be here.
We have Cheryl Chi. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. And we have Mary Kirby. Hello.
Hey.
I am so happy to have you all here. And we were talking about questions to ask. And because we named this one Writer's Block, I want to ask one question to start off really quick here. When you are working, and you see one of your coworkers is struggling and they have writer block, what do you do to help them out? Like they're a friend of yours, you care about them and they're a little stuck. How do you help your friends with writer block and colleagues?
Well, a really hard question for me because I never get writer's block.
That's why it's not about you, it's about others.
I thought Mary could answer. Maybe.
Wow.
It's
Wow.
me helping Mary?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's about you helping Mary. Exactly. That's
That
the entire
seems like
question. This is actually an
I-
intervention.
yeah,
Welcome to the writer room.
like try harder sometimes.
Oh my God.
As an expert lead, Patrick is demonstrating the first trick, which is fob this problem on another writer and run.
Exactly.
No, it's called delegation.
Delegation.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah. Yes.
Yep.
Delegation. I would say in an approximation, although this is kind of an approximation of it, like that's a nice thing about having a writer pit or room or, where we're all together because, people are doing this all the time and people trust each other and we're all working on the same thing and cats can help with writer's block too. But so somebody can just spin their chair around and say, oh my gosh, I'm having trouble with this thing, what do you think? And everybody else throws in ideas and cats.
I'm sorry, Cheryl, I didn't introduce your cat. Could you please introduce the cat for us?
This is Nixie.
Hi, Nixie.
Yeah, because I had my treats out trying to attract the cat for the stream, and now they won't leave me alone.
I also find that sometimes when someone else has writer's block, like when I have writer's block, one of the things that I will sometimes do is I just try to get out of the office. It's it's harder in the wintertime in Edmonton, obviously, but sometimes you can just get out and we take our dogs out for a walk at the dog park and just kind of feel the wind in our faces and that just kind of clears the mind and gets everything sort of reset. And at least if I'm trying to help a writer, I will suggest something very much like that. It's like, okay, it seems like you've been banging your head against this for a while. Is there something fun you'd like to go do that like could help you reset?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, you can't force creativity. It's gotta flow, right?
Found that actually, there's a difference between like long writer's block, which is extensive, and like short, where it's like, okay, I just don't know how to write this one line or whatever. Going to the bathroom is super good because you kind of just like get up and walk around, and then you go to the toilet, and then you do whatever, and then by the time you flush, you have your answer.
And you have
90% of the best lines are written while you're walking back from the toilet.
Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
how it works.
Yeah.
that nice roll of paper in case you want to take notes. It's all right there. You can just
The other thing I find that can help is, and this is counterintuitive, but a lot of times what I found with me at least is sometimes what is hurting me most when I'm trying to write is a lack of boundaries or guidelines. And oh, hello, Bastila.
Sorry. Bastila wants to play with Cheryl's cat.
Oh my gosh. And so sometimes if you're talking to a fellow writer, they're like, yeah, I just don't know what to write. Say like giving them sometimes an even sort of deliberately goofy limitation or restriction in some ways is like, okay, well, Cheryl, if you don't know what to write about Blackwall, you have to write him talking about a song he heard at a tavern. Go. And like somehow and like putting it inside a box actually makes it easier for the writer to find the idea sometimes.
Yeah,
Gotcha,
on that point, I find it helps to outline what the box is because usually when I know I've hit my head against a wall trying to write something, it's because I haven't thought through what it needs to accomplish in the game. So just talking out, what does this scene even do? What do I have it for?
Totally.
Great. That is so good. I mean, people tend to think of like writers as the lone person up in a cabin writing the great Canadian novel or something, but actually it's a big team and you all support each other. And that's some of the best parts about it. Speaking about, the work, it's intense. We do a lot of work and, you take it with you sometimes. Does the act of your job ever translate into mundane tasks? Like, have you ever end up writing a shopping list that's all in prose or something? Do you ever find yourself in work mode when you're doing a mundane task?
Patrick, have you ever written a shopping list in iambic pentameter?
I would say that I troll
Well, they
Karen
are now.
in
I
iambic
believe the
pentameter.
gauntlet has
Yeah.
been thrown. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I would say I troll you at iambic pentameter sometimes, and it's like,
Yeah.
no, it's important to me that she know that I thought about this burn, and it must be a rhyming couplet.
Yeah, we do talk to our
I've
kids about like producing things sometimes. like we
Hey
joke about
guys,
Jira and sprints and things.
yeah. Hey guys, we're gonna time box this living room cleanup.
Yeah.
As an editor, Karen, if you're ever relaxing and watching a show or reading a book, is it hard to turn off that part of your brain and be like, I'm just
Oh
going to
yeah.
enjoy this product?
It never shuts off. Like if I can get through like a typo or two in a novel that I'm reading, and then if it's more than that, then I can't like I it's very difficult. Um it it depends though. I mean, because there's different kinds of writing, right? So like there's definitely the proofreading pass and that never kind of completely turns off. But when I'm looking at something and I'm, trying to watch for plot or structure, that part is a little bit easier to turn off to have fun. But yeah, when something's misspelled or written like blatantly incorrectly, I have a difficult time with it. It's true. So I'm very lucky I have a job that lets me channel that. So I'm not just like that wacky person fixing the menus in restaurants and writing on the sign in the elevator. I mean, I'm still that person, but I have other places to focus it, which is probably best for the universe at large.
The other thing I found is it's not so much necessarily the big, like all of the stylistic details, but if I spend all day working on a character, I find myself thinking more like that character and sometimes answering in that character's voice. In when I was on Dragon Age Inquisition with all of y'all, Karen would sometimes go, "What is going on with? Oh, were you working on coal today?" And
They have never been weirder than when they were writing Cole, and that's pretty weird.
silvery shining coming through, going around the corner, and there it is. Yeah, it's a fun little free association trip.
How about
Gotcha.
you, Mary and Cheryl?
Yeah.
Uh, I guess, when I'm writing Isabella, I just have like dirty jokes. Well, no, that's just me.
Oh
Not
yeah,
really
It's
an
just
yeah.
Isabella thing.
yeah.
You're so
Yeah.
prim and chaste otherwise.
Again, like my grammar, anal retentiveness, it lets you focus it for good.
It kind of affects what kind of music I listen to because I do
Mm.
require music to kind of get in the mood. So I think if I'm writing a character, I tend to just be listening to the whatever playlist I've made for them for like 2 weeks or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, can you all listen to stuff with words? Because I
Yeah.
almost like these days I almost always listen to stuff that's like a score, like not the soundtrack to a movie, but the score of the movie, where it's just the instrumental stuff.
I find like lyrics with, especially if I'm not paying attention to it, it just becomes background now. Background noise. It's not a problem for me. I know it's a problem for a lot of people, but not me.
I think I accidentally wrote part of Timber into Solus at one point and was like, well, okay, I have to stop listening to Kesha. That's
For me, it depends entirely on how close the lyrics are to something the character would say, at which point it becomes distracting. If it sounds like their voice in my head. If it sounds nothing, if it's Kesha, I'm fine. Like, Varric is not going to speak in Kesha.
I
But
think I
what if you
was
did?
listening to a lot of
That
Timber
would be
while
amazing.
writing like multiplayer barks, but no one ever
Yep.
actually said Timber, which is a missed opportunity, I guess.
Did they say you're going
Someone
down?
said you're going down, though. Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know. Maybe.
In this
All
panel,
three of us
Cheryl
are like,
opens us up to liability.
yeah.
Speaking of voices and lyrics, we have a question from chat that I'll re-paraphrase here. Is like, either going one direction, you hear someone doing a song or doing acting, you're like that is the perfect voice for this character, or the other way where you read a book and you go, I can't wait to see the movie, which I don't know how people like movie trends, but they go, I can't, and they see the actors like that's not who it was in my head. Like which way does that go? Do you have any experience? You're already laughing, Patrick. So.
Well, no, because it totally goes both ways. I mean, there are like when I'm working on characters, the first thing I almost always start from is I get a spark from some character, and usually it's not a huge character. Like if someone goes, the character I'm writing is Chris Evans as Captain America. Well, okay, everyone's gonna know that. But if I'm going and I'm going, okay, who's this character? And I'm bouncing around and I'm going, okay, he's warrior, but he's not a boastful warrior. He's a stoic warrior. I know, Teal'c from Stargate SG-1. Okay, and then I go, okay, Teal'c from Stargate SG-1, but like a dwarf. Okay, but like a dwarf, and maybe it's a woman, and like by the time you've done those changes, it's totally not recognizable that the original voice in my head
Mhm.
was Christopher Judge's awesome bass delivery as Teal'c from Stargate SG-1, but
Yeah.
like that is usually what gets me going.
Gotcha.
Not anything in general, specifically Teal'c.
Oh yeah, I love SG-1. Cheryl or Mary, do you ever see a voice and say, I got to get that person on board, or vice versa?
Not really. I think generally when I write a character, I have a voice in my head for them, and I imagine what the lines are gonna sound like. And then sometimes you have the situation where the voice actor that's cast is so good and they're actually delivering the lines in a way that you didn't think, and you're like, oh, now I have to pay attention to how they say things. Like I think Blackwall, for example, like after a while, like the voice actor just kind of always nailed it, and I just love the quality of his voice, so I would always hear his voice while writing uh, after a while, and that kind of really worked out. And I think Barry had that with Meryl as well.
Yeah, yeah. As soon as we cast Eve Miles, I listened to like several hours of her in
Torchwood.
Torchwood, and then just wrote to the way that she spoke as much as possible. Like that was the voice of the character.
I found that with Gareth David Lloyd as Solus, and I found it with Freddie Prinze Jr. as Bull. As soon as I heard his delivery on stuff, I was like, oh, okay, I have to write some lines differently because Bull is smarter than I realized.
Hmm.
And with Gareth David Lloyd, I was like, oh, okay, he's gonna put poetry into anything I say in the best way possible, so I can. There was almost like I remember in my early drafts, even when I sort of knew what I wanted Solus to be, there was kind of a hesitation where I'm like, is this too melodramatic? Is this too tragically angstful? And then I would hear Gareth David Lloyd was like, oh no, he could sell that. Okay, game on.
Branching off from the voice actor stuff a little bit, we work closely with a localization team, and we publish our games in a lot of languages. Is there a language that makes your work extra good? Like if you get translated to Polish, does your words just pop and be more different? Like, is there a language that really, besides English, that you really flourish in?
Elven.
Do we ship in Elven?
We
I don't know.
ship too
Ask
much in
Karen.
Elven.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. I mean, no, Elven is a beautiful language, as is Qunari and no, Qunat, sorry, as is um, you know, the dwarf. They're all beautiful, just close to my heart. I never get tired of trying to figure out pronunciations to say for the actors so that they can also participate in this wonderful festival of made up languages that the brilliant people I work with create. Um, we always have to leave a lot of room for German because they make their words really long. So, like, we have to make sure all the GUIs and stuff fit. That said, hearing things in German is great, especially like,
I thought
fight
German Varric.
scenes or, yeah, German Varric. Just, there's just something about, I can't
Everything is more
probably say the
dramatic in
word.
German.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is because
Yeah.
like the consonants are harder and it snaps more and it's just yeah, it's more robust in German. It's fun.
I have to Google German Varric when we're done here and just really get a taste of that.
I
Yeah.
thought like one of the was it a Blackwall or a Cullen in French sounded really good. I don't remember. I remember playing Calpurnia's plot in testing in French for some reason. I think we had some issues with the languages that I was playing, and I played that in French, and I was like, "This is great! I should play this in French all the time." Except I don't speak French, which
I just remember that everyone sounded prettier in Italian, and I was like,
Yeah,
wow,
it's just
Italian is just
automatically more romantic in Italian. Yeah.
a much prettier language that I write in.
Yeah.
So for all the fans out there, they should go back, play their favorite previous game, put on English subtitles with Italian, and just really soak in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You brought up some languages that may or may not be real, such as Elvish and Dwarvish and stuff like that. How do you make a language? Let's just back up way all the way back to to early humankind. How do you make a language?
Okay, so
Get
this is
drunk.
where, yeah, that is an important first step.
Sorry.
So the behind the curtain part, not to totally dispel, there are some awesome websites that have like, we've translated everything that's been written in Elven and Dragon Age, and here are the verb tenses and conjugations, and then people usually Mary and I get very sad, slightly looking at that page, going like, well, does that mean we have to stick with that? Because the truth is, um, it's made up, and the rule for it being made up is you're asking voice actors. So a lot of times they're working, they just have a microphone. All they know is the instruction in the voiceover comment that says, "You are really sad. This is tearing your heart out." And also your character is this. Your character is you're an elf, but not a Keebler elf, and not a Dragon Prince elf, and not even a Tolkien elf. You're an elf that's basically a person, just like a normal person, in this setting, and like they have all of that to think of already, and then you're asking them to speak made-up words in a fake language, and also act while doing so. And I mean, we have amazing talent. Gareth David Lloyd did an incredible job reading the gobbledygook. But the rule is, um, if I go, okay, I've looked at the wiki, I've looked at the words. Here's the correct grammatical way to do it. And if that turns out to be like too long or too many like disconnected syllables, and it just looks bad or sounds bad, then we shorten it to something that's simpler. Because the key is we want to give the flavor of a foreign language, but we don't have the world building budget and capacity to make something that is going to be dictionary real, and someone could go through and translate the background things written on the tiles of the old temples. I don't know. Mary and I were in a language interview talking about this one time.
Yeah, I
Tell
think
us
we
about
were.
Qnlat, Mary.
Oh boy. Yeah. I mean, so for building a language, the first things that I started with for Qnlat and Elven and the amount that we have of Dwarven was, what words do we need to use the most? Um, Greetings and farewells and words for friend and enemy and basic things that will come up easily in conversation. That's the first part of the vocabulary. And then after that, it is, how difficult is this for other writers to use? Can they just pick it off the wiki? Do they need just one word? Do they need to write whole sentences? And how does that work? Qunari uh, language has almost no grammar to it, because asking anybody to learn how to use Qunari grammar and conjugate verbs in a pretend language is impossible. And then once you've done that, a human being has to be able to read it while not knowing what any of it means.
The other, well, okay, one thing. Oh, sorry. If I could just add really quickly, one thing that I was really impressed with Mary in particular doing, is I can tell you like one thing that because Mary was like one of the big lore people across the entire Dragon Age series, and I can look at a word and go, that has two A's in a row. That's definitely a Canary word. That word is kind of long and maybe has some apostrophes in it and has a couple of like flowy vowel sounds. That's probably Elven. And like, because I think that's what's important. Like people, you want players to be able to look at a word, and you want the like players want to feel smart for being able to go, oh, I don't know what that means, but I totally know that's a word for the Canary people.
Yeah, every language has its own kind of little set of phonemes, the sounds that they make, and the sort of word structure and spelling so that it gives a flavor to that language. Hopefully, that is always to be pronounceable because again, very important that the words can be said by human beings.
Just wanted to add. Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, go ahead, Cheryl. Sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to add, like, one of the fun things to do is actually to make up swear words in the fake languages.
Totally.
Do you have a favorite
And things
that you can
that you
share?
yell when you're fighting.
I know, of course, Boschstat from
Aw.
Mass Effect is so good.
Oh,
But yeah, you
I
kind of
thought of
always
that
want
one.
a word that that has that hard sound and you can yell at somebody in anger. So I
Yeah.
think when you're looking for swear words, you kind of want that "Ugh" sound, you
Pointy
know?
but carrot. Yeah, and we talk about it,
Yeah.
and we're like yelling these words to each other, like, "Is that good?" It's like, "No, it needs to be two syllables." See, and then, well, which one? You boss it. You want to be able to hit that one first. So we do
Yeah.
actually talk about this a lot, because
Yes.
especially anything that's going to be emotional, we want it to be, we want
Yeah,
it
I
to
remember
feel right. We want it to.
recently Brienne had to wanted a word, and I don't know if she actually managed to find one, but yeah,
Well,
it's fun.
okay, so like my Oshtet is just saying bastard and slurring it. Like that's I just went like, okay, good, that works. I can do that. The one that always threw me was, and I feel like there's also times when past writers kind of kind of leave traps for future writers, where past writers will go, okay, I'm going to write this detailed phrase in a codex entry, but don't worry, it doesn't matter if it can never be said aloud by mortal lips because it'll never have to be voiced. And then next game, guess what, dummies? Look what you have to make someone say. And you're like,
Yeah,
oh,
that's what
come
that's
on,
what I was going to
guys.
say before. It's like now, 4 games in, we have pages and pages and pages of all these examples. I want to say this. Well, that's how we said something like this before. Well, that's ridiculous. I don't want to say that, but now we've said it and it's out there. So it's like, how do we evolve? And then
What was
sometimes we just go, screw it. Languages are living languages. We'll just say it
yeah.
like this now.
My favorite, not because it's a good swear word, but because I love it for how ridiculous it is what is it? The sarcastic mythal enaste. Because it's the sarcastic mythal's blessing that basically means you're getting screwed over somehow. But I love it because
And I always
whoever
thought it
wrote
sounded
that,
like
and
metal is nasty. Like I just,
Methal nasty. Yeah, because that's great. Because whoever wrote that clearly never thought anyone would have to say it out loud. I just like, yes, yes, Methal nasty. Let's do it.
So
Sorry, John.
we touched on no go that's great. I wanted to riff off of that. So we touched on a little bit on music with lyrics in it, and people always talk about like earworms. Is there ever like a line that gets stuck in your head, like whether it's something you saw on a show or read in a book or even your coworkers? Is there ever someone's like, I keep saying this line in my head, curse you for that? Is there anything that gets stuck in your head like that?
Your ladder so you can get off my back.
the
Several
all
of the,
purpose phrase to remember. That's a good one.
True.
several of the
Yeah.
inappropriate lines that Cheryl writes for followers walking around in wilderness areas.
I did not
Yeah.
write that. That was from DAO. I don't think I wrote that. That was
Oh
a.
no! I'm not talking about.
Was it really?
Wait, I'm pointing in the wrong direction because for the people we appear like this. I'm doing. No, I'm talking about Iron Bull seeing the ice hanging down from the
Oh.
statue, and I'm recently
Icicles.
on. That one worked its way around the writer room for a while.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Good reason.
I didn't hear about Isabella saying, I like big boats and I cannot lie before I saw that in editing. And I was just like, oh my God, are we really doing this? Because it's great. So of course we're doing it. But yeah, that was a moment. I remember that moment reading that, just being like, wow, I think I've transcended to a different plane now. That's amazing.
Yeah. I wrote that in. Jennifer took it out, and then Dave was like, "No, it has to come back." And
Lead writer fiat there. That's good.
Yeah.
Karen, you mentioned about the checking over stuff and editing. Is there like, are there ever any bad habits like puns or off color jokes? Like, is there any no bad habits? So nothing you have to worry about. Like
nothing that I've heard of.
We
you don't do
can.
puns at all.
Oh my God. We actually had a conversation about this. It's like, okay, because I mean, we sort of speak in puns, all of us. It's sort of speaking of languages, like a second communal language we all have. But it's like, It's sort of like the pun test. Like we don't want to have every other word be puns, but like so we get a few of them and we have to allot them wisely. So like every time there's one, it's like, all right, is this good slash bad enough to be one of the times that we pull the trigger and say yes? And we did have one of those recently. I obviously can't talk about it, but it was pronounced okay to go ahead and have this pen. But yeah, I mean everybody has their thing. I have the I have things when I write. But yeah, at this point, I mean I think our babyest writer is Brianne, who's been here 8 years, and I've worked with all these folks a lot. So I can usually tell who wrote what, at least on a first pass. Just kind of by little things that they have.
They all have a
I'll pick
tell.
I
their
don't
tell.
use I don't overuse commas at all. I don't know why
Well,
you would
with
even
you, it's
bring up
more, and I
commas.
mean, we've talked about this, so I don't feel like I'm calling you out too terribly, but like Patrick puts the conjunction in front of like every other, usually and, but yeah. So, but I mean, like we all have it. I have it. Ironically, I use entirely too many words when I write. I usually put in like 15 um adjectives when I only need one. So, we
I
all
will
got
say
our stuff.
I will say the thing that makes me sad is that our players never get to see the temp text.
Oh,
Because
Yeah.
because when we start writing, a lot of times, and at least in my process, if I'm doing a scene, sometimes I want to get a sense of like how many like where I want to put the choices. Because like if you have too many choices, the scene's too expensive, and so it's like okay, I want a choice at the beginning, I want a choice at the end. These feel like the right parts, and so I kind of block it out with temp text. And so we all do this to varying degrees, and people have the best temp text because, again, as Karen said, we're a bunch of experienced writers, and so uh, Mary, I will politely call out for, yep, we sure are starting the plot. Hope a sudden twist doesn't distract things. Here we go. Here we go. Inquisitor, yes, in 3 different ways. Here we go. Here we go. Oh no, a twist. None of us could have predicted this. We're like, yep. Okay, good. Someday there will be heartbreaking dialogue in here, but this totally works.
is that true? Is that true, Mary? Or is this rendition accurate?
I may have written similar temp text at various times. The number of conversations that I've temped in with, well, I hope nothing bad happens here. No.
Now I kind of want a sarcastic narrator to just be in the background the whole time.
Totally
Yeah,
not
I know.
foreshadowing. Yeah.
So you all work with an amazing group of creators and not just from the writing team, but across the game devs. If you could bring in anybody from outside of game dev, like a director or a screenwriter, who would you love to work with, living or dead? Well, theoretically, while they were alive, not like their corpse, but like living or dead. If there was, sorry, Patrick, if there was anyone you could work with, and whether it was with their project or our project, who would you want to be able to just bring in and sit down and do a writer's session with?
And then
I
there was
stumped you all.
silence.
I
I would
know.
want to bring in Terry Pratchett because I think
Oh,
Shoot, that was
he
mine.
has the great kind of fantasy, funny, irony, um, the way he did characters and the way he could do really sarcastic but heart. I think that's something we strive for, and I think he could teach us a lot about that.
sure.
I would have voted Taika Waititi for
Yes.
similar
Oh,
reasons.
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
Like,
nice.
Yes. Can you imagine? Holy cow.
that'd be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I would to play off suit. I will say romance novelist Nora Roberts
Ooh.
because she
No, I know
is
exactly why.
she
Yeah.
is she is really smart, and also she knows how to write inside a genre and work and do wonders within it, and her structure is so good. If you pick up a Nora Roberts book, here's when this is going to happen, here's when they're going to have their meet cute, here's when they're going to have the first kiss, here's the tension, and I feel like we're all experienced, and I feel pretty good about that. But I really like all of the things she does that way, and also I am a sucker for romance, so I would
Mhm.
love to bring a romance novelist in and just have them look at our scenes and go, okay, here, no, they should pull the tie so that the article of clothing comes open. We need a sense of how warm the skin is here, something like that. Like, I want to see what they could do with that.
Mhm. Mhm. Cheryl, do you have anyone to add, or you
Well,
looking
I
off the
mean,
hard?
after Patrick talked about Nora Roberts, I was thinking, hey, I would love to work on a Murderbot game. That would be great.
Yes,
Oh man,
Yeah,
yes.
Martha
Martha Wells
Wells,
would be
Murderbot.
Martha
incredible.
Wells would be so
Yeah.
fun.
I
Yeah.
love the world that she's built with the Murderbot, especially with there's a wide variety of types of relationships and family structures, and I really like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Hmm.
Hmm. Planning. We'll see what happens. Obviously we can't get some of those people are not currently with us. So one of the things that you all do a lot of amazing work, and it's not just for video games. Do you ever get jealous of the stuff your coworkers do, whether it's in game or not? Is there ever anything that you go like, man, I wish I could have written that, or boy, they really are, oh, they nailed it too good there. Do you ever get jealous or very envious of the work of your coworkers?
Actually, the
I
people I
wish
get
I could.
jealous of are the sound designers. They get to do the most fun
Oh
stuff.
yeah.
Yes.
They're like blowing stuff up and stabbing things and breaking stuff and making things go splat and squeak. And yeah, it's just, that sounds like so much fun. So
I
that's
get
actually who I'm jealous of.
I get jealous that I'm pretty sure Cheryl could bench press most of us
No, 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 no,
That's
no, no, no.
true.
because
Yeah.
because I don't know, like my pandemic has involved a lot of sitting in sweatpants, and Cheryl continues to do. Okay, I want to say Taibo, and I know it's not actually
Oh
No,
my
no,
Taibo.
God, you're
I
so
haven't
old.
done Muay Thai because you don't want to go and
Go to a
like
You
contact.
can't
Okay,
go
yes,
breathe on
contact
people. Yeah.
sport.
yes.
Like I don't want to clinch somebody and have their face like right here, for obvious
Okay, fair.
reasons.
So she's taking a rebuilding gear, but she could still pretty much destroy most of us.
Hmm.
I don't know. But
Except
on
not
on
for
on
the
being
element of
envious,
surprise.
I always I love seeing Luke's lines sometimes, like Luke
Yeah.
senpai. But
Yeah. Luke
he
has
has
a turn of
great
phrase.
lines. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who writes the
Uh,
best worst lines, especially?
oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
It's true.
Okay, I'm
That's
always
it.
impressed with I'm always impressed with Mary getting away with lines. There are lines that I look at
Yeah.
and I'm like, wow, you buried that one. So,
Yeah.
and by the time it's in, I'm like, wow, okay. In the interest of professionalism, I ought to suggest we take that out. But honestly, it's the only players who get that one. They really, I feel like they've earned it if they go that far into that investigate and take that follow up, having done that past choice, and and then uh, and then Varric or Meryl says ridiculous line in like a one time throwaway.
I think a thing I envy about all of you, I don't know if envy is the right word, but I super enjoy it. Is just getting to see, because the other part of the group dynamic is you'll see, conversations or snippets of a lunch chat or a thing we've been joking about, and then you'll see it get pulled in, and how all of you are able to take a normal kind of thing, well, as normal as we get as a group, and then turn it into a moment and use it to further the plot and use it to further a character. It's the cleverest thing, and it happens in so many different ways. And I just love it every time I kind of recognize something, because that's, I don't know, I feel that's a real privilege to get to see, oh, I saw the little snippet of life and then how you crafted it into this very cool thing. And I just love getting to see that happen. It's very cool.
Just recently, remember how you were editing something of mine, and I was like, yeah, and then you were like, oh, I was like, yes, you inspired me because of that anecdote,
I was
and
Cheryl's muse.
yeah.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't talk about what it was, but it was not as dramatic as that sounds.
if I may, and hopefully I won't put anybody on blast here. Do you ever try out your plots and characters in your tabletop D&D or other games? Do you ever try them out and test them in those settings? Cheryl's laughing. I think I'm putting her on blast.
No, actually, I don't because I think I have one of my DMs is in the chat. But
Oh.
I'm very
Nothing. I do
bad at
nothing.
role playing. I'm so bad at it. I because I don't really think about my characters when I make them. I feel like she just does whatever, and then I will just be myself in the session. So what is the stupidest thing this character could do, and they'll do it. I feel like I need to actually, when I'm actually writing, I actually sit down and I think about the character and I live them for like 2 months or whatever. And I don't do that with TTRPGs because it's just for fun. So I feel like I never I don't take it as seriously as I do the writing that I do for my work, obviously. So my characters are really kind of just random. Like when we played with Cutter was just like always drunk and then just doing the stupidest shit, right?
Well, I was going to say the last game we were in, my character ended up seducing Cheryl's
That
character's
was so
mom,
great.
and
Yeah,
that
that
was
was
just
amazing.
awkward and wonderful for all of us. That was
Yeah,
really fun.
there was a lot to unpack and then repack and
Mhm.
Yeah.
close the lid on and not look at.
But I just love that Sylvia actually has a set of dice that she calls her thirsty dice because
Yes.
whenever you ask her like, "Hey, can you roll to see how hot this thing is? This person is?" It will always be 20. It will
Yeah.
always come out 20 because and it will be super the person will be super hot and the seduction will go smoothly. Yeah, thirsty dice.
So I will say running and playing in tabletop RPGs has given me a huge appreciation both for people who do live games that they stream, like the Critical Role people or some of the stuff that the Cortex RPG people are doing in Roll and Keep, because it has really shown that there are people who can do much better voices than I am ever willing to do at the table. And like I will try. I like in the game that I played with Cheryl and Karen, I would at least go, okay, I'm doing my sad suffering halfling voice, but my sad suffering halfling was never more than about 2 degrees removed from Kif from Futurama. I mean, he was always. I was just going like, okay, I don't know. He's unlucky. Bad things happen to. Yeah. Okay. Well. All right, sir. I'll try. Okay, I'll try to stab. Here we go. But like that was about what I could do, and like the people who can really put on something and make it their own, that always impresses me. Like Aaron in our tabletop home game with the family is good at putting on voices. He becomes badass dragonborn sailor warrior type.
Gotcha.
She's got a Scottish accent because when you're hitting things, you kind of have to.
100%.
And that's one of the few I can do.
One of the things that we all deal with, but probably the most for writers, is that after we ship a game, it literally is being shipped out the door and it gets into the hands and the fans, and then we kind of lose a little bit of control. Like we can't always predict what the fans are going to do. But one question I'd like to ask, and maybe you can start, Mary, is after we put it out and the fans get a hold of it and then they come back to us, do you have any experiences or anecdotes of fans coming back to you and telling how they were affected by your writing? And if you can, how does that feel to have, like, no one ever tells me about my code. So how does it feel to have the writing commented on like that? You might be muted.
Can't hear you.
Good.
There we go. There we go.
There you are.
Okay, great. Yeah. Um, it's a very strange experience because for so long these characters live inside your head.
Mhm.
Um, and it feels a little bit like people have been peeking into your weird daydreams. It's very exciting. I love to see people cosplay my characters. I love to hear about people's experiences with my characters, but it's also very weird because in some way that character was like based on my dad or one of my siblings. Like, wow, it's a little personal.
Something I have found is I think you never know which character is going to be the most important character for someone. Um, I mean, sometimes you have ideas. Sometimes we're trying. Like, you know, the team worked on Krem in Dragon Age Inquisition, who was our first kind of major trans character, and that got a lot of good reception. But I know there's one person I've talked to on social media, and I, her favorite character is Quartermaster Thren from Dragon Age Inquisition in Haven. And I wrote Thren in half a day, and my entire and person watching this, you should probably just like mute if this is going to be make it bad for you. But when I was writing Thren, I just wanted, okay, this is good-hearted. I was doing a little bit of Steel Magnolias. I was going good-hearted, Southern, no nonsense, but like blue collar Steel Magnolias, and going like, okay, this is someone accustomed to the ways of the world, so she's gonna call a spade, and like if you come up to her and you're an elf, she's going she and you're going to be the Inquisitor. She doesn't recognize you. She says buckets are over there because she thinks you're there to clean. And buckets are over there. You can clean up. Anyone calls you a knife ear, you come to me. I'll take care of it. And like it's problematic, but she's trying. She is like the good-hearted person who has with a good heart rooted for the wrong group on every occasion. Like she was a proud Logain supporter in early things, and actually gets really excited if Logain comes to Skyhold in Inquisition. But like that was a fun character for me to write because I had a viewpoint in my mind, and I remember someone's like, Ren is really important to me, and you want to like, I don't know, you have to honor that because you're like, cool, that it means so much to me that this connected with some part of you, and that you brought some of yourself to it because it wasn't all me. For me, it was a half day going, I think this will kind of work.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's really interesting because like they basically the reader merges with the writer at the point of experience.
Yeah, it's people finding the character that they need who can say some words that they didn't have the words for yet, or they didn't have the courage to speak the words themselves sometimes. I think in a lot of cases it's like, oh my gosh, that character said that's how you say that. That's how you come out. That's how you stand up to an abusive parental figure. That's how you do like that's in some way sometimes in our own, when we're not just doing the smoochy parts or the dragon punchy parts, we're giving these ideas for here's how to grow as a person. And when that connects with people, it's really, really meaningful.
Yeah. When Sheriff, I can keep riffing on this one. When you first started writing, did you ever expect the response that we get from fans, on social media, at conventions? Like, was this at all in your mind when you started?
When I started, I was a huge Baldur's Gate fan.
Okay.
So I was the fan. I was the one who was like, let me write this character. So I mean, it's still extremely um weird to me when somebody that I recognize or actually respect or admire is like, I love Dragon Age. I'm like, what? This tiny thing that I worked on? Oh my god. Like, so it's kind of sobering, and it's like just very cool. But I mean I knew that people do, as a person that really enjoys video games, and you know I knew that fans responded to things in that way. Also, other fandoms. But then when it does happen to me, it's still, I always feel very honored when like somebody tweets at me and it's like, yeah, Liliana made me realize that I'm gay, and I'm like, that's so cool. You know, it's really heartwarming to be a part of somebody's journey, your tiny thing that you did.
Carol,
That's
I have a
awesome.
question for you. Has anyone ever come up to you and said that reading your Neverwinter Night submission module of a guy's girlfriend who gets killed and turned into a magical musical instrument helped them realize that they were actually a magical musical instrument?
No, but somebody has said, yes, I would like to murder my girlfriend and turn them into a musical instrument.
That's really sweet.
I know, right? It's just like, yeah.
Ultimate growth. I
The
actually
look
got
on your
a
face,
Carol
John. I'm
submission
sorry.
way
Welcome
back.
to the writing room.
No,
How it goes.
I had a good setup because I was going to segue to our outro, but now I have to go. Speaking of murdering your romantic partner and turning their innards into guitar strings, hey, Karen, would you like to say an outro and tell people how to reach out if it's possible or anything like that? Because I am a deer in the headlights here. So let's just.
That's right. Okay, well, if you'd like to talk to us about, turning various partners into instruments or whatever,
Please don't do
uh,
that. No, don't.
yeah, no,
Not
please
without
don't.
consent. Not
We
without
don't. Con-
consent.
We will all be, yes, to joke about it, to not actually seriously pursue. Yes, we are all on Twitter, and we will, if you follow us already, we talk about our cats a lot and occasionally writing things. Um, and please donate to support this awesome
Yeah.
cause. We're here chatting away, having a great time. And John and a bunch of really amazing people have worked really hard to put this together for weeks and months. And so we really appreciate them. We appreciate this chance to get to do this and to get to chat with people. And, we're all trying to get through this pandemic, but it's been rough on a lot of people. So I'm really grateful for this way to get to give back a little bit and have some fun while doing it. So please support all the hard work these fine folks are doing.
Great.
John, is it okay if we thank some of the recent donors? Because I know that they have.
Yeah, sure. If you got
'Cause
that
we have,
list.
You have the
yeah,
thing.
we've got. There's All Right Gamers. Let's get that Poggers bread, which just that's anonymous. But I mean, honestly, that
It's very
phrase is
telling, even though it's anonymous.
that's too
Yeah.
powerful to be given to any one individual, anyways. But like, Sam, thank you for your donation and the really nice note about doing this wonderful charity segment. Lena Anderson, thank you so much.
Yay, Lena!
Joey and Tanachville, which I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but I'm going to go with it because I believe.
For all the things you've written that other people have to pronounce, you deserve every second of this and more.
Tanachville, thank you for your support. It means the world to us. Thank you for helping Canadian food banks. Thank you for coming and watching us goof around and be silly.
Gotcha. Mary, was there anything else you wanted to close out? And once again, thank you for your time. You're just happy to be here, smiling. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Great.
I have lost the thread. It's fine.
Well, if you need threads, I know it actually can perform
Can't
on a
imagine
person.
how that happened.
Cheryl, you've been amazing. Thank you so much. Is there anything you'd like to close out on?
Because in the
You're
background,
muted.
you should say hi. Oh, for fuck's sakes.
That's the
You're
perfect thing
not
to close.
muted now.
Where jar? Where jar?
Oh my god, this happened last time.
It did.
Hey.
We only saw you
Thanks,
mouth
Cheryl.
it
We
last
just
time,
got
though.
demonetized on YouTube.
Oh no. Well, thank you for closing out on that.
Yeah, sorry.
We're going to be going, and Patrick, so true to be calling out our amazing donation. We're over halfway there to unlocking our bonus trivia, and it's always a pleasure. Thank you for taking time out of this long weekend where there's actually sun outside. We're going to pass it over to, I believe it's Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Andrew for art check-in.
Hey, Art.
The pictures are coming along. They are beautiful.
They're so cool. Everyone should get them. They're so neat.
So neat. Thank you so much. And I will continue waving until the camera leaves this Discord room.
Hello, we live? We live. Welcome back, everyone, to another Art Corner check-in. On screen here, you can see Sakari finished in all of their glory. Sakari is a Tabaxi Rogue Bard. He is inquisitive and adventurous. Props to Rudy for drawing this out. Looks great. Let's see, what else have we got on the docket here? Ooh, so this is 7D2, a Gearforged Artificer. They are very literal and follow rules to the letter. Problem with that is that their lack of knowledge around basic etiquette, so they are gradually piecing together right and wrong based on the party's actions, making them eager to listen while rarely expressing their opinion. This one is done by Jen. Awesome job. Looks great. Next up, we have a work in progress from Chelsea. This is Madison, a half-elf archer. They try their best to be nice and kind. They always outwardly show off a nice, positive smile to folks. In general, they're nice and polite, but can be fiery due to their sassiness. This is looking great. This is a work in progress. This is a thing of art. It's great. Thanks, Chelsea. Let's see. What is up next? This is from Sylvia. This is Mirai, who is a half-elf of the Frost variant, and they are a fighter. She's really sarcastic to hide a lot of her vulnerabilities. She's super protective of those she's close to a fault. However, she doesn't like people getting close to her and doesn't really know what to do when they do. She doesn't know how to human them. To prevent this, she becomes abrasive to those that try. Awesome work, Sylvia. Looking forward to seeing the finished product. And now into the more work in progress territory, we have Captain Zartel with my guest, Serena Tang.
Well, hi.
Hello.
Yeah, so we're working on Captain Zartel right now, who is quite an interesting character. As you can see, they are a skeleton dressed up with a pirate's doublet and an ostentatious pirate's hat. And it always, brings up the question of when clothes are on a skeleton, does it float on visible muscle or does it hang from the frame?
Is this the greatest callback in Gamers for Groceries history? It might be. Awesome work, Serena.
Yeah, thanks.
Let's see. And lastly, but not least, is my work in progress of Dole the Whip Mango, who is a half-orc fighter. They are very friendly and cheerful, like a big dog. She will hug you as a greeting. Her int modifier may be a -3, but her friendship is a +5. She loves to work with kids, coaching them in sports, and she's always ready to show off how strong she is. Oh, I see that we just reached over $2,000 in total donations. That is amazing. Thank you all for your very generous donations. And I don't really have much else for this check-in. What do you think, Serena?
Everything's looking so good. I'm so happy with what everyone has been able to come up with. And if you still want to submit a donation so we can draw your character, we have the space. We'd love to draw it.
Great. And all of the artists are super excited as well to be working on these. There is just so much energy in our channel right now. It's great. And yeah, I'm looking forward to making that big collage at the end and seeing how all of these turn out. Thank you guys again. And if we're ready, we can pass it off to the next section, which I believe is a message from Food Bags Canada.
It's generally described that the first modern food bank in Canada is the Edmonton Food Bank. Again, not that Edmonton is the first place that would feed those who are hungry in the inner city, but to use a food bank model that comes out of the States.
We could use this wasted food to help these people who needed the food.
And so that's how it got started, and then the formalization of a food bank got started in 1981.
Certainly we've been very fortunate and worked very hard to build relationships with over 250 agencies, churches, schools, and food depots. And it's those partnerships that enables the food that comes into the food bank warehouse to go out to the broader community. We know that there's still lots of work to be done.
We still need the food bank to do what it's always done, but if we really want to transform people's lives, we need to go beyond food.
We had an individual come in, and in the Hamperline program, you'll sometimes have special requests. And in this one, it was the special request was birthday cake, and we were able to meet that request. So I remember giving the hamper to the family, and I always get emotional. The little fella sees it and says, "This is the best day ever." And here I am, a guy giving out donated food, and this is this kid's best day. So it leaves a mark for me. I'm a sympathetic old guy, and it's a story that I just can't get out of my head, that my donated food is this kid's best day.
We struggled greatly until somebody let us know that the food bank exists and that there's such a service that we could reach out to.
When they started helping us out and I had lunches and I had snacks, that was the last thing I had to worry about. Then I was more worried about, okay, how can I fit in with a group? And
So what's a good day when we would receive food from the food bank? And that day was always a day when there was a Skippy's peanut butter that was in the bottom of the bag. And when I saw it, it just kind of lit up. It just made my day.
What we do, working side by side with the Edmonton food banks who do so much for this city. It's truly an honor to get to work with them, and that's Canada and that's Edmontonians in general, as people looking out for each other.
Giving is something that we need to put more emphasis on if we're going to continue having the kind of society that we're all proud to live in. And as part of that, giving is central to the theory of give and ye shall receive.
Giving.
Community.
Sharing.
Taking care.
Compassion.
Equity.
Non-judgmental.
Compassion.
Survival.
Security.
Friendship.
Community.
Life.
Essential.
Meaningful contribution.
Togetherness.
Hope.
Together.
There's nothing I can do about that. Hello. I think we're live.
Hello, are we live? Oh man.
Totally live.
Did we wait long enough?
I am joined here by several friends who have worked on the Mass Effect remaster. So if you could go around and do your introductions, maybe starting with Kevin.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Kevin Meek. I worked on the Legendary Edition as the Character and Environment Director.
Brendan?
Hi, my name is Brendan Holmes. I worked on the Legendary Edition as the Technical Design Director, I believe was my official title.
And we have to look them up.
Yeah.
Renata?
Yes, hi, I'm Renata Cronin, and I was a producer on the Legendary Edition.
Well, obviously, with a project like this, there's going to be lots of nostalgia. And I know, Brennan, you worked on, I think, all three of them, right? Probably basically start to finish.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is a John Rennish special. What's it like to go into the code that you might have written like a decade ago or something
Horrible.
like that?
It is wrenching. Mostly just I don't know. I think it's like that for anything. Like, you know, Kevin going back and looking at art you did 10 years ago. Like, that's got to be great.
Yeah, I mean, you like to think you get better, right? Over
Oh
time.
yeah, and
But you also
it's
forget about all the like deadlines and random things. Like, it was late night on some Friday night 15 years ago when you had to put out some milestone, right? Like, that goes away, and all you see is your hacks, right?
Yeah. Well, the other thing too to keep in mind, like, the one pass I think I'd give myself is the hardware was vastly different. Right? We're talking about two console generations, you know, like 480p I think in some cases, 720 probably, and if you had the TV for it, right? Like that was a different time, different hardware, uh, and also Mass Effect was like our first sort of blended shootery kind of game, so there was a lot of lessons we were learning at that point. So yeah, I don't know. It's always interesting looking back, kind of the things you did before.
And I want to
I
come back
want.
to that in a sec.
Mhm.
Sorry, Renata, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say I've really enjoyed listening to Brendan's grumbling. When he's going through old code from back then, and you can just feel his brain leaking out through his skull because he's like, why did we do this? Anyways, I'm sorry for being happy about your suffering, but it has been endlessly entertaining. But it's also been a really good opportunity to go back and maybe do things the right way this time, which most people don't usually get. So we're lucky in
Yeah,
that regard.
absolutely. Yeah.
And what's it like for you, Renata, if you want to keep going on that, like coming into a franchise that's been there for so long, has a decent amount of story and history behind it?
Yeah, I mean, it's Mass Effect, it's more than just a game series. It's sort of like this cultural ephemera that's embedded itself into, our history of pulp culture, which is really, really cool to be able to work on something that's kind of at that scale. And so, from the production side of it, with some of the improvements and changes we've made to the Legendary Edition, you do have to be careful, like, because it is such a sort of, revered and beloved franchise. With every change you make, you have to be careful to sort of respect, the community and their feelings about it. So, you need to be delicate, but I think because not just me, but the whole team are big Mass Effect fans, so we understand that what kind of touch is needed with regards to that. So yeah, I like to think that we did fairly well in giving Mass Effect the kind of respect that it deserves.
Awesome. Do you have anything to add to that, Kevin?
Yeah, I mean, I think just centrally, we were all super aware that nostalgia is a crazy thing, a fickle beast, and it puts us behind the ball right off the bat. People remember it better than it was, but also you never know what you might change that might shift what that piece of nostalgia is, right? And then that whole like Bioware magic, quote unquote, and all the things that go with it that formed this game. The magic is also like we were talking with Brendan. He's like, this is crazy little hack code that he has to like remember, but that might have contributed to the magic. And the fact that they just went in and went balls to the wall and made this crazy game that like was so further out of scope. Like it's a step on KOTOR, obviously. That's what they had just come off of, and they're building onto the top of that. But when you compare those two games, it's a huge leap in choices and the universe building, and this is all coming from, this is a new game on a new console generation on a new engine. And that kind of that mindset that they had going into this, obviously, that to just make this game and like, who cares, let's just do it, that translates into the feeling of the game. And I think, why fans and gamers like it so much, right? Like you can really get that sense of this universe in this game where like no one's holding themselves back. So that magic that is so infrequent in video games these days, and forever, that is that thing that you really have to try to hold on to somehow, while also releasing this whole new like group of developers back through it, trying to stand up systems that had been falling down on the server, upgrade it to DX11, and just to get even like compiling on the new generations of consoles. It's just this huge technical undertaking where you're touching everything right off the bat. So yeah, it was a tricky balance throughout it, but that was our primary focus, was like maintain the magic, maintain the nostalgia, uplift it, round off the hardest points of frictions, I guess, if you will. So in some ways you think it's going to be this easy
port and upres, right? And as soon as you touch it, and like obviously we didn't think it was going to be easy. Nothing's ever easy, but like you get in there and you start touching it, and you go like, wow, this is a monumental undertaking.
You're talking about some of that, like trying to determine like what the most like authentic to that experience is. Like, can you speak to any specifics about that? Like, I know the Mako was probably a big thing, and elevator sequences when they were put into bridge some tech gaps. But now that you have such better tech, like what does that afford you?
Yeah, like the Mako was an interesting one. Like we knew we wanted to make it a bit more easy to get into, but the Mako's pretty polarizing. Like most people either love it or they hate it, and the people that love it for its sort of janky charm, I guess is the way I would put it.
I remember you
So
telling me it weighed technically like the weight of a sun or something like that.
it was like a small moon or something. Like I think it was like 100,000 tons or something like that.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, so I mean, like we wanted to tune a lot of that to get it to kind of feel and respond a bit more like people might expect from a modern title, and kind of just add some stuff to it. But we didn't want to really, completely redesign it and take it away from what it was. So I think that landed in a pretty good spot where it's a bit better, but it still has some of that charm that people fell in love with in the first place. You're still scaling 90-degree cliffs and stuff like that. So, I think it landed in a pretty good spot.
I agree. I like it. You still get to have fun with it, but
Yeah.
you're not quite so frustrated with it all the time. I think people
Yeah.
were really worried that like, oh, we took away all the fun. But you can still launch yourself off and do triple flips off of every
What I
edge.
like about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's if anything, you have a little bit more control over it, so you can do some cooler, fancier tricks than you used to be able to. But I think that was really honestly the nice thing about starting with a remaster, not a remake. And I know that we were, initially mulling, why to do one or the other, but like with a remaster, like that just keeps you focused straight on. Like this is the Mako, and we're not completely redesigning this from the ground up. These are the characters, and we are just going to polish on top of them. And you have that original intent and that flow, and it really just like it stops you from doing that slippery slope of like, how would I create the Mako from scratch these days, or how would we do the gunplay from scratch these days? Like you have to hold on to what was there because you're not remaking the game. So how do you take what's there, polish off the edges, and move it forward? Just little things, they all add up. Like Brendan was doing that like camera. It used to be like attached to the player like 1-to-1 and like not interpolate, and it was just like you'd play ME1 and you'd be like, this it just
Nauseating.
feels jarring and nauseating, and like I just like constantly fighting with it. And then these just little iterations that I say little, I'm sure there was lots of hard work for anyone, but they'd all come in, and then just over the course of time you just uh, that smooths out the player experience, and it just makes it like a way better barrier to, or that removes the barrier to entry, I guess. So those are the changes that I like the most, honestly. The ones that like they're not box features by any standards, but they combine to just make the game more playable, especially to new players.
And I imagine remaster versus remake was a huge amount of, looking at what kind of resources we had available to devote to each product. And I don't know if you can speak to that, Renata, or, like how this must have been a much more difficult. Well, in my mind, it's such a strange thing to kind of orchestrate from the production side for like doing that versus doing like a more standard product.
I mean, on one hand, it's definitely easier in a sense that you're not starting from scratch. You're not, trying to create new mechanics, or, going through and say, okay, does this level feel okay? When you're starting from brand new, this is an existing game. We already know what people like about it. We already know what they don't like about it. So that gave us a really good starting point from there, which, yeah, definitely, definitely easier than starting from scratch. But also, despite that, it was still quite a large undertaking. 3 games plus all the DLCs except Pinnacle Station RIP. Um, it's a lot, and putting the level of care that we aimed for in it, even just as a remaster, because getting into remake territory is a whole other beast. And, it maybe one day it would be nice, to go in and really do everything that we really wanted to update about it. But for remaster territory, even just the process of going through and upresing everything, putting in the new textures and all that was still quite a large process that took quite a bit and many hands. So even just going through that, and I'm sure Kevin has so many fun stories about that. But yeah, even just doing that is a huge thing, and then going in on top of that and trying to tweak, the design elements and gameplay elements and stuff on top of that, UI changes, other little things here and there that go towards, reducing that friction from the original game or improving stuff, just the little things that make it better quality of life overall is still a lot of work and a lot of love went into it. I will say that. So yeah, this was not something that was undertaken lightly, that's for sure.
Can you speak a bit to the art side, Kevin? I know there's it's probably a lot harder than running a batch file on 100,000 different assets.
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
that's all it was, right? You ran a script and it was done. You just called it a
if I
day.
had to make a list of all the things that like either went well or went poorly, actually like the texture upres was one of those things that went just like shockingly smoothly well. The like specifically the AI one, like that's tech we hadn't really worked on. Like with developers, we normally like, we're always making new stuff, right? But that's one of those ones where we kind of we looked back at the like what's the modding community doing here, and like how are they doing this, and like what results are they achieving, and the results were spectacular. And they have to work on these like this is the compressed version DXT minimum size that we could have fit on the 360, or maximum size I guess that we could have fit on the 360 originally, and push out there, and they're ripping that out and they're upresing it. And it's like a meme, right? Like the enhanced meme that like there's no way this works, right? How could this possibly work? And turns out it does. So like between myself and just a single very good tools programmer and Tyler, creating a handful of batch programs for us to be able to like pull all the files off the disk properly, or like off the build properly, because we didn't want to go and work on like the PSDs or anything, because artists are really bad at not saving their work properly, and like you can't trust the PSD that's on the art source depot. Anyway, so long story short, like we've got some batch files to pull them down, name them correctly, split them out, so that, like the alpha channels don't like come into uh, contaminate the rest of the stuff. Upres those, the results were great. Repack those, put them back into the game, and that kind of gives you like the starting point. And honestly, that there was iteration and learning, and every once in a while we'd run into a thing where like we somehow wrecked every single normal map in the game by doing that, and we have to like rerun the process a few times and go in and out. But that that kind of like starting off point of hey, let's upres 30,000 textures was relatively easy. And then as soon as you start going in there with humans, that's where that's where the bulk of the 2 years work actually was. So you don't want to underplay the AI upres, obviously, but like that was, I guess, of all the things, relatively straightforward. But the vast majority of these last 2 years were humans in there actually going through and finding what assets need to be upresed, what meshes need to be smoothed out, where is cover completely missing from an entire level, and rebuild cover systems, those types of things. And then you start going back and you like increase feature sets and unify the character creator and expand those options, and that all builds on top of itself over the course of 2 years. And starting from that kind of AI upresed base was really helpful. But the vast majority of the work were artists and programmers and designers actually in there. It's almost more like a polishing phase for like a real, like quote unquote real development, standard development, except a little bit longer, and you get the benefit of like, hey, consoles are 10 times more powerful than they used to be, so you don't really have to. It's not polish slash optimizing phase quite as much as it often is during our development. So that honestly is kind of almost a dream gig as like a developer to go in there. Like, when else are you going to get that opportunity?
It's kind of like just a mass batch of everything, and then people going in and just like hand touching, making sure everything was kind of in the right places and looked right, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so I mean, we'd basically just we were doing that optimi or the AI upres on everything for textures to 4 times the current or the maximum resolution that it could have been. So if it was like a Targa that was imported at like 1K and it was compressed originally on disk to 512, we would take that 1K and then we would pull that up to 4K and then put that in. And that was kind of happening at the same time that the programmers were getting the game compiling and running and the editor stood up and stuff like that. So that was all kind of in those opening 6 months or so of just like figuring out what it is. And then after that, it was all just play the game, play the game, play the game. Like anytime that you found a piece of art that just distracted you from the moment, or anytime that you ran into the system, you're like, this just doesn't feel very good. Is there anything at all we can do it? And that's just iteration over the course of that remaining year and a half or so.
How about combat? I know the combat is really different between, especially 1 and 2, and 2 to 3. There is some small but significant things. Like, what kind of choices did you make there to what to improve and what to leave?
When we sort of looked at what we had, Mass 1 sort of stood out as sort of the experience that kind of had aged the most. Like Mass 2 and Mass 3 are, they're fairly close to more modern sensibilities in terms of gameplay. Like they're a little dated, but they're not like really out there. Mass 1 kind of felt like it sort of had the most gap. So we mostly just looked at that and tried to figure out like what are the specific set of changes we could make to kind of bridge that gap while still maintaining that, like we were talking a bit about earlier. It would have been fairly easy to just say, okay, we'll just take Mass 3 gameplay and just cram it in there, just shove it in, rip it all out. But that would have been sort of stomping on some of the elements that made Mass Effect 1 kind of what it is. And so, like for example, ammo, right? We added ammo in Mass 2. Did not want to add ammo to Mass 1 because, part of what makes Mass 1 what it is the heat-based weapons, right? And so, really, it was mostly just taking what we had there and refining it. So a lot of that's adding a bit better aiming. We still wanted to keep all the sort of deep stats-based gameplay. So a lot of that was reinterpreting how those things affected your combat. Because, like Kevin was saying before, Mass 1 was really very influenced by a lot of what we'd done on KOTOR before that, which was all just behind the scenes, number rolling kind of stuff. So where you aimed the gun didn't actually matter too much originally. We did want to sort of shift that a little more towards the player can kind of have a bit more influence over that. So that sort of informed a lot of those decisions. But mostly it was mainly just, improving the camera, improving controls, a little bit better aim assist, and giving the guns a bit of flavor. So, you know, uh, we added like some burst fire weapons, changed the shotguns. I think from what I saw on my Twitter feed, the solid sludge shotgun is just busted. So
Is it good?
whatever. Busted good. Yeah.
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 Busted good.
Like, yeah.
I
People
think
love
that
it.
was one of my guns.
Yeah. Well, they just put hammerhead rounds on it, I guess, and just ragdoll everything. So
Oh, an ME1.
yeah, an ME1. Yeah. Yeah. So meh. But yeah. I don't know, I think it landed in a pretty good spot. Like, at least for me, when I still play it, it feels like Mass 1, but just a little bit updated to kind of make it a little more easy to get into.
Awesome. Any other
Yeah.
thoughts about those, Renata, or do you want to move on?
Please don't say Flava like that ever again. You're not Guy Fieri.
Guy Fieri allowed to say that?
Yes, of
Wait, is he the guy
course.
with the spice weasel?
No, that is not Guy Fieri. Spice Weasel guy is based. Anyways, this is way off topic.
I don't know. It's sci-fi, right? That's what, Futurama?
Yes, yes, yes. I guess anything sci-fi goes. All right, you just gotta know. Mostly, I'm just glad with all the combat improvements that we made. Personally, it fixed a lot of the things that I felt were painful about combat in ME1 and gameplay in there. So that was really my goal all along, is just to make Mass Effect 1 into, the game I wanted it to be. But
yeah,
no,
put all your
hopefully.
hate mail to Renata if you don't agree.
Yeah,
It's totally her vision.
that's fine.
Totally
I've already said I will fight anyone. So come at me, bro, or whatever. But yes, I hope we were definitely really influenced by the community and what modders have done with regards to changing that up. So just trying to keep it in line with that, and just trying to make it as less painful with what we could do with our time and resources.
Mhm. I didn't realize that the whole thing had started 2 years ago. That's actually a little shocking to me. Was there anything special that happened when the pandemic hit? Like big things that had to change? Well, obviously there were, but
The world, yeah. The world had to change a little bit. I mean, for us, yeah, we were up and running. It kind of hit us at I guess, a relatively awkward spot. You know, we were kind of really entering into what we would consider full production and onboarding
Mhm.
a bunch of teams, as well as like training and onboarding. Yeah, we utilized obviously like a small internal team at BioWare, but also some kind of like specialized teams worldwide. So we'd have like a group of graphics programmers from the Netherlands who were like super good at Unreal 3 graphics stuff, and we're like, well, great, because we don't have the spare six graphics programmers at BioWare. So like, can we hire you guys for a few months, and that type of thing. And but when the pandemic hits, like obviously there's more than just your team going home. And obviously like BioWare and EA, they were like super on top of everything, right? We were tracking it the weeks going beforehand. We were getting everyone their computers ready and getting everything encrypted, and like that mid-March hit of 2020, and like we were just home like right away the same day that like the NBA called off its season. And they were nothing but supportive throughout this entire thing, and we got like money every quarter. So like obviously like we just as like game developers are in just like this super um you know special place as far as like the world's going through this terrible tragedy, and we get to sit here in a bubble and complain about having to go on Zoom meetings, while like people are like losing their livelihoods and sometimes their lives and stuff like that. And so definitely that did not escape us as we were moving in there, and it obviously made any challenges seem much more palatable. Like being able to do a Zoom call, it's like this is a blessing, not a curse. So we went into it like that, but obviously it did hit us basically 4, 5, 6 times as each one of our external partners would start to hit it at different timing, because like it didn't hit worldwide all at once in March there.
Right.
Like we were pretty early calling things off, going home, but there was other people around the world where the pandemic didn't hit them for a few weeks after, and maybe their country was a little bit slower, or their company was a little slower to respond to it. So it was one of those things that was just like every day we'd come in and we'd have to go like, okay, can we even work with this company anymore? Do we need to find someone else to
right.
come in? Do we need to pull people in off, um, you know, the other projects at BioWare to fill gaps here and there? And it was all just about being really, really flexible, just trying to keep things moving forward as much as we can. But like obviously it was, crazy circumstances, so we all just did as best we could.
Totally.
And within a few weeks or months, we it became the new norm, and now we're all still living in it now here in our basements.
Which we can't see because you have this fancy background.
That is a very lovely background.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah, our key art's great.
Yeah, it is, isn't
I
it?
could be
On
the helmet.
brand.
Yeah.
Wrong
And you
way.
need your helmet in here
Was it
too.
the wrong? Oh,
Yeah,
right.
there you go.
It's all
That's the right
mirrored.
way. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
What was it like working with all those teams, like basically worldwide, right? Like you obviously can't schedule meetings at a standard time, so how
Why not?
does I feel like it'll be 2 in the morning for some people,
I
and
mean,
I don't like going to meetings
yeah.
at 2 a.m.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
unfortunately, for at
Although
least a little bit of it, I guess that kind of was the
Yeah.
case for a little bit.
Oh,
But
oh, geez.
Well, you got to pick
not
a
quite
time,
2
right?
a.m. But
Yeah, like you have to
yeah.
pick a time, right? You got people in European time zones, people in, Asian time zones. Like, you got to pick a time. So it's inconvenient to some people, but I would say overall, like, I think after that sort of initial hiccup, we adapted pretty well. And so the nature of the Mass Effect remaster as well, like just with so many distributed teams, it's not that different from some of the stuff we were doing anyway. Just because we already had to do a lot of like video conferencing and stuff like that to kind of sync up with them. So, I think we're kind of lucky in those respects.
For
And
sure.
you
Like
made, sorry, go ahead.
we were already, set up with Zoom and everything, within EA. So we were lucky we didn't have to make that adjustment. But yes, all the after hours meetings, basically the criteria for that is, if you're within a time where people are generally awake, no matter where in the world they are, yes, it's that meeting time. So is good.
Well, let's dig into like what kind of juicy, awesome bugs did you all encounter when you were working on that super staple code, I'm sure.
Who's going first?
I'm gonna let Kevin go first. I designate you.
Good, because I haven't been talking enough. I mean, I think the biggest ones that we found, like you would expect like just to run into like the legacy bugs. Like obviously the game, there are 90 plus Metacritic games, but they're huge games, and they were released also at a time I think that like people maybe gave people the benefit of a doubt a little bit more than they do nowadays. So there was no lack of legacy bugs in there, and that was one of those things that actually did become a little bit tricky because you'd encounter a bug, and then you'd always have to go back and you'd have to check against. We call it legacy, the original release, and you go like, did this bug exist in the original release? And like, if so, how do we want to fix it? And is it safe to fix? Because sometimes these bugs are like kind of central to the system. Like you have like lighting pops as like keys turn on lights as like the scenes go through. It's just like there's just like no way around that sometimes, and sometimes there is. And like you can't make a systemic fix that just changes all of that because you can introduce a whole bunch of other bugs. So like everything's kind of a push and shove. And then like the worst case obviously is when you run into these things where it's like this is not on legacy. This is a new bug that we've introduced. And you're like, okay, how did we introduce this? Like especially if it's a system we haven't touched, which is the classic quote, like no one's touched this, why is it broken? Everyone in game dev is very familiar with that. So you'd go in there and you'd have to figure out these things where like was it in a state of falling over when it was put to disk 15 years ago, and then they just found that perfect time to capture it, or was it broken in the PS3 port, or was it broken when we updated Unreal 3 to the latest version of Unreal 3? Engine integrations. All game devs also know about that and how you update your engine and it should be safe. And people look at it for a few weeks and they think it's safe, and then you go in there and you go like, oh man, everything's broken. Imagine that, but 3 times from 3 different starting points. So you end up running into these bugs that are like, just again, like my brain always goes to lighting because those are some of the weirdest ones to track down because we often would go like, we're not going to touch the lighting on ME2, only fix bugs. And then you go in there to a conversation, you're like, hey, the lighting's completely broken. Like, why is this broken? And sure enough, the graphics programmer would dig in for days and days and days and go, oh, there's just this tiny tweak to how the math calculates how the spherical harmonic lights are casting a shadow across this person's face. And you're like, yeah, because it was from how it did it in ME3 or something. So like how the lights would average from ME3 came into like ME2, and it only affected 100 scenes across ME2, which is like a small fraction of all the scenes across ME2. But those are all these things where you just have to. It's very difficult, I guess, to wrap it into a better, tighter ball of rant. People are used to developing on a game where like you maybe have 2 minutes of gameplay out there in the world before you release your game. Like you have this E3 trailer, and people can compare like how's the game actually look versus what they released on the E3 trailer, and obviously that has no small amount of like turmoil to do with that, just from how games progress from the point of the E3 trailer to now. But imagine doing that now with 100 hours, and every single moment of these games has been captured and it's on YouTube, and every single person has that to compare every single frame to it. So you have to really just be, I mean, I guess it's mentally exhausting to a certain extent of just like going back, checking how it was. Did we break this because we fixed something else? What's the better of the two evils? So on and so forth, and then expand that out into the 3 games. It's it was a process, but I don't want you to. My life's not so bad. It's fine. It also worked very well.
Was
Oh
it
my
tough
goodness.
getting? Sorry, Renata.
Oh no, I was just Kevin, stop catching my depression disease.
Was it tough getting a
Ah.
hold of all of these old consoles and dev kits and UE3 and?
Not really. Like, In most cases, you could do a lot of validation just on like the old PC versions, and those are still available. You can get them on Steam and other places, Origin, right? Because
So
we also
generally,
did we did a re-release, like I think of the trilogy. I don't know, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, something like that on Origin.
right.
Yeah, something like that. So
I think
yeah,
some
they're
of our
available.
tools were weird to get a hold. Like some of
Yeah.
our sculpting content creation tools, like people were using a mix of ZBrush and Mudbox and whatever.
Mhm.
And especially in ME1, there's this whole thing where like a whole bunch of the Mudbox files just wouldn't open with anything beyond like Mudbox 1.6, which was released in like 2007 or something like that. And you're like, how do you get Mudbox 1.6? We have to like go and like get the IT guys to contact like Autodesk and be like, "Hey guys, do we have that?" And like, so things like that would sometimes come along and be like, we just like cannot find a way to validly open some of these files.
Yeah.
A few weeks later, someone would send you an email with an install to just this weird legacy version of a product.
Do
A
you
lot
want
of
to
it
update?
too is
No.
yeah.
Yeah,
A lot
please
of it
don't.
is our internal tools, right? Like some of the design tools we had were written in Borland C, which doesn't exist anymore. So like we had to, you know, find something. Like I think we found one of the programmers who used to work here had a copy on his
Oh my
home
goodness.
computer, and we grabbed that or something. I can't remember how we. No, sorry, it was someone in the office had one still. It had been passed around. It was like there's a bundle of CDs wrapped in elastic or something. The X Tools programmers pass around. This was like, this is the old installer, just in case you ever need to work with any of the old plot tools. Like, sweet. So got that going.
Yeah, we also encountered, I think one of the audio tools actually does not exist anymore. You cannot download or purchase it, or any. It's not even supported as like a deprecated product anymore. So that was a fun thing to hunt down. One of Crystal, one of our other producers, actually managed to get a hold of someone that worked at this company back when this tool is still being made, just by randomly messaging them through LinkedIn. And, that definitely saved our butts with regards to that. But it's actually really funny how, you know, when you go back to, what was it, like 2007 when Mass Effect 1 was released, and trying to use some of the same tools that were being used back then, it's been a time.
Yep, sure has.
Any other challenges bringing this, decades potentially old game to, new consoles and so on?
I think a lot of it's been like there's been a lot of benefits. Like you were saying earlier, the new hardware, um, that's been kind of a godsend in a lot of cases. Like when we're working on cover improvements and stuff to Mass One, like I remember working on the original cover system, and it would be like, can I do a line check? Can I make a raycast? And the other programs would be like, ooh, one line check.
Pretty expensive.
I don't know if we can afford that. But like in the new one, talking with Sean, I'm like, so I'm doing 300 line checks. Is that cool? And it's like spread out a bit, but we're like, yeah, it's okay. Like it's just the difference in hardware is so drastic that we could just do so much more. When we can actually have some CPU time that Art's not stealing.
Yeah, I mean that is
Yeah.
one of the weird things where like
Yeah.
GPUs are exponentially more powerful than they used to
Yeah.
be, but CPUs there's way more threads, but each one of those threads is not necessarily very much faster than it used to be.
Yeah.
So we are still sometimes like without completely changing Unreal 3 to be like a multi-threaded CPU, fucking like get way down into like the underlying architecture of that, which is obviously something like there be dragons, right? Like insane amount of dragons. So yeah, every once in a while we do run into still like a CPU bottleneck. Sorry, and I guess me rendering the scene twice doesn't generally help that in order to get the
No, it
reflections
doesn't
on.
actually. It
So,
doesn't. No, that's
but they're
that
shiny.
steals
People
some of
like
my
shiny.
gameplay time. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
yeah.
do like
So your
shinies.
cover
Yes.
system could have worked slightly better in those places.
It could have. It could have.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys are gonna fight about this, right? Like IRL. I really want to see you guys throw down.
No, Art never fights with
It's done.
programming.
Yeah.
Never, never.
Plus, I'm not a
No.
programmer. I'm a designer, so it's all cool.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Right?
a nice thing with your constantly changing job
Are you a
title.
designer? I
Yeah.
thought you were a producer.
I am a producer, programmer, designer, thing, person. I don't know. Technical design director.
Nice.
Yeah. Just go with the
But
credits.
yeah,
Just
exactly.
go with the credits.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. To your earlier question about bugs, like I think my favorite bug is the one that QV found with the Mako. Like, it's on Vermeer when you're coming into the Solarian STG camp.
Was this the video you sent me earlier?
Yes. So basically, like, they just came screaming in like freaking mad, and they had their boosters on, the new boosters that the Mako has. So they're going super fast, and it cuts to a cutscene, but they hit a jump, and so it cuts to the cutscene, and I think Ashley's like, "What do we do now?" And there's literally like this Mako just flying by in the background sideways, and it just crashes into the camp. It's freaking awesome. That one, and the other one was when we were retuning the guns. Um, and maybe we didn't tune them enough, but the physics force on some of the guns with hammerhead rounds was so high that when you were fighting some of the Thorian creepers, you could ragdoll them so hard they'd basically like embed in the roof like lawn darts. So you basically just go like boom, and you just shoot near them, and they just go, and they'd fly, and they'd be moving so fast they just interpenetrate all the walls. So you just have legs dangling out. I think you could still do that a little, but this was like so easy to do, and you could do it to everybody. You could launch a Geth like halfway across an uncharted world. It's amazing.
We did another
Should have
awesome
left
bug
that
where
in.
with the casual appearance of Shepard in ME2 or 3, I think it was 3, like if you didn't have it set up just perfectly correctly, for whatever reason it would default to like grunt, and you'd be like walking around as grunt in the Mako, or going like on dates as grunt, and you'd be going on like the sushi bar in the Citadel. You'd be sitting there talking to Joker, and like your face would be all scrunched up because it was all like mapped to human bones still. So it was just like you in this like nightmare fuel of grunt. So that was a good one because that came and
Wasn't
went
a
a few
bug.
times throughout the development. Yeah, feature.
It was a
Bug.
feature.
Of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah. Actually, on the thread of bugs, still, my favorite one that I encountered, that I think actually we all encountered it because it came up quite obviously during one of our level reviews one time, but in Mass Effect 2 on Ilium, where you're going through, you're doing the mission for Samara, and when you're trying to recruit her, and you have to fight your way through all the like Asari smuggler enemies and stuff, and they just would not stop screaming. Regardless of whether they were, hit or not, it was just endless screaming all the time. It was amazing. And then later, one of our developers actually got an audio file of the scream, endless, and kind of looped it. And now I have it on my phone, and I actually use it as my alarm tone, as I feel it's appropriate for waking up in the morning.
Wow.
But it's wonderful. It was
That
it's
explains it
beautiful.
now.
Haunting.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if that's a new bug because I remember in Kasumi
That's
there was
actually
a
legacy.
ledge.
Yeah.
There
It
was
was
a ledge where
legacy,
they fell
yes.
like a foot, and they would just be like, "Ah!"
Yeah. I think it
Except
happened
when it
in.
was more than that.
Yeah, you could literally have like someone on a box and they'd just be screaming. Shepard would come up to them, they'd just scream at him.
Yeah,
Ah,
they'd be
ah.
ragdolled and they wouldn't know how
Yeah.
to get up, and
Yeah,
just
yeah.
constant scream. It was wonderful.
Well, what does the trilogy mean to you? Like, just kind of personally, emotionally, and now that you've worked on it, it probably is a little bit different as well. Anyone want to speak to that?
Over
Yeah.
Renata.
Yeah, Renata, you have to lead sooner or later.
Well, yeah.
Oh,
Well, she's been
fine.
going last year, though. She should go first. Give you the easy question.
All right. Yeah, the Mass Effect trilogy, I came into it later. It was before I started at BioWare, but I wasn't, one of the people who picked it up originally when it first came out. But when I finally did, it was kind of like, holy shit, why didn't I play this sooner kind of deal. It was so much fun, and as someone who grew up on a steady diet of sci-fi, being able to play that, you know, ass kicking hero as a, you know, as a female hero, that was everything that I ever wanted when I was younger, because, you know, usually all the protagonists of all the, you know, sci-fi books and movies back then are all male. And it's sort of like, oh, they're so cool and they kick ass, but it's like, where are all the badass ladies? And it's, you know, female shepherd is my badass lady, and I'm living my dream vicariously through her. So it was really, really awesome to be able to um, be a part of that and actually, you know, get under the hood of how the game is made, and, you know, just show how much I love Mass Effect, you know, into the work that I was able to contribute for the Legendary Edition. So that was really special.
Yeah, I don't have anything as good as that. But I mean, my thing, like, yeah, I'm also coming at this initially as a fan and then as a developer back through, and I think that, like, as an artist, one of my big goals always is to work on this, or to really cement art, especially environment art and like world building, as like a storytelling um department, right? Like, where we are universe builders, and like along with narrative and design and everything coming together at the perfect, point to create these games, to build up and like flesh out these universes. And honestly, I think the original Mass Effect trilogy is just like this high watermark on like how to build a universe, like, beyond, world building. People talk about world building all the time, but like Mass Effect, you get thrown in like right off the bat. You're like talking with your crew about this Turian first contact war, and then there's like, crazy Rachni War stuff and genocide stuff, and like everyone has all these like conflicting motivations, and everyone's written so like real and personable, um and all the codex entries and like the art style, everything coming together to build this place where like you really feel like you're just kind of getting thrown in to a universe that expands, well into the past and will go well into the future. um so it is just one of those things where, like, as a, fledgling environment artist starting my career, I was like, this is amazing. But like now, a bit more embittered into my career, and like really wanting to like plant that flag of like, yes, environment art supports narrative. We build worlds. It does matter what everything looks like, because it all needs to make sense, and you need to be able to suspend your disbelief, and everything needs to come together. And like really getting in there and like getting my feet wet, and like seeing how, get right into the sausage, like you're in surrounded by sausage for 2 years. It's like that's been a really good experience for me. Surrounded by sausage. That could be our quote for this
I
if we
hate
need
you,
to
I
Kevin.
throw
think
a
there's
hashtag.
literally there's just going to be like photoshops of Kevin surrounded by kielbasa.
Let's hope. Let's hope.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go with that.
I'm sure the internet can make it happen, Kevin.
Well, you,
Another
Brendan,
kind.
you've had the longest history
Uh,
here.
Yeah, it's been interesting because, like, I actually did the math. I've actually spent about
Oh
10 years
dear.
of my life working on Mass Effect games. Um, and so that's actually a pretty significant chunk of my career. Um, and I spent a lot of time with these characters, right? Like playing the game at night or just working on the games. So this was a huge nostalgia trip for me. Um, like a
And
lot of
getting
it
to
was
work
kind of
on
like,
the code with Sean and
well, yeah, right. Like in some cases, like Sean Potter's one of the programmers who came back to help us out with it. He worked on the original trilogy too, right? So there's just a huge amount of nostalgia, just the project itself, but also just the stories and characters, like coming back, like, oh yeah, I remember this, and looking at like a lot of the levels and stuff that we've done. So I think it's been a real treat. Like, like they say you can't always come home, but come back home. But in some ways, you sort of can. And this was just a really cool opportunity, I think, to come back and really kind of help reintroduce Mass Effect again to the world. And yeah, I'm just really grateful we kind of had this opportunity, because Mass Effect is a series that I've always loved just very, very dearly. And I'm really excited that people are getting excited about it again, and I'm seeing all these photos and stuff in my feed, and people just getting excited about the game. It's really awesome, you know.
and I've heard that quote so many times where it's like since it was a rated M game, there are literally a new generation of people who are playing it who are not allowed to play it, and I'm sure didn't play it back when they first
Yeah.
released. So that's kind of cool too.
Yeah, a lot of that just makes me feel really old because people like, yeah, I think I was 6 when this came out originally. Like, oh, that's cool.
Well, if
And
people, sorry, go ahead,
I
Renee.
say now you're responsible for corrupting a brand new generation of people.
Really?
So, yeah, yeah.
If people wanted to follow up and get you guys on Twitter, where can they find you? Renata?
Yes, you can find me on Twitter at Rencro, Rencro. I don't tweet that often, but when I do, it's usually ridiculous stuff that nobody wants to hear. So if that's kind of your jam, sure, give me a follow. Or if you want to fight, I'm always down for that too. So I'll fight you as well.
I do know a couple of people who are going a little stir crazy that might take you up on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, so am I. So it'll be nothing but good.
All right, how about you, Kevin?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you can try to find my Twitter handle is Kevin Meek, but I haven't been on there for 6, 7, 8 years, and I think I have that all closed up. So, yeah, I'm one of those guys that trying to live life away from all of that.
Totally
But
fair enough. I got bullied getting my Twitter, so
yeah, I mean, that's all. Twitter it bullies you into it and then bullies you out of it. So.
How about you, Brendan?
I'm at Brennan Holmes. So I don't know. I tweet occasionally.
All right. Thanks for spending your afternoon with us. This was awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you
Thanks,
so
yeah,
much.
it was really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Talk to you later.
All right.
Bye.
Bye, all.
Bye.
All right, I think we're on here. We'll see. It might still be fading to black, but hello. Welcome to the programmer section. We're keeping it real chill here, real casual. Love to see you in chat, love to get some donations, but like now's the time if you just want to vibe, get some water, all that. That's what we're here for. Anyways, we have a donation request right off the rip. We're gonna do it. This is from Darren Clark. We've been instructed to scream Boldwin very loudly. I'm gonna do it angry. Y'all do it how you want. I'm gonna count us in. We're gonna go 3, 2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1. Boldwin! Fantastic. Well done, gang. Alex, we're already getting compliments on your hair here, so that's great, I think. All right, let's start easy. Name, pronouns, role, some quick introductions. I'll start first. My name's Kat Barkwell. You've probably seen me on this stream before or making gross posts on Twitter. That's mostly what I do. I use she, her as my pronouns, and I'm an RPG programmer at BioWare. I'm gonna pass it to Alex.
Hey, I'm Alex. My pronouns are she, her, and I am a gameplay programmer at BioWare. George.
My name is George. I have pronouns that are he, him, and I'm a RPG programmer at BioWare right now. Jeff.
Hi, I'm Jeff Ryan, pronouns he, him. I'm a system programmer, engine programmer. I'm not sure. I'm a programmer who shows up to fix bugs and make more bugs so I can fix more bugs.
Love it. Fantastic. Very honest review of, you know what, that could describe any of our jobs, to be fair. And speaking of, I guess, too, I wanted to ask all of y'all, like, what does, like, a day or a week or a sprint look like for all of us? Because for each of us, it's, like, pretty different. Let's start. Jeff, go for it. What's a week look like for you?
Oh, wow. So a week for me is, it feels really random sometimes. It can be a mix of very different things. In my role right now, I support what we call pipelines. It's like a foundational system behind the scenes that we use to take our raw data and make it into like game-ready data. So as part of that, I run sort of a group of programmers who sit down together and work on pipeline problems and things in the game, which is pretty cool. That also means I get to do things like report on the status of how we're doing. We have sort of metrics we keep track of on how quickly we can build the game and how long, say an artist is maybe waiting for a submission to go through our pre-submission tests and stuff like that. So I'll often spend time sort of babysitting that and trying to get that running as optimally as we can. But in addition to that, I also get to write some code, I get to solve bugs and work with, the best part of my job really is work with all the awesome programmers on the team, like all of you. And yeah, it's come together and solve difficult, interesting problems. So I'll launch that one over to Alex. What's your usual day and week like?
Yeah, my week is a little different than yours, I guess, because you mostly work with other programmers. I work pretty closely with the team of designers on the gameplay team. So my week is usually split between some what kind of planned design work and tech work that we have sitting in the backlog that needs to get done. But a lot of times it's also kind of a mix between that and requests that I get from designers who are iterating on the game right now. And they'll have new ideas or old ideas that need new tech that they want to get done pretty quickly. And so a lot of times it's talking to them and kind of helping them develop their ideas and getting those in game or fixing bugs that are affecting their workflows and their vision. So a lot of times it is pretty reactive to what the designers are putting into the game right now. George, how about you?
Uh, Thank you. I guess I sort of consider myself a programming generalist. I've worked at Bioware in several different areas like UI and performance and RPG and gameplay. So it really depends on the area that you're working on. Like Alex and Jeff have mentioned, depending on who you're working with, your responsibilities day to day, your role will be different. So currently, I work with RPG systems, but also related to performance and workflows. So you sort of have to put on a lot of hats, and it's a lot of keeping the plates spinning in the air. A lot of, depending on where you are at the stage of the game, either you're developing new systems, working with your stakeholders to gather requirements and push systems through phases. And then other times, you have heavy bug phases. Especially when you're, say, working on workflows or performance. So it really depends on the stage of the project and your role. But no matter what, it's always sort of juggling. How about you, Kat?
I'm so happy you asked. I don't know. It's like pretty kind of similar to George. I'm on the same team as George, but like much more junior. So it's a lot of, I don't know, just like getting requests from designers and trying to implement that and iterate on it and ripping up code and making new stuff. We have a question from chat actually, which I think rolls into this kind of nicely, which is how does one get hired for a specific programming role if you're just like a generalist? And I think like maybe we could talk about like what it means to be like a generalist and how that kind of moves up. I know for like me personally and probably like some other people on this call too, usually like being a generalist is like kind of fine when you're starting out. If you're starting out junior, they're gonna like throw you usually into UI or UX just because you can see what you're iterating on. It's like a very easy way to see what you start with. And then out of there, like kind of once you get your footing, you know what you want to do, you can branch out and lots of people on your team will like help you make that branching out. But I don't know, Alex, do you have like insights on that stuff?
I don't really. I have like kind of a weird journey into programming. So
Oh no, go into it. I want to hear it. Let's hear it. Let's do it.
I've been relying on this story for the past like 5 years. But yeah, I don't have like a traditional programming background. I did a degree in physics. And I kind of knew that I wanted to get into games kind of at the end of my degree, but I didn't really know where to go, how to do that. I was like, maybe I need to go back to school, take a degree in like software engineering or computer science. But I ended up getting hired on as a quality analyst at Bioware 5 years ago. And then from there, I kind of got the ropes of like games as a whole and the games as an industry. And from there, I was able to solidify, I guess, the fact that I wanted to get into programming. And so I ended up like learning how to code in C++ just in my spare time, and like kind of doing a little bit of programming work and a little bit of QA work. And then applying for a programming position after I'd been working at Bioware for a couple years. And at that point, I actually got hired as a physics programmer. So I don't know how it wasn't as general as maybe you you typically would be as a junior programmer coming in. But yeah, that's how I did it. Take from that what you will.
Yo, Jeff, you have any insights on maybe like getting hired and different types of programming and moving around?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Well, I have to go back a little bit further than Alex for my story. But so I came in as an audio programmer originally, which is kind of funny because I didn't know a whole lot about audio at the time. Like I was pretty eager to learn, and like, you know, I had some really good fundamental, I guess, programming background and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, I think, you know, being willing to learn about an area, especially, you know, in your spare time, if there's a particular thing you want to get into, audio and graphics are usually really good examples, especially graphics. I feel like we always need more graphics programmers. So if any are looking to get
Or
in,
animation, if you
or
love
animation,
Mm.
yes, yeah, we can always use people who know that. But yeah, so like, I think sort of the general skill set is a good way for entry level jobs, though, like Alex was saying. You know, someone who can come in has, you know, reasonably good idea of how to debug a problem, or like, you know, fundamental programming concepts, or you know, what am I thinking of? Design patterns and that kind of thing, right? And whether that's like some formal education or, you know, learned yourself, that doesn't really matter as long as you know the content. That should be good. So yeah, I'd say, like, you know, focus on practicing your craft when you can. Try to get to be a better programmer. Reach out, you know, for feedback and stuff like that. Even working on a few open source projects can be a good way to learn stuff. You know, as long as you don't learn any really bad habits around that, which maybe we can get into later on. But yeah, I don't know. That's sort of my that's sort of my general thoughts on it. I don't know, George. You brought up the general programming thing. I wonder if
Yeah.
you have any more thoughts to add to this.
Yeah, sure. So I've been at Bioware 6-ish years, but I'm very old this time. I'm you know 33. So I started a bit late compared to some people. Um, uh, just because I like Alex, I did a physics degree, and then unlike Alex, I went back to school because I thought, you know, actually I got a job in QA, and I thought, you know, I want to go back to school instead of going this route, just in case, because you know I didn't know if I wanted to work in games. And then I came back to Bioware through an internship. So um, so I mean, you know, I think the hiring practices have sort of changed over the last, or you know, the whole history of the games industry. I think now it's game programming is seen as more of a like profession that people, you know, train for rather than something that you just learn on your own and you apply in. Not that you can't do that. Um, so I think, especially when it comes to like viewing applications between different people, sometimes it helps to have, you know, a degree on your resume. But anyways, that's why I decided to get a programming degree. And then I wanted to work at Bioware in my internship. And then from there, I continued on after I finished my degree. And I started as a UI programmer. And then I wanted to get into gameplay. So that's sort of where I ended up moving um, for Anthem. So yeah, I mean it's really in terms of being a generalist or specializing. I think it's probably hard to expect yourself to be hired into a specific role out of university, just because there's a lot to learn about that specific area. And you know, a lot of companies are looking for, if you have a specific role, history shipping games under those roles. But while you're there, you know, being a generalist isn't necessarily bad depending on your interests. Um, uh, you know, one of the reasons that I've jumped around a bit is I want to keep, you know, learning more things and acquiring that knowledge. So, but really, you know, it's what you want to do once you're there.
Sure. Great answers, everyone. That was really good. We got a couple more things coming in from chat too. So one was a question that I think is more of a comment or a self call out. This is from Karen Weeks, I think. I suspect your jobs vary daily depending on how thoroughly the rest of us break your stuff. That is sometimes true. That is more true during shift, but great comment. Wanted to call it out there. And then we have like a very kind of process oriented question here that asks, productivity wise, what do you guys use to track bugs and process? I.e., do you guys use Jira and stuff like that? I know. I don't know if this is standard for everyone. We're gonna find out right now. But like, at least for us, like, yeah, we use Jira, but like half the time it's a Slack message from someone being like, "Yo, this doesn't work. Can you help me with this?" Or I mean, like I say that like I haven't been that person being like, "I don't know how to do this persistent flag. Like, help me. I have broken something. I have ruined the build and I need help urgently." So sometimes it's like that. I don't know about for y'all, like if it's different. Like George, what do you use? I don't. Maybe do you use other tools for like productivity and stuff like that besides Jira?
Yeah. Well, so I mean, I'm sure everyone here has their own experiences, but I know my experience of productivity and tools that you use to track your tasks and all that stuff really depends on team size. So working on a team project in university is very different than working at a startup, is very different than working at a bigger company. So especially in AAA games, you're bored or you like pass your, I don't know what it's, I don't know the new trendy like smaller team tracking software, but something that you might use in a university course doesn't really scale to, or often doesn't scale to a team of say 100 to 300. So I mean, at our job, I use what producers ask me to use, which in our case is Jira. Mostly just because like really, we're using this so that we can all collaborate and work together. So that's what we want to use is what we use. But personally, on my own for my own productivity, like I try to keep notes for my own work. Both because it's good to know what you're working on to reference, and also so in your own career at the end of the year what you worked on. And then I also try to keep track of I use a time tracking application to keep track of the work I put into tasks. Just for the sake of letting people know how long things are taking, but also it's a great way to just keep track of how your day is going, what you worked on, that sort of stuff. How about you, Alex?
Oh, thanks. I'm a very disorganized person compared to you, I think. I am definitely I use Jira because that's where I can get a list of everything that I need to do, and that's about it. I just like to know what's coming up and what I'm working on now, and then I like to check things off.
Yeah, that's
Here's
a
quick
good
for that.
point. That's a good point too. It's like I guess really it's like if you find success in it, there's no golden rule. Like just my scattered brain, I need to like put things in a way to make it make sense for me, but a lot of people don't do that. I know some people who like I need to sync my notes so I don't delete it, or like my computer dies or something and then I'm sad that my notes, and some people just have like a notepad open that they're like,
Yo,
okay.
ripping. Yeah.
But like even on their computer, like this is 3
Oh, like
years
Notepad,
of
like no IDE, just pure editor, Notepad
well,
plus. That's metal as hell.
just for their notes, just for their notes. Oh, we could talk about IDEs for a while. Yeah, I mean, I think we've all met people who use Vim at work for
That's bonkers to me.
strange.
What the hell, Jack?
Yeah. I
What?
actually have a total tangent. I have a Vim plugin for Visual Studio that I use because I love some of the quick edit features I have in that.
Okay.
But that's a
I know
whole
that,
other
like,
topic. We don't have to get into that.
People always like talk about like, yeah, once you learn it, it's like way faster and like easier. But it is like magic for me. Like I like to think I'm an okay programmer, but I will never get to Vim or Emacs or anything like that. Absolutely. Anyways, sorry. Go ahead, Jeff.
Sure. Yeah. Well, talking about productivity tools, I'm going to go down one step on the analog level and say that I actually sometimes just use a paper notebook to keep track of what I'm doing. But most of the time I'll use something like Jira because, like you've all really mentioned, that's what we use at work. And production likes to see that and to keep track of that. I also do have like a Notepad++ doc open to kind of keep track of what I want to do with certain features and stuff like that. But I don't rely too heavily on that. one thing I do use quite a bit, and it surprised me when I started doing it, is the Outlook calendar. So what I can do is like go in, block off, a couple hours and say, okay, I'm going to work on this thing. And then I can look back at my day and say, okay, yeah, I blocked this in, so I'll add 2 hours to this Jira and whatever else. To kind of go back to something you mentioned earlier, Kat, like that keeping track of like, oh, this random thing came up. How do I help people, or how did I get help for that? I actually have like a Jira bucket that I use for that too.
So smart.
Like,
I might
yeah,
steal that. That's great.
yeah, I have one like per sprint basically, where it's like, okay, I answered some questions in our workflow Slack, or I asked for help from our collaborators at Frostbite, and I just kind of log whatever in there. But I know, yeah, like George mentioned too, a lot of people use things like Grindstone to kind of keep track of time and help them plan. I know some of the audio people use like Trello. I think one friend of mine at the office uses OneNote, I think, as well, to kind of keep track of things. So like I think this has come up already. It's just like whatever matches how your brain works is what you should use. As long as you're effective with it, like go for it. At other places, like I've worked at places where, geez, we didn't even have bug tracking really. It was just emails, right? And that's kind of terrifying looking back. But it's really nice to have something, to kind of keep your eye on what's going on.
All right, I gotta stop us real quick. We have hit 35K. Like we did it, y'all. Like did I say that right? 3500. That one. If you want to be a programmer, you have to be good at math or numbers, unless you're a physics programmer. But yeah, we freaking did it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks everybody. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Programmer segment 2, represent. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I'm sorry. I just had to, get that hype train back.
No,
All
that's
right.
awesome.
I forget if you asked me a question or if we were just like
Well,
passing
actually,
it back.
we're talking about productivity. Something I was thinking of was like a pandemic and like how we all work. I don't know if anyone's tools or how we use our tools have changed during the pandemic. I know we have definitely used Slack more than say we probably would have. Does anyone feel like they've shifted over the last 14, 15 months in terms of how they use their tools? I mean,
Alex, I see you nodding.
Sure,
No,
yeah.
I was just gonna jump off of that Slack thing. I think it's like it's like a little bit of a blessing and a curse that we're like working from home because on the one hand, like Slack is a little bit harder to have these like one-on-one conversations. You don't get like that face-to-face chat. But on the other hand, it's really nice because it means every time I've talked to someone about a problem, it is right there. So I can just go back into my Slack messages and know like exactly what we tried and like what exactly the problem was and what we went through. It's just all right there, which is kind of nice. I mean, it is sad that I don't get to like see everyone in person, but it's nice to have some tracking there.
Slack search is really good. You can like even if other people have talked about stuff, you can search their messages if they're public. It's great.
Yeah, I've so many of like the bugs that I've seen. I've just like searched them in Slack, and someone else has seen it too. I love that.
Oh, totally. Like if you have asserts or like crashes or anything, like searching the actual error or like error reporting from tools, great.
I know for me, like this is kind of a weird one, but I think it stands. For me, chunking out my time and when I'm gonna do it, because I get so annoyed when I get kicked off VPN. I make sure that like, all right, if I'm gonna be away from my PC, I better make sure it's worth it for the amount of time I'm gonna be away for. So that's something that's definitely changed for me. It's small. There's other stuff like, I don't know, pulling builds. Like if you have your machine at home, pulling a build takes way longer now. That's why I remote in. I don't want to deal with all that. And I don't know, just of course like communication and stuff like that too, or like being things that would happen in like a casual conversation, just I know like Alex mentioned, like are always like recorded or like in a Zoom meeting or something like that. So it's an adjustment. It's weird to get used to, but we've been doing it for like a year now. So yeah.
The one thing I'm going to add, and this is super petty, at work, I have way more monitors that I can put things on,
Ooh, no,
really
that's
nice.
a perfect one. Yeah.
Yeah, right? So, like, you have, code monitor here, maybe some other code you're working on there, and then, like, messages or whatever else you're trying to ignore on the other monitor. And now I just have one screen. So, one tool that I started using a lot more is like virtual desktops on Windows. So now I have like, okay, here's all email and Slack on one, and then programming stuff on another, and then like, steering groups I'm working on another one, and like all that stuff. And like, it's totally changed the way I work in some ways. In a way that I think I'm going to try to adapt when I get back to the office with. Like, it's a little harder to see side by side code, for example, but like, it's been really cool to segment my day rather in ways using that. So, I don't know. It was a neat little adjustment that I had to make.
A good pro tip, honestly. We have another question from chat, which is actually from Renish, but it's still a good question. The question is, how much does having a good supervisor, lead, manager help with production? Asking for a friend. Anyone have
John,
thoughts on that?
when I get one, I'll let you know. I'm just kidding. John, for full disclosure, John is my manager and he is fantastic. It makes the process a lot smoother. What's really nice is, like, for me anyway, John gets to look at like the high level view for our group and determine like strategy and things that we need to do in production and that kind of thing, and kind of give us marching orders. But he also gives at least me and my colleagues enough slack to kind of figure out what we want to do based on John's requirements, and then offers guidance and support and that kind of thing throughout the process. And it's really great to have someone who's a lot more experienced, I guess, with that kind of stuff and has that high level picture to kind of give you your marching orders and be a good fallback when you need to get advice on problems. So yeah, how about you, Kat? What would you say to that one?
How does having a good supervisor help with production? It's like a world of difference, I find. I feel very blessed to say that I haven't had a bad manager at BioWare. Like, all of mine have been great mentors and stuff like that too. But I've worked different jobs where that hasn't been the case, and it's chaos. Like, it's awful.
Yeah, it's night and day.
Yeah, 100%. And like, having someone to advocate for you, be it your personal life or even just like protecting your work and like what you're doing and protecting your time, like, super important, super good. And a lot of the time it's been nice, at least for me, to say like, you know how like programmers can get like finicky about a thing that doesn't really matter, but it's kind of like tangentially actually each other, and it's very nice to be like, this is not, I'm gonna defer you to my manager because like this is outside what I am like paid to code. Like, I don't care what we end up using, just tell me. So I don't know, stuff like that has been like a godsend and real good. How about you, Alex?
Yeah, like, sing the praises of my past managers because like it has made a world of difference in my whole career. Like, when I was in QA, like, I needed someone who was on board with like my career progression, even if it meant not necessarily being in the same department, which is like, there's a lot of stuff going on there when you want to kind of switch roles entirely. So without a good manager there, like, I wouldn't have had the contacts in the studio to be able to like learn the ropes of programming. I wouldn't have the contacts. I wouldn't know how to like apply for a programming job. Like, yeah, my manager, Jen, if you're watching, thank you. But yeah, and then it was the same when I started in programming too, right? Like, my first manager in programming, it kind of took me on faith, right? Like, I just learned C++. Didn't have a programming background, and yeah, he helped me like get into programming, taught me like so many of the ropes, and just like doing a completely different job than I had had before. So yeah, I don't even think my career could have progressed the way it has without like amazing managers and supervisors. So it makes the world of difference.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think really having the two things I think of are like a manager that advocates for you and like fights to make space for you, whether that's for you to work on things that you're passionate about or develop your career. Um, or I mean, and the other thing is like a manager that treats you like a human being, and you can like actually, there's an understanding that you're a person with a life outside of work. And I mean, I feel very grateful for my manager. Shout out to Darren.
Shout out to Darren.
And yeah, we have the same manager. Great. Um, but having someone that really fights for you, and also knows that you're a person that has needs outside of work, and is understanding of that is huge. And also, I mean, I think living in 2021, a manager that understands the time we're living in, whether that's commitment to like diversity, inclusion, and like wanting to actually be participating in that and understand these conversations, and you don't get pushback against that is something that's been really important to me, and not having that antagonistic relationship with your manager on that front is really valuable to me.
Yeah. Even more terrifying on that front is when you have a manager who encourages you to do that stuff.
Yeah.
And get out of your comfort zone. It's a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great point. Like, having someone that's looking out for you in your blind spots and is able to give you that guidance and mentorship is so valuable. Yeah, and I mean, I guess that's manager for leads. I mean, yeah, I guess it goes without saying, having a lead that is very skilled at effectively steering a group of people that are working together is so important on a huge project. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we could have a whole stream about that.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. We have another, I think this question is fun from chat. Chat, whoever asked this was kind of a question we already had existing. What's like the most, like during like ship of a game, or I don't know, like getting a demo ready, something like that, like most memorable like thing you've run into, or piece of code, or like solution you came up for, like a problem or something like that? Jeff, I think you've been here longer than the rest of us. You must have a good answer. You used to work in audio and stuff too, so.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I've been here for be 9 years in July. So
Dang,
I have a little
congrats.
more, little more lead time. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, coming up on that 10-year mark next year. That'll be fun. Geez, there's a few. I actually have a story from another company I'll tell really quickly about like deploying something, and it was absolutely terrifying. So I used to work at a company in town here that did hardware and software for electronic bingo, and I got flown out to the UK on a deployment because they were having problems with like a wireless access point that I had written code for. And we thought it was a code problem, but after a lot of diagnostics in the field and calling back to our engineer in San Francisco, I think he was, we found out it was a hardware problem. So I had to like solder capacitors onto these boards in the field, like run out to UK Radio Shack and buy parts and do that. So that's terrifying and fun. But yeah, working in games, I think probably one of the worst bugs we ran into, sort of, I wouldn't say like 11th hour because it was kind of present throughout ship, but there was like I think I can say this, on DAI, we had like an audio screech that would happen every once in a while. And it ended up being, I think it was a bug in like some like middleware type thing, or it might have even been firmware. And we had to, do some clever memory hacks to get around it. So like putting in new arrays and setting them in certain ways. And yeah, it was good. We almost blew a few ears out of our QA team, but luckily everyone still has their hearing, I think, after all that. So yeah, that's me. I don't know. What about you, Alex? What's the worst bug you've run into, or worst, or funnest, most interesting piece of code at the 11th hour?
Anything like in particular? I know that we knew a question like this was coming, and I still didn't think of anything. But like the thing is, with working with physics, it's like a lot of bugs are often catastrophic. Like physics is a system that runs through the whole game, so you can get like one bug, like maybe if you're integrating like a new version of the engine, and like one line of code is different, and then all of a sudden like none of the physics works, and it's exploding everywhere. So I don't have like any good like particular specific events, but often physics bugs are just, yeah, you'll find like one little line of code that was wrong, and it broke the whole game in ways you couldn't even imagine, you know. So it's always fun to track down for sure. How about you, George?
Yeah, I don't have a specific bug, but I'll add like another category of bug. Because I know, when you're shipping a game, you typically chew through like a long list of bugs. But the sort of bugs that I always find, the class of bugs that can be most interesting or infuriating often seem to be like multiplayer related bugs, especially when you have like prediction and correction and more complicated systems, especially in games where you need fidelity. And it's something that especially when you're a programmer that's used to playing by yourself when you're testing, multiple clients and that sort of especially in gameplay, those always seem to be when they go bad, they're very obvious and often hilarious, but always tricky to track down.
What
I
about you,
know
Kat?
for me, the most humbling experience is debugging your own code. Like even before, like when you're like halfway through a task and you're like, I gotta make sure this works, or like you're in that stage between like I've written all the code, now I gotta check it works like in engine, right? Or does it look how I expect it to look? And yeah, it's like very humbling, like stepping through the debugger and like seeing where it's breaking to, because sometimes you think you're like, I thought this might be a problem or this might not work the way it does, and then it turns out like you forgot to like put the function call in or something stupid like that, and you're like, why do I have this job? Like,
I
I don't
just
know,
did that exact thing the other day.
right? It's
Yeah.
like easy to do. You get like so caught up in like all the like finessing of like whatever algorithm you're doing or organizing code and stuff like that, and then you make like a stupid freaking mistake like that. But I don't know. For me, that's been maybe also my favorite because it's humbling, but also if it's before you submit, no one's got to know about it. They just see you log an extra hour to this task, and you have to tell anybody why. So
Yeah.
I think those are usually the most memorable because at least I can dog on myself for making those mistakes. So, we got another question on chat. Thank you, chat, for asking so many questions. This is
Yeah,
great. You're
lots
making
of
our
good
jobs
input
easy.
here.
Yeah. All right. So, for someone who doesn't know a lot about video games, what's the most challenging thing about making video games? I don't know who wants to answer this first. Like, if anyone's got an instinct, go for it.
I have a hot take on this just because, I mean, just in general, the thing that really struck me when I got into the games industry is it the strangest thing to me, or the biggest surprise, was just how the sheer quantity, the number of people it takes to make anything, and that's more than just games. It's like film, that's anything, especially when we view media as like an auteur medium where it's like this person made this game. There's just so many people that put so much time and energy and creativity into games, and that was something that really maybe not surprised me, but I just didn't think of that. You know, when I was a kid and I played KOTOR, one of my favorite Bioware games of all time.
Yep.
And I was just like, oh, it's a Star Wars game. Cool. We have yeah, it just showed up like a movie showed up to me. And you don't really think like there are people who make these games. So that was really the thing that struck me. Anyone else? Is there?
I also have a hot take based on,
Yes.
I think, a meme I saw on the internet. Basically, think of this graph of like the features in a game, how hard the public thinks it is to make them, and how hard they actually are. And the one that I remember is doors. Doors are surprisingly difficult. I don't know why. I luckily don't have to deal with that side of things. Maybe one of you gameplay type folks can get to that. I don't know, but yeah, there's lots of little things we take for granted where it seems like, oh, that seems like it should be really easy to do, right? And it can be incredibly difficult. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what else. Like just coordinating the whole process too, like you said, George. There's so many moving parts and so many people involved that yeah, the communication is probably the hardest challenge we deal with on any given day, I think.
Yeah. It sort of feels like, I mean, not just games, any project. It's like
Yeah.
the more you work in big projects, you think like it's a miracle when people land a big thing and it's great. Like you did a thing, you finished it. Congratulations. You did it.
Yeah, the hardest part of making a game is making a game. The whole thing is hard.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's a creative process, right? And making new things is just generally hard.
Yeah. Yeah. Also seeing there's some people, and I think maybe this is learned, maybe you just have little babies that are born with it and they're good at it, but seeing like the forest from the trees of like, what is this big thing that we're making again for any, I'm sure, big project, but you're like, where is this? Especially when, you're in pre-production. There's some people who have this amazing vision to see or at least project how things will come together, and it seems like alchemy sometimes.
Oh,
Again, I'm
100%.
a programmer, so it's not what I'm
Well,
supposed
it's
to do,
just crazy
thankfully.
when it's like everything's magenta and like blocky, right? And like somehow like people are still hyped or like, no, this is gonna turn out good. Actually, kind of the name of our next segment,
I
which
was
I
gonna
think is like,
say, shout out to the next segment.
yeah,
Dev
where it's like
Goggles.
dev goggles. You can't, when you're in it, you can't tell like how things are gonna look or how they're gonna play out or if it's good or not. And you have like these moments of like, sobriety isn't the right term, but I'm gonna use it. You have these moments of clarity when you can kind of see like, oh, that's cool. And that's like identifiable as like, oh, that's gonna be awesome. And I think it's easier when you're looking at other people's work too. So like I think as like programmers and stuff like that too, a lot of our stuff can be like not hidden, but it's like hard. Other programmers know when something's really neat or really slick, but that's like kind of hard to present out to other people. But like if I look at like, I don't know, the stuff like our animators we had earlier before, like the stuff they do and seeing how it's like we have like this blocky creature and suddenly it animates and it looks fucking real, right? Like stuff like that is independently exciting, but it's I don't know, it's hard to like put it all together in your head at the time when you're making video games. Yeah.
Especially when like it's hard to. There's not enough time in the day to understand each other's jobs and all the expertise. I mean, it would be great to be able to shovel that all into my brain. So even within programming, like you said, when you see an animation or a new workflow for animation, someone who's not an animation programmer, you're like, oh, cool, animators can do stuff now, and then you go back to your job, but you don't really soak in how difficult it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. To add to that, physics. Also, I really appreciate the work you do, Alex, because
exactly
I don't understand how any of that works, and I've had to go in there from the audio side a couple times, and it's still like, whoa, I'm so out of my depth. So yeah.
Thanks. Sometimes I
Amazing.
still don't know how it works, but I'm just gonna shout back to the animation, like animation programmers. They're the backbone. I'm asking animation programmers questions every minute of every day. So
the joy. It would be great to work on a game that was just like little blocks moving around one day. The dream.
yeah, and back to the meme answers for what the hardest part of making a game is. Animating someone taking a jacket off. I think
Ooh,
that would be
good
pretty
answer.
hard. Yeah.
Handing
Good
out
answer.
objects, yeah.
Yeah, handing objects
So
between
good.
each other. Yeah.
Ooh, actually, one that I feel like should have been obvious because I said this is where it started too is like good UI is so hard. Like you will notice it immediately if it's bad, but you won't even care about it if it's good because it's doing its job. Like you'll just like slide right into the game, no problem. But it's so much more work than I think it looks because so many so many screens, so many inputs, so many different things like going into it. That's another whole area that's like way harder than it looks, and it's over every piece of the game too. Like you can't hit start without UI. So yeah, that's another one. All right, we're at 5:56 now, so I think I'm feeling good. I think we're leaving on a good note for this segment. Thanks everyone for coming down here. George, George and Alex, do you have anywhere you want people to contact you or anything, or just kind of like yell into the ether? Is that good?
Yeah.
Cool.
The grid. I'm fully off the grid. Shout out to everyone on the internet.
If you dye your hair a
No
really cool
vibes.
color, then I will just know. I'll just know. I'll feel your presence. So
Love it. That's what
right.
I figured. Jeff, you have anywhere you want people to like hit you up or contact you?
Yeah, hit me up on Twitter. That's probably the easiest way. I don't know if it's on screen somewhere, but yeah.
It is. It's below you.
Yeah, definitely. At Ari Mathis. Yeah, it's probably the best way.
Awesome. Sounds good. And yeah, I'm Kat. You can see me on Twitter. Yeah. I think that's it. If you have questions about game programming, you can hit my inbox. I'm really far behind, but I'm trying to get back to it. That sort of stuff. Yeah, I think that's it. Thanks so much for having us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks for your attention, everyone. It's fun.
Yeah.
great.
Bye.
Second.
No problem. Take your time. We're coming on, but you get set up. I can start us off.
Fantastic. Thank you. A long part. That's not going to be there much longer. There we go. All right.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for everybody who's been sticking with us the entire time. It's been a long stream, over 5 hours already, but we still got a bit left for you. First off, I want to give a big shout out to everybody who's been donating, supporting us. We surpassed our goal. That means you're going to get that bonus trivia, which is completely unfair. I don't know why you asked to be punished by me with trivia, but I appreciate it. For our last formal panel here, it's late. Panel here, I am joined by Megan. Hello, Megan.
Oh.
And I'm joined by Nagai. Hello, Nagai.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great. I just love raising money for charity. This panel is called Dev Goggles, and we're going to talk about how games are seen by developers and in development. So, Nagai, why don't you start off? Tell us a little bit about yourself and a little bit about hit detection, because many people may not know that exists.
Yes, we like to say that we operate in the shadows, industry's best kept secret, all of those things. But so my name is Guy Kroll. I'm the founder and CEO of Hit Detection, which is a consultancy that's focused on video games and interactive entertainment. We've been around since 2009 is when I founded the company, and before that, I was a journalist at Newsweek for 14 years, covering consumer technology, the last 10 of which I spent covering games. And so as a result of covering games, I met a ton of people like producers, designers, various executives, marketing, PR, all that. And, I covered the industry for 10 years. And then I decided journalism was sort of getting shaken up by the internet like everything is, I decided to make a change and go into consulting. And so, in a nutshell, what we do is we come in at any stage of development as early as concept and work with developers and publishers through ship and beyond into live service. And we give them what we call expert feedback from a media and consumer perspective. Many of our consultants are former journalists, though there's some who come out of dev, and we give them our insights into what's working really well, what needs improvement, recommendations on how to improvement. And we try to, what we say is like, we're going to be some of the most articulate players of your game. And so you can go down a pretty deep rabbit hole in conversation to get insights into how we're responding. And then we think about how various media outlets will respond to what you're making, as well as different types of consumers. So that's it in a nutshell.
Great. That is super exciting stuff. And Megan, would you mind giving a brief introduction for yourself?
Not at all. That's not, I want to say first off that Guy, what you're working on, that's so cool. I think we really need that. But yeah, I'm Megan. I'm currently a tools programmer at Improbable, and before that, I worked at BioWare for a couple of years as a technical designer. And probably why I'm here is because I run a games club in my spare time, and in that we discuss a game each month, and we decide if we like it, dislike it, what we like about it, and what we dislike. We'll say John here also does that. Kind of stole the idea from him, but it's good for every company, I think, to have one in a games setting. So yeah, that's me.
I couldn't have been more flattered for you to carry this forward onto your next place. So one of the things we've touched on a lot throughout the panels today is about how, we're talking about the craft and how we see different things. Megan, you are a tools programmer, and Nagai, you see games, like you said, as early as concept. What's it like seeing a game before all the pieces are in place? Like, we're talking like white box levels or just some sketches. Like, how do you give feedback on something that's 2, 3, 4, 10 years out?
Well, for me, it's, when we're interacting at the concept stage, there might not even be a game yet. There might be playable prototypes. There might be first playable, there might just be concept art and design docs and things like that. So we may be interacting when there's not that much, particularly for franchises that are ongoing. And sometimes there is something there. There may be a first playable, there may be a vertical slice, things like that. And so you do have to sort of imagine and project and things like that. But I think what we're trying to get a sense is of at the early stage of the creative intent, right? And over time, the creative intent of the game will go from being discernible through a variety of documents to being discernible through playable code. And so we try to meet the game where it is and give feedback that is relevant to where it is, and not sort of say it's like, whoa, like this is missing and that is missing and all those things. We try to focus on what's there. And as you know, for spending many years in development, there's early on, there's a lot of exploration of different features and elements and things like that, things they're trying to solve, turn unknowns into knowns. And so we try to participate in that process as well.
Right. That's very fascinating because, we tend to, when we're seeing it, we talk about sausage being made, we're literally in the sauce. That's not maybe the best analogy, but we're kind of in the sausage when it's happening. Megan, as a tools programmer, you may not be a gameplay programmer who has a different view. We just had that lovely panel with Kat and Jeff and George and Alex. As a tool programmer, how much do you see the game and how much do you focus on the tools?
Yeah, oh, that's a great question. I'm pretty lucky because I don't actually like have to worry about those problems of what makes the game fun. Like, is this going to be enjoyable for the player? Is this going to be a player-facing tool that I'm making? I don't really make player-facing tools, so I get to be a little bit more objective when I actually play the game. Yeah, most of my clients are the people who are making the game, so they're the ones who are critiquing what I make, and I find that a little less stressful because players are hard. Players are all different, and I don't know what players like. I don't think that the average person can just figure out what fun is. That's a hard topic to understand. So it's complicated. And yeah, for me, it's easier for me to be objective, but I still do play our game like every day. We have daily play tests, so I can't stay objective about the game that we're making either. So getting these like external contractors to come in and like watch and play our game and make it so that they get an understanding of what we're making, it's so useful because for us it's just impossible to stay objective while playing our game every day and also making the game itself because that's yeah, when you're making the mechanics, how do you know if other people other than yourself are going to be liking that as well? It's a difficult problem.
Gotcha, for sure. You mentioned earlier that you had a unique idea to have a game devs group at your studio that was fully original. How does playing a game as a dev change? Can you turn off your dev goggles? A good callback. Can you turn that off and play the game and just have fun, or you're always like kind of picking at it a little bit to see what's going on in the gears in the background?
I think it's still possible to have fun while you're playing a game, and I think that's what's so important about Games Club and why I've been enjoying it. Like, people have limited amount of time in their day-to-day lives. Like, people have kids. Like, they can't really spend that much time playing games nowadays because there's so many other things that people have to work on. So I think Games Club is a great way. Like, once a month, play a specific game of a different genre, and I think being able to get those different genres that you're playing and not just playing the same thing. Like I love playing Apex Legends. That used to be the only game that I played. I never played anything else, which is bad, I think, from a game development standpoint because you're not getting those diverse experiences that a game can offer. And so for me, I think Games Club has been great for our whole studio just because we are getting more diversity in the games we play and still playing games related to what we are making, but also getting any type of like creative medium. I think it's just going to help with the inspiration of what you're making a lot more. Like the more that you play and the more you read, the more that you draw and you like look at art, the better you're going to understand all these mediums and have more creative ideas, I think, going forward. So I think if it's not Games Club, I think it's just great to be a part of like the artistic area and understand what's going on there. And I think that's why Games Club is so important.
Thank you so much.
People ask me similar questions about like, well, can you still enjoy games or play games for fun or whatever? And the way I liken it is sort of, developing other senses, right? Like a chef can still enjoy food. They'll just have their palate, they'll be able to identify like a certain spice or certain things, they'll be able to detect it. So it's, but they still know what they like and things they enjoy and things they don't and that kind of thing. So when I play a game, like I still have a fundamental responses of things I enjoy, things I don't, things I find hard, things I don't. But in my professional work, sometimes you sort of turn the knobs down on one sensibility. So like if I'm playing something that's not tuned or balanced, and you know we sort of know when it will be a first pass is going to happen on that, then that really shouldn't be my focus of the evaluation if it's not useful for them, right? But there may be other elements that they're sort of like, yeah, we really want feedback on that, like on the UI or something else. And then we're like, okay, I'll dig and sort of focus on that. So it's definitely still possible to sort of do the things we do and still enjoy games. I just kind of feel like we've developed additional senses and we can sort of activate those as superpowers as needed. That's how I look at
Gotcha.
it.
Yeah, I
Gotcha.
agree with that. And like well, one thing that I forgot to mention earlier as well, based off of that, is like, yeah, there's a lot of things that you notice in games when you're a developer that are just breaking. Like I try to break games sometimes for fun, and I really enjoyed doing that. I like made my name SQL injection on Steam just to see what would happen and if anything would break because I thought that would be fun to do. And yeah, so I think developers do play games differently than like the average player would, and I think it's kind of not like worse. I think it's just very different.
Nagai, you mentioned that it's not just about determining like if a game is fun. Like you provide a very wide, very deep insight. Just like, could you give us like some examples of like if someone asked for your support for your services, like what would you do to prepare a packet for them or deliver for them?
Got it. So we meet with the creative leadership on the game, as well as the PR, marketing, and community leadership on the game. And the reason for that is on most engagements, we're sort of looking at two main things. One is the product quality. How good is the game? How good is it compared to previous iterations, if it's in a franchise? How good is it compared to its main competitors? How good is it compared to what a lot of people tend to be playing, whether or not it's in the same genre? Because I think, as I said, one of our focuses is on media and reviewers, and how reviewers review games has changed. You used to have a lot more specialist reviewers. So, Bioware RPGs, like an outlet would have an RPG reviewer or two, and that would be the person who would play the game. It's like now, a lot of outlets can't necessarily afford to have that kind of specialization. So you might have someone who plays a wide range of games playing that game, and they're going to bring expectations from a wide variety of games to that. So one is tracking product quality along all of those sort of vectors. And then the other is what we call the product conversation, how to initiate and sustain as positive a conversation about the game as possible. Because with social media, things like Discord and Twitch and all those things, there are a lot of people. It's not just like sort of a handful of outlets in San Francisco that are determining what's good and what's not for North America, right?
Mhm.
So we sort of help our clients figure out how to talk about their game in the best way possible that's going to excite and interest as wide an audience. So to get a little more specific, since you asked for that, is early on in development, like in the concept stage, one of the things that will help our clients with is scope, right? Sometimes they may have something that maybe it's not ambitious enough or it's too ambitious, and so we may provide feedback on those things. They may ask us about like, hey, we're weighing these things, this and that, which of these features or elements do you think is going to have the biggest impact, or those kinds of things, right? Later on, as other features come in, like I said, we might focus more on UI, we might focus more on the new player experience, or like those kinds of things. So we will take in the entirety of the game as it exists, but we'll also zero in on certain elements that may be a little more specific to various stages of development and provide feedback on that.
Gotcha. It sounds like the pace is very deliberate and targeted and able to you're like it's not about being fast, it's about being accurate. I mean, I guess that with hit detection, maybe I fell into the pun trap there. When it comes to the game group, Megan, does taking a whole month to play a game, think about a game, and then talk about a game, how does that change the experience of playing because you do it as a group?
Yeah, so usually I find that a month is not enough time, honestly, to play a game. Like I'm usually rushing through it. So in that sense, a lot of people I think have that same experience when they're playing the game. They're like they miss all the side quests and stuff just because they're trying to get through it in 1 month. Because 1 month is really not that long of a time. But yeah, at the end when we're all together and we're all talking about the game, it doesn't really matter how far you've gotten into it. Like being able to like play it over time in that 1 month. Some people might have started it at the start of the month and not played since then. But it really helps like jar your memory and like get you understanding what other people were playing and what their experiences were throughout that whole month. And I think it's kind of a cool meeting that we can have where we are able to talk about our experiences over that month, but also a lot of people may have played the game years ago, and so then they're like, oh yeah, I forgot about this, like this happens, that was interesting. It's kind of cool seeing everyone's experiences from different times of the when they played it, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, that's a good point to bring up about different times. I mean, one of the things that, it's not just the new releases. Like going back and looking at historically and go, it's been 20 years since someone did this, or does this game still hold up? We also talk with a lot of different people. Like, if I played a game today when I'm a reasonably new father versus before I had a kid, like I will get a different experience out of something that has those beats. When you sit down with your team and go over a game, Megan, are you ever surprised by the different insights? Like, are you ever like, oh wow, I never got that perspective before?
Yeah. Honestly, all the time. It's actually kind of it's like when you go in, I know what my perspective on the game was. I know what I liked and what I like disliked about it. And a lot of times people will come in and they'll be like, "I actually hated this game. This game was the worst game ever." And I'll be like, "Whoa, that was unexpected. I loved it." And it's kind of it's interesting because there's never been a game where everyone's just like, "I loved everything about this game. Literally everything was perfect." So it's kind of cool seeing the different details people care about, and it's fun because there's a lot of designers in the group, there's a lot of artists, there's some programmers in the group, and it's kind of it's interesting seeing what they care about in their games, even like just seeing artists look at the art and the environment and stuff. And like I know my friend Nick cares a lot about the UI because he does UI, and it's like I would literally never look at this. I do not care, but whatever. And yeah, it's kind of cool seeing how everyone gets different opinions about different things when we play random games. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I guess the question can be also tossed to you, guy there. You are like there are so many games you can't possibly play them all, and you can't possibly be every player. For a professional standpoint, when you're doing professional work, how do you make sure you're aligned with what their market is or their targets are if that's not you personally?
So one of the things that especially for a lot of big publishers and even some of the mid-sized publishers is there's a lot of work that goes into market research, audience segmentation, to help understand the people that the developer is making the game for, and to create a common language, not only within the studio itself, but also across the various organizations and stakeholders that are involved in making the game. Like,
Right.
it's probably helpful for you if when you're speaking to marketing or community or whatever, that you're talking about things and talking about audiences and things like that. And like, it's a common language. So for us, we try to get that documentation. And so, we were working on a project recently where we were seeing like they were pursuing a couple, like three different audiences, primary, secondary, tertiary. I think that's relatively standard in the
Yeah, yeah.
industry. And then there were sort of defining statements about like each of the audiences they were pursuing. And like we kind of felt like there was something that they had on paper that we thought was strong and good, and would kind of give what they were doing like a good twist that would make it appealing and a bit more unique, but it wasn't showing up in the game, right? And so that was an insight that we had based on their own research and their own stated intent about what they wanted to make. And we were able to identify, say, hey, you're saying this is important to you, this is what you want to be, but it's not showing up. And you should redouble your efforts to get that to show up, because we think that will move the needle.
Gotcha, for sure. Yeah, that's we always have these attempts, and then we always hit like sometimes you go off the wrong direction. And it's good to have someone outside to help course correct, because even if we're a step back, in my role, I'm a step back from the game. I don't play it every day, but like we can be in there like, oh, like we didn't know because you've been seeing it so much, and you're like, oh, I know how to play this. I have perfect muscle memory of all the moves and all the stuff. So you forget that it gets too complex, or you forget that it goes in a different direction. When it comes to looking at games, how are you asked to like predict the future? Like I've seen a lot of trends, and maybe you're probably way smarter at me than this, but like I never would have predicted the battle royale craze. I never would have predicted Roblox getting popular. Like there's a lot of games that come out, like to me they come out of nowhere, and it's like, is that something that Hit Detection is able to analyze and get ahead of for that?
Well, if I could have predicted a trend like that, I'd be doing this from an island somewhere, by my own
Yes.
island, right? So I'm not going to say that like predicting or forecasting trends like that accurately. No, that's not what we do. But I think what we can do is identify certain signals. Like, ironically, we worked on some of the earliest battle royale games, and were identifying things about them that were fun. Like, so some of that's like feeding that back to the team that's working on it, helping them refine what's there. And then as we're seeing it pop up in other places and there's other flavors of it, starting to like look for common patterns and pick out like this is better, this is worse, or whatever. So that if a third battle royale developer asks us to do something, well, we can bring that experience to the table, and those kinds of things. So I think we're probably not necessarily going to be the people that will identify one game over here doing something like completely different and being amazing. But as it becomes popular and we play it, we'll start to distill like what's working about it, and take that to clients and figure out, hey, this thing over here is relevant to something you're doing. So it may not be the entirety of battle royale, but it may be something else. So for instance, like on battle royale specifically, um, one of the things that's great about it that I think has relevance in other genres is that for multiplayer and competitive multiplayer, it tells a better story than for the player and the players, and for a viewer than traditional 6v6, depending on the genre, right? So like that's an insight potentially that's useful to a client who's working on, maybe they're working on a survival game, or maybe they're working on something else. So that's what we try to do. It goes back to what you're saying about playing even older games, right? There's something that people haven't played in a while that wasn't, but it's in our mental database, and we'll surface something that's relevant for something that goes on. And then for predicting, it's really just sort of starting with what's happening now, and then sort of extrapolating from that. Because we do have clients who ask us, what is going to be relevant to this game that we're working on, this series, this category 5 years from now? What's that landscape going to look like? That we just start with the present, identify things that are resonant, identify things that maybe are a little bit more on the cutting edge, and sort of see like, okay, where do we see that cross pollinating? Where do we see that going? And then we
Gotcha.
wait 5 years and see if we're right.
Well, hopefully you've been pretty accurate. Megan, were you?
Oh yeah, like I do think that as a developer too, that's a really good lesson to learn. Like you don't have to stick within your genre to see what is the right thing to do, if it's gonna work or not. Like Battle Royale is a great example with like a lot of them have used ping systems, a lot of them have added sliding and things like that. And I think those are things that you can take across to any game, any genre really. So it's, as a developer, I think it's good to keep an open mind to any game style and make sure that you're like kind of up and I'm not saying like we should steal anything, but it's just like borrowing other concepts from other games, and you don't have to revolutionize the whole like genre that you're working on. You can take things from other games and then build on it instead of having to start everything that you are making from scratch. It's good to take from other ideas and kind of build off of them instead of redefining a whole genre of game.
Well, an
I mean,
example of that,
okay.
I was going to say, an example of that is like, so this is going back to around when we started the company in 2009, 2010. And if we think back then, like now, like Call of Duty controls for shooters or gear style control for third person cover shooters, pretty standard, right? But back then, if you think back then that far, particularly on console, people would do like kind of their own thing, their own controls. And like I remember going into studios and sort of saying, it's like, hey, Activision and Epic spent a lot of money on the games and the marketing, and they've taught people to play a certain way. And these games are very popular. Like, why reinvent it? Just do what they're doing. And it's not because it's an obvious insight now, and I actually think it was an obvious insight then, right? So it's not to make us seem like Nostradamus, but you could tell even then, like if we were having conversations in studios or in media, people would have probably been saying the same thing. But like a particular team might be locked into feeling like, hey, we're doing it better, or we're doing it. And I'm like, no, 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 just stop. Put your ingeniousness somewhere else.
Yeah, I think that comes up a lot. I think the controller examples that like these companies, but a lot of times with the controller fit in your hand and feel a certain way, and they are expecting players to have like a little bit of baked in OS themselves to go like they know this button will jump, this button will melee, this button will reload, because they're like, we don't want to have to teach you those things. We want to teach you what's unique about our games and not have to always teach you the basics of like left stick move, right stick aim. Now that can be challenging for new players coming on because we don't always catch them up. But you should be focusing again, like you said, on the unique stuff and not trying to, try to redesign the controller every time. Unless you're Rock Band, then you're probably fine redesign the controller. Megan, when you play games, you mentioned that the borrowing ideas. Are you always able to find at least one thing from any game to go like, that'd be really cool? Maybe it doesn't always fit, but like, there's always something special about every game.
It's been hard sometimes, I will say. Some of the games we've played have not been up my alley. But yeah, usually you can find at least something that's okay about a game and some game mechanic that you kind of enjoy. It's way easier to find ones that you don't like, I think, than it is to find ones that you like. Because if you like something, you're not as often going to know what it is you like about it or why you like a specific thing. It's way easier if something's like blocking you or if you're annoyed by something to know that's not what you want. So I think that's also like a big thing with like fans of a game that developers have issues with. They'll get so much feedback from fans playing their game, like in a live service setting or something, and they don't really know how to handle that feedback. Like, do they just take everything that a fan says and implement it and try to put it back out there for the fan? Probably not. It's probably easier to try and take what they have said and understand what is blocking them and why that's an issue for them and kind of take some of your own ideas instead of just stealing all that they say because players don't necessarily know what's best for them at times. I think that developers have a better understanding of the overall structure of their game. So yeah, it's it's tough knowing what's good when you're there, but if you hate something, you just know you hate it and can go from there.
I think that's a great point that sometimes games intentionally put friction in. Like we're not talking about like accessibility here. We're talking about like some things are simply hard or challenging because some players like to overcome challenges. So you have to make sure that the game is, the communication with players, what they should be expecting is very important. One thing that's changed recently, and I hope you can talk on this, Nagai, early access. How has that changed how players see and developers share their products? And would you see that continuing forward?
I think that's here to stay. I think particularly for smaller developers and even some medium-sized ones that are just sort of like, we want to develop our game in dialogue with a subset of the people who will end up playing it because we think that's going to make it better. And I think there are enough studios that have done it and have said a variety of things publicly in it. So I'm sure if you go into the GDC vault and other things, and I think anyone who's thinking about it for their own games really should, work their own developer networks, find these resources and sort of see, because there's an increasing art about how to do that, because it is that dialogue piece, right? And how, what level of completeness should you be before you do it, right? Like, what do you put out? Because you're still putting something out publicly. There are people who are going to look at it and be like, some people are going to be into playing something early, other people are going to struggle with it, those kinds of things. So it's like finding your way to that audience and finding the feedback mechanisms, and there's ways to sort of do that and incentivize them, and that kind of thing. But I think it, it makes sense, and especially when you think about games apart from that, like even games in release, live service games and things like that, like even if there aren't formal channels of communication between the developer or the publisher and the community, you're still making it in dialogue with what people are doing in the game, what people are saying about they're doing in the game,
Mhm.
all of those things. So I feel like 10 years from now, we're going to be having a very different and a very developed conversation about this stuff. And there'll be a lot of you know, it'll evolve to common sense, put it that
Sure,
way.
sure.
But now it's still evolving, and people are learning the best practices for early access.
Gotcha. We are coming close to time, so I wanna wrap up on a question here. I'll start with you, Megan. We talked a lot about seeing games as the craft, seeing what's going on behind the scenes. If a player who's not in game dev wants to get better at seeing, you know, what goes into a game and understand the process, what advice would you have for them if you do have any advice on that topic?
So if it's a fan and like they don't necessarily like, I don't know if they want to be a developer or not, if they just want to kind of get involved in a game that they're passionate in or something. I feel like honestly, early access games are a really a great way to do that. Like if you want to be involved, early access games are there for you. Like they have their game released and they want you to tell them what they need and what you want from them. So it's definitely like a good stepping stone, I think, in to getting involved in the process. Another thing that I would recommend is maybe like contributing to some like I don't know if there's many, but open source like game projects that you can find online or like contribute art to something. Like if you see like a game that has like an open source kind of policy, you could totally just like give them some art or some like help them with their code if you see something wrong in their code. Or another one that I would recommend that I started with actually would be getting into like modding the games. So for me, I started my modding Minecraft a lot, and that was such a good stepping stone for me to get more into game development in general. So if you show that you have mods that you've made on your resume, I think that looks really good, honestly.
Sure. And a guy for you, same question. I'll just ask it like this. You know, your team does some really great analysis, really good in-depth insights. How does someone practice those skills? How does someone, I don't know, analyze better?
I would say, you know, it's for the ordinary person, it's probably the equivalent of Letterboxd for movies, right? Like keep a game journal, right, about the things that you play and write down things that you like and things that you don't, and things that if you were king for a day that you would do better, right? Like
Yeah.
because at the end of the day, like that's at the essence, like our feedback may take different forms depending on the stage of development, the specific request of a client, but it's what works, what needs work, recommendations on how to make it better, and even those recommendations, it doesn't. A lot of times, the developer isn't necessarily going to do exactly what we said to
Mhm.
do because there's a lot of things that we don't know about, even with all the conversation about what it is they're doing and why something is the way it is and what the dependencies are and all of that. But even recommendations, it's another form of feedback, and the developer can look at that and say, like, okay, I wouldn't do that, but I think if I do this other thing, it'll address most of what they're talking about and fit with our creative intent and those kinds of things. So that's what I would encourage people to do is just sort of keep a game journal.
Yeah.
And for every game you play, write down, here's the top 3 things that I liked about it and why, the top 3 things I didn't like about it, why, and 3 things I would tell them to do differently and why. And you'll start to see as you do it more and more, it's like doing anything over an extended period of time, you will get better. You'll start to see patterns, and your sensibility will improve.
That is such a great idea. I see some people in chat really appreciate that. Megan, Nagai, thank you so much for your insights today. Thank you so much for spending your evening with us today. It's been wonderful. I would love to chat more, and I know we did in our practice round, but it was so good. Thank you so much. I believe we're going to go to an art check-in, and then the bonus trivia is happening because of all the great donations we've had. So once again, thank you. And I'm going to stay here waving until the camera leaves the channel.
Hello, everyone. Hope you are enjoying the stream. It is great. We've reached our goals, and we are currently full up on requests for our art portion of the stream. So thank you all very much again. Donations greatly appreciated for a great cause. Yeah, let's just jump right into it. So here we have the finished version of Dole the Whip Mango. It might be the best named character that we have on the list. It's top running for sure. I am also joined by fellow artists Chelsea Wong.
Hello.
Or maybe you can introduce yourself, tell us a bit about what you do.
Oh, my apologies. Hi, I'm Chelsea. I am a illustrator, artist. I do a lot of freelance work. I absolutely love D&D. I play with my friends every week, and it is a super duper blast. Thank you so much for having me. This has been so much fun. And thank you for putting in all those amazing requests. It's been so much fun drawing your characters.
Right. So here we have Madison, who is the half elf archer. And next
So
we
much
have,
fun.
I believe this is a work in progress, correct?
Yes, I'm about halfway done. This is for guidance. Super duper fun. Love the lavender color. I love tieflings. They're one of my favorites.
Who is a tiefling urban ranger. They are very chatty and open to meeting new people, friendly and inviting, and willing to take charge and be the face of the party when her friends need someone to take the lead. She almost always has an inviting smile and a welcoming demeanor. These are great, Chelsea. Really good job.
Thank you.
Next on our list, I am also joined by Rudy Patterson.
Hello.
Uh,
Happy to be here.
would you like to introduce yourself and tell us a
Yeah,
bit
for sure.
about what you do?
I'm a local artist. I've actually returned to Edmonton after being in Toronto for a little bit studying animation, so it's good to be back. I'm actually part of a D&D group with Chelsea, so both of us are kind of doing the D&D art together. It's really fun. It's been
Okay,
so
that's
good to
fun.
see everybody's characters. Oh my god, it's so fun.
That's a fun fact. I did not know that, so.
Yeah, we're actually like a little team, so yeah. It just I love D&D. I actually started watching Critical Role again, so like I've
Mhm.
just been in like full D&D mode over the past couple of weeks, so this has been like the perfect catharsis.
All right, and this character is Dish, I believe, short
Yeah.
for Cavendish. They are a high elf rogue, a swashbuckler, the quintessential rogue, or at least Dish thinks himself as such, charming, dramatic, and a sucker for the spotlight, almost always flirting with the nearest beefcake, especially when he shouldn't be. Great stuff. Yeah. Oh man, I am so jealous of your line work. I'm just
Thanks.
gonna like zoom in on here so all the viewers can see all these great little details.
Yeah, I have a
Such a
tendency
handsome elf.
I like to zoom in really close when I draw, so then sometimes I zoom out and I'm like, "Oh crap, I forgot there's more body I have to keep drawing." So
Most handsome elf I've ever seen.
All right, and next up we have a work in progress by Sylvia Moon. And ooh, I don't know about you all, but my apartment room just got a lot more warm.
Absolutely.
So this is Darius. They are a human rune fighter. They are kind, supportive, and a bisexual himbo. Very chill. Talks in that kind of surfer dude frat bro way. Loves snowboarding. Uh, very nice. Next up we have Captain Zartel by Serena Tang. Uh, where is Captain Zartel is a skeleton psychic warrior. Captain Zartel is a slightly unhinged former pirate lord who is completely unaware that they are long since deceased. Upon their death, Captain Zartel unknowingly activated the damaged phylactery of a psychic lich. They merged with the phylactery and became an undead psychic horror. Whoops. Very nice. What next on the list is a piece from Gen 4th. This is Yen, an elf rogue. They are ambitious, competent, manipulative, status-oriented, able to be charming, but not really a nice person. Very nice. You can feel the swagger coming off of them.
So cool.
And I believe that's everything that we have to show off so far. These are all the finished pieces that we have available at the moment. Thank you all again for all of your donations and for giving us the opportunity to draw all of these lovely and interesting characters.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
And for the rest of them, we'll be working on them throughout the week and we'll send them out ASAP as we can. I don't have any closing words of wisdom. Thank you to all of our awesome volunteer artists. Serena Tang, Jen Forth, Chelsea Wong, Sylvia Moon, and Rudy Patterson. Check them out on Twitter. And enjoy the rest of the panels. Thank you all again.
Bye.
Thank you.
And I am selecting quiz. Is the camera here?
Hello again. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for well surpassing our goal. I don't know why you all wanted to be tortured by my impossible trivia. This is cruel and mean trivia. I will not apologize for it.
Oh
we're waiting
no.
for the screen. What?
Oh, I clicked start.
Go back.
We gotta go.
Back. We gotta go. Oh no, we're not sharing the screen yet. The protagonist in Queen's Quest 2 is not a what? Shapeshifter, alchemist, CSI, or veterinarian? Trivia said 3. All right. The protagonist in Queen's Quest 2 is not a what? Shapeshifter, veterinarian, alchemist, or CSI? Do not feel bad. These are really mean questions. And the answer is Mr. Baldwin.
Still waiting for players.
So waiting for players. Did you go too quick?
It takes a while to sync
Okay.
up.
Oops, that's the wrong panel. The protagonist in Quest 2 is not a veterinarian. She is a shape-shifting alchemist CSI. This is in a medieval world where you are doing literally DNA tests on elves and dwarfs. It is a game that exists. By the way, if you want to show the leaderboard, just to remind people here, if you want to win a prize, you need to make sure you okayed it to show your name. Oh, okay, we've got contestant 24. So contestant 24, if you want to click on the app that shows up on the stream and say allow it to use your Twitch name, you can then win prizes. We are giving prizes no matter what your score is, so negative numbers are fine. And I apologize for this trivia. It is not very nice because I'm not a nice person. All right, let's roll to the next question.
Okay, I interrupted your intro, so I don't know if you want to go back and do that now.
Oh, by the way, I'm also donating for every question the community gets mostly right. I will donate $10. Question: what is this? Is this an orangutan, an apus, an ellarilla, or a monkalrus? Is this?
In a couple of seconds, can you tell us what game this comes from, John?
I will. It's on the next slide even. What is this? An orangutan, an apus, ellarilla, or a monkalrus? The correct answer is this is a monkalrus. It comes from the game Mother 3. A monkalrus. It's a combination of a monkey and a walrus. In that game, all the enemies are chimeras, which are two monsters merged together. Monkalrus. I like saying the word Monkalrus. The community did not get the most correct on that one. That is too bad. 4 people did. We show the leaderboard. Orangutang is really fun to say. All right, we got a new leader. We got Belle Sharia. We got Joe DeBucket, Papa Boa, Glass Eyed Tiger, who was a winner from last time, if I recall correctly, and contestant number 6. I don't know who that is, but keep an eye out for. Yes, let's roll on to the next question. These are bean questions. In which game can you buy the cheapest burger? River City Ransom, The World Ends With You, Earthbound, or Rock Band? In which game can you buy the cheapest burger? River City Ransom, The World Ends With You, Earthbound, or Rock Band? Now, everybody, the question answers are in random order, so what I'm reading is what I see on my screen. You might get a different order. I apologize for that. That's just how the game works. All right.
Was Mother the precursor to Earthbound? Like that
Mother
same
1
company?
was. Earthbound was Mother's 2, and then Mother 3 was
I
then released
see.
in the US, yes. And then the answer is Rock Band. In Rock Band, it's $1.99 US to buy Cheeseburger in Paradise by Jimmy Buffett. In River City Ransom, it's $2. In World's Ends of You, it's 360 yen. And then in $14 in Earthbound, which is the most expensive burger I was able to find. So yes, Rock Band has the cheapest burger you can buy. It's with real money though, but hey, I said this was mean trivia, so.
Didn't say real money.
Earthbound, that's actually DLC. That's a DLC you can buy. It's called Cheeseburger in
Wow.
Paradise by Jimmy Buffett. That's DLC you can buy for the game. It's $1.99. No, these are not adjusted for inflation. That's a good point, but I said this was mean. We don't know what year Earthbound took place. It's in 20XDX. It could be any year. Our leaderboard, wow, contestant 14 has shot up to the top with 12,224 points. Paper Boa, Jason Savior, Belshira, and oh gosh, Gooba Goo Megazor. I'm trying. Next question. What is this? Is this Wayne, Demu-san, Samosona, or Ghost? What is this?
It looks like something turned inside out, and it's horrifying.
What is this? Does
I would
anybody know
also like
what
to
this
know.
is? All right. I wonder if people know even harder trivia. I have literally trivia that you would never be able to answer, and that's no fun. So these are all answerable, but you have to have an idea what it is. All right, let's show the answer here. This is a ghost from the game Hylix. Hylix is a game that was done in all claymation. You, as the player, actually have representation in game as a pair of gloved hands, and you cast spells by gesturing. It is an incredibly interesting, I was going to say weird, but that could be mean. It is an incredibly interesting game where you just, honestly, it's $1.50. Like, check it out, try the sequel. Hylix is an amazing game, and it's got such an interesting look because it's all done in claymation. Or clay, I don't know if it's fully claymation. Our top leaders are, Paper Boa has pulled up to the lead with less points than last round, but is still in the lead. Contestant 14, if you want to win, turn on your thing for that. Jason Savior, contestant 27, and a new one on the board, Ecto Dog. You do not have to pay us back like Jeopardy if you go under negative. These aren't dollar, these are just points. All
you
right,
have to do that in Jeopardy?
Actually, you don't have to pay Jeopardy back. In the honor of its X as a number anniversary, which game did Bioware make a tribute video for? The 15th anniversary for Planescape Torment, the 25th anniversary for the Eye of Beholder, the 10th anniversary for Dwarf Fortress, or the 20th anniversary for Star Control 2? Which game did Bioware do a tribute video for its Xth anniversary? This is real. You can find this. You can Google this. It's not easy, but you can find it.
Have you seen it?
I'm in it. I don't have a beard. So if you want to see young me, there you go. All right, let's do this. And the answer is Dwarf Fortress. That's right. If you look up the Dwarf Moot for the 10th anniversary of Dwarf Fortress, you will find a video that is about 2 hours long, but at 10 minutes and 53 seconds, Bioware does a tribute to Dwarf Fortress. So that is a very tough question. So for the 3 of y'all who got it right, I assume you were not guessing and you actually knew it. We have Ectodog, who I think gained 4 points over Paper Boa. I'm curious if Paper Boa has just stopped answering and it's like 0 is. I'm gonna hold. I'm gonna not push it. I'm gonna hold at 1400, and that might be a plan. That might be a plan.
I feel like we're trending downwards.
Equitog, Paper Boa, Contestant 27, Contestant 14, Jason Saber. I see chat here, and I love you all, but you paid money to get this pain. This is like you said, please hurt me, and I said okay, and we doing it. All right, next question. Who is this? Is this Thomas? Is this Edith? Is this Busy Square? Or is this Wilmot? Who is this?
Is Busy Square a proper noun?
It is capitalized. I will give no hints. Who is this? Do you know who this is? What's your guess, Bolden?
I have no idea. I'm gonna say Wilmot.
You are correct. That is Wilmot from Wilmot's Warehouse. Wilmot's Warehouse is an indie game published by, I believe, Finji. It is a game where you are working in a warehouse where you're organizing tons and tons and tons and tons of icons.
Oh, were you playing that at one of your?
We did. One
of your extra live streams.
Yeah. Wilmot is super cute. This game scratches a very interesting itch from my head, and even though I know this wasn't the hardest trivia, I just like Wilmot, so I wanted to give a tribute to Wilmot's Warehouse. Yeah. Okay, I think Ectodog and Paper Boa are playing the holding game. So Contestant 27, Jason Savior, and a new one, Urban Mathis, are climbing the board. That's interesting to deploy. Maybe there'll be some people who get a lucky guess and can get 20,000 points out of it. All right, let's hit the next question. Question number 7. How many birds must be fed to open the question tower? This is actually the name of the tower. The tower is called the question tower. I dare you to Bing question tower and find the answer from just that line. Oh, someone knows what game this is. This is a game I played as a kid, and I really enjoyed it. Oh, right, you're correct. It is Subterracore, but how many birds do you have to feed? 26, 12, 10, or 14, which I didn't read until after the timer ran out. I apologize. How many birds? All right, how many birds, Baldwin? That's my cue to have you show the answer.
I'm clicking as fast as I can, John.
You have to feed all 10 hidden birds to open the question tower in Subterracore. I was not able to do that as a child. I have no idea what's in that tower. I assume it's full of punctuation. All right. Let's roll with the lead here. All right. We got a lot of people within striking distance of Ectodog, Paper Boa, Contestant 27, Joe the Bucket, and Contestant 14. Like, one right question could break the plan that these people have here. No, you don't feed the birds to the door. I'm sorry for that. But Joe the Bucket got 14,000 points. That's a huge swing. All right. Who is this? Is this Lois, Monica, Sheila, or Buzz? Who is this?
Looks like a Monica to me.
Looks like a Monica? What's that song where you go like something Monica in my life? Is that Mama number 5?
I think so, yes.
Okay. I'm bad with music.
Number 5.
Something, Monica, something. That's how the song goes.
Sheila might have been one of those other names too.
It could have been. All right, who is this? Bolden, who is this?
I will tell you in just a second.
Oh, Rice Rocker got it. This is Buzz from Jagged Alliance 2, Luisa Buzz Garneau. She is a reporter, and she gets the buzz, the news buzz. She is a reporter. This game is made by Seartech. I really enjoyed it, and I don't know if it holds up, but it was really good at the time. It's like 30 years old. We have Paper Boa has answered a question. They knew it, and they are now jumped to 12,000. That's gonna be hard to catch. There's only 2 questions left, but it's still possible to get 40,000 more points. All right. I'm also very old, Rice Rocker. That's the other thing. All right. Next question is, which franchise has the largest variety of pets that players can battle? Pokemon, Warcraft, Nexomon, or Neopets? What franchise has the largest variety of pets that players can battle?
I like that picture that you chose. Just two cats kind of.
I almost think it's the same cat reversed, but Bengals are
right?
Bengals are so great, but they're too much energy. I can never have a Bengal. They're just too much energy. So that's question number 9. All right. Let's hit the next slide, Bolden. Let's find out what the answer is.
That is also what I thought it was Pokemon.
There are 1,395 Warcraft battle pets. Some are excluded, like the balloon. The balloon cannot fight. Pokemon is 893. It is 980 if you include all Mega Evolutions, but that doesn't change the fact that it's not number one. I have no idea what Nexomon is, but it has 381 creatures, and I was surprised that Neopet only has 55 different types. So there you go. Paper Boa holding strong at 12,000, contested 27. Ecto Dog came back on the board. Cylon DC, ooh, a new name there, and Jason Saber's right on the edge. So yeah, 1,395 Warcraft pets can be used in pet battles. That is a lot of pets. It's the balloon, the orphan, and I think there's one or two other ones that you can't fight, because I don't think that they'd be really good if they let you fight the orphans. All right, last question, number 10. Who is this? Is this Mr. Yamamoto? Is this MailChimp? Is this Conductor or Sujuko? Who is this?
MailChimp's got to be a trap, right?
I don't. I'm just saying, who is this? I am going to say I have right here on the bottom of the camera. I won't show it. I have this game in my hand. I have this game in my hand. It's a sealed copy of Tulip. It's a sealed copy of Tulip. That is who this is. But that's the game. The protagonist is Shinjunko from the game Tulip on the PlayStation 2. Oh, the majority tied for it. That's $10. I got to pay $10. We got one majority win. You got me. You got me. Wow. Thank you all for playing. Let's see the final scores. Final scores. Ooh, we got some movement on the last one there. We have Paper Boa with 12,088, just holding, got that near lead and just held on to it. Jason Savior for minus 856. Contestant 27, 6114. Ecto Dog at negative 1224. And Bella Shara with negative 23, 279. Thank you all for playing. I am sorry. Not really. You asked for this. I gave you what you asked for. I'm gonna turn off that.
Consistent 27, you're going to have to rename for us to find you to give you a prize.
Yep. What's next? Well, we are wrapping up with the ESIO and then a final farewell. Yeah, I hope
coming back for just a little another plug for ESIO, who sponsored us kindly.
Yeah, they were so amazing. Everybody's been so amazing. We're wrapping up here. If you donated, amazing. Thank you so much. If you weren't able to donate, we're glad to have you here. Are we ready to pass over to Madison?
Yep.
All right.
Thank you all very much.
I'm gonna keep waving until the camera leaves the room.
I feel like keep waving until the camera leaves the room is a fantastic move forward. I think in everything like this, we should always have the camera look at us. So I really appreciate that. I can't believe it that we got to end the night just hitting the $4,001. On behalf of the Edmonton Screen Industries office, we are so happy that we could be part of this event. It is fantastic, and so many amazing developers today talking with us, giving us insights, giving us tips to get into the game industry, and probably making you all wish that you could come, work in Edmonton, work with these cool kids. So 100%, that's something that we'd love to talk to anybody about. If you're ever looking to check out Edmonton, we've got a bunch of fun videos you can always look at. But at the Edmonton Screen Industries office, we are so proud of not only the skill and amazing talent that our developers have, but that they're willing to do things like this, where they're willing to put themselves out there to help their communities, and not only their community, but this with Food Banks Canada all across the country. So we are so happy to be part of an event like this. And it's one of those ones that touch your heart for sure. And I'm so thrilled to see that hit that $4,000 mark. It's a huge honor to be able to speak with everybody who's been on this stream. I do want to thank all of these folks for putting on such an amazing event. Like, this is a lot of work. So I really appreciate all of them for coming out and raising over $4,000 for charity. That's insane. They're all so talented. John also, because he's definitely going to have lost his voice by the end of the day. So shout out to him, as well as Baldwin, for their amazing hosting skills, and everyone who spoke on the panels. You're absolutely fantastic, and it's wonderful to chat with you all. If you ever are wondering what exactly the Edmonton Screen Industries office is and who is this person who's just been chatting about it in chat all day is, We are a nonprofit society that supports our screen industries here in Edmonton. So that includes video games, film and TV, convergent media. So that's anything kind of in between as well, VR, all the fun stuff. So we also offer professional development workshops, networking opportunities, as well as we have a variety of grant streams. So if you're an independent game developer, BioWare will be the first to tell you, not BioWare. As we're a little bit smaller scale than you folks, but if that's something that you are looking for funding, or you're looking to find folks who can help you get into the game industry, or at least learn a little bit more about it here in Edmonton Metro, then definitely connect with us. We're at Edmonton Screen on everything. And we also just last week got to feature Bolden on our amazing event, Edmonton Direct. So it very much is in the heart of a Nintendo Direct. So we got to show off all of the amazing work that these folks were talking about today, as BioWare was a huge supporter of the event, as well as folks from the University of Alberta. We had a lot of indie developers, over 20 indie studios were involved in it. So 100% you need to check out the Edmonton game dev scene and definitely join all of those fun discords that they have, like the Alberta Game Dev Society. We are always here to chat with everybody if they're just looking to chat about game dev in the city as well, or even if you just need a connection. We're very good at harassing people on Twitter. That's my job. So if you're ever being bothered on Twitter by Edmonton Screen Industries, that's me. So everybody, I just really want to thank you again. I'm Madison Cote on behalf of the Edmonton Screen Industries office. Really want to thank you for all of your support for this event, as well as just the amazing talent that we got to see today. I know I'm sending it over to the folks here, and that there's another little video from Food Banks Canada, but I really, really want to thank you all again, and have a fantastic rest of your long weekend.
It's generally described that the first modern food bank in Canada is the Edmonton Food Bank. Again, not that Edmonton is the first place that would feed those who are hungry in the inner city, but to use a food bank model that comes out of the States.
We could use this wasted food to help these people who needed the food.
And so that's how it got started, and then the formalization of a food bank got started in 1981.
Certainly we've been very fortunate and worked very hard to build relationships with over 250 agencies, churches, schools, and food depots. And it's those partnerships that enables the food that comes into the food bank warehouse to go out to the broader community. We know that there's still lots of work to be done.
We still need the food bank to do what it's always done, but if we really want to transform people's lives, we need to go beyond food.
We had an individual come in, and in the Hamperline program, you'll sometimes have special requests. And in this one, it was the special request was birthday cake, and we were able to meet that request. So I remember giving the hamper to the family, and I always get emotional. The little fella sees it and says, "This is the best day ever." And here I am, a guy giving out donated food, and this is this kid's best day. So it leaves a mark for me. I'm a sympathetic old guy, and it's a story that I just can't get out of my head, that my donated food is this kid's best day.
We struggled greatly until somebody let us know that the food bank exists and that there's such a service that we could reach out to.
When they started helping us out and I had lunches and I had snacks, that was the last thing I had to worry about. Then I was more worried about, okay, how can I fit in with a group? And
so what's a good day when we would receive food from the food bank? And that day was always a day when there was a Skippy's peanut butter that was in the bottom of the bag. And when I saw it, it just kind of lit up. It just made my day.
What we do, working side by side with the Edmonton food banks who do so much for this city. It's truly an honor to get to work with them, and that's Canada and that's Edmontonians in general, as people looking out for each other.
Giving is something that we need to put more emphasis on if we're going to continue having the kind of society that we're all proud to live in. And as part of that, giving is central to the theory of give and ye shall receive.
Giving.
Community.
Sharing. Taking care.
Compassion.
Equity.
Non-judgmental.
Compassion.
Survival.
Security.
Friendship.
Community.
Life.
Essential.
Meaningful contribution.
Togetherness.
Hope.
Together.
Well, everybody, I got my camera on. All right, I can do that. Well, everybody, I want to say thank you to everybody who donated. Thank you everybody who participated. Thank you everybody for watched and took part. Big special thanks to Rachel Hammond, Tim Griffith, who are behind our us all day running around with cameras and making this all work. This tech is not easy to manage, especially working from home. So we could not be anything but a dead stream if it wasn't for them. Mad B, Tristal Gable, Christian Daly, Hillary Hasek, Carrie Hale, Gino Talons. Huge shout out to the comms team and PR team for helping us make the best of what we have to offer here and really giving us some good knowledge on this. Madison Cote with the ESIO, Corey Seller, the Edmonton Food Bank, of course, and once again to you. I'd like to also thank our panelists. We had such an amazing group of people here. Our artists, Andrew Leong, Sierra Tang, Rudy Patterson, Jen Forth, Sylvia Moon, Chelsea Wong, Chelsea Farello, Jill Harrington, Esther Coe, some guy named John Renish, whatever that is, Dan John Cox, Katie Bieber, Mary Kirby, Karen Weeks, Cheryl Chi, Patrick Weeks, Baldwin Lee, love that guy, Brennan Holmes, Kevin Meek, Renata Corin, Katrina Barkwell, George Coomer, hey buddy, Alex Thompson, Jeff Ryan, we'll see you on Tuesday with our one-on-one, Nagal Kroll, Megan Sumner, and of course, once again, back to you. You are all wonderful human beings, and thank you for making people's lives better by showing support for raising money for the local food banks. And with that, I'm going to log off, rest my voice, and hopefully get some sleep. Cheers. All the best. Thank you. Love you. Bye.